Looking back now, I can see exactly where I went wrong, though at the time everything seemed perfectly reasonable. It's funny how decisions that feel sensible in the moment can turn out to be the worst mistakes you'll ever make. I'm not someone who takes risks generally, quite the opposite really. I tend to overthink things, research extensively before making choices, prefer the predictable and safe over anything that might go badly, which is probably why what happened feels so violating, because I did everything right according to normal standards of caution, and it still went catastrophically wrong. I should explain what I do for context. I'm a music teacher, working privately from my flat in Leeds. Piano and guitar mostly, teaching children after school and some adults in the evenings who want to learn as a hobby. I've been doing it for about 12 years now, built up a decent client base through word of mouth and occasional advertising. It's good work when you've established yourself, flexible hours, reasonable income, and I genuinely enjoy teaching most of the time. The flat I work from is a 2-bedroom place I've been renting for around 5 years. Nothing particularly special, but it's in a good area, close to several schools, which helps with client locations. And the landlord doesn't bother me much. Living alone suits me, always has really. I like the independence, the quiet, being able to keep my own schedule without having to negotiate with anyone else. After a day of teaching, which involves a lot of interaction and energy, it's nice to come home to space that's entirely my own. No flatmates, no partner, just me and my instruments and the comfortable chaos that accumulates when you're the only person who has to deal with it. That comfortable chaos was actually what started the whole situation that I'm still dealing with now, more than a year later. Last spring, my sister contacted me to say she and her family were planning to visit for a long weekend. They live up in Scotland and don't make it down often. So when they do come, I try to make everything as welcoming as possible. The problem was my flat had deteriorated into a state that worked fine for me, but would be embarrassing to show to guests who maintained actual standards of cleanliness. I'm not naturally inclined toward housework. Never have been, probably never will be. I can maintain basic hygiene and tidiness, but deep cleaning feels like a waste of time that could be spent on more interesting activities. The result is that things gradually accumulate. Dust on surfaces, clutter on shelves, bathrooms that are functional but not exactly spotless. It doesn't bother me because I live alone and no one sees it except clients who come for lessons, and they're focused on music rather than whether my skirting boards need attention. But hosting my sister's family for a weekend meant I needed the flat to be properly clean, the kind of clean that requires more effort than I was willing or able to invest given my teaching schedule. I'd been meaning to do a proper deep clean for months, kept putting it off because there was always something more pressing or more interesting to do instead. With the visit approaching rapidly and my flat looking increasingly disreputable, I decided the sensible solution was to hire professional cleaners. I'm generally careful about these things. I don't just pick the first result that comes up or go with the cheapest option. I spent an evening researching cleaning services in Leeds, reading reviews, comparing prices, trying to identify companies that seemed legitimate and trustworthy. I eventually found one called Sparkle Clean, through a website that connects people with various household services. They had dozens of positive reviews, reasonable prices that weren't suspiciously cheap, and availability that matched my schedule. Everything suggested they were a genuine professional service. The booking process was straightforward and professional. I filled out a form with my address and contact details, selected which services I wanted, general deep clean with focus on kitchen and bathroom, and paid a deposit through the website's secure payment system. I received a confirmation email within minutes, providing details about what to expect and how to prepare for the cleaner's visit. Everything about the transaction felt legitimate and reassuring. The confirmation email mentioned I could either be present during the cleaning or leave a key in a secure location if I preferred to be out. This is apparently standard practice for cleaning services. Most reviews mentioned that the company was trustworthy, and many customers regularly left them to work unsupervised. I had a piano lesson scheduled across town on the afternoon they were coming, and I didn't particularly want to spend 3 hours awkwardly hovering while someone cleaned my flat. The reviews suggested it was perfectly safe to leave them alone, and it seemed more practical than cancelling a lesson or trying to reschedule. So I made the decision that's been haunting me ever since. I decided to leave a key under the doormat and let them get on with the work whilst I was out. Just a simple, practical choice that thousands of people make every week without incident. The sort of thing that seems entirely reasonable based on positive reviews and professional communication. I genuinely thought I was being sensible, hiring a reputable service rather than attempting to clean the flat myself, or leaving it in an embarrassing state for my sister's visit. I'm a music teacher, working privately from my flat in Leeds, and also visiting clients' homes for lessons. I've been doing it for about 12 years now, mostly teaching piano and guitar to children and teenagers, some adults who want to learn as a hobby. It's decent work when you build up a steady client base, flexible hours, and I enjoy it most of the time. I live alone in a 2-bedroom flat that I've been renting for around 5 years, nothing fancy, but it's in a good area and the landlord doesn't bother me much. Last year, I was expecting my sister and her family to visit for a long weekend. They live in Scotland and don't make it down often, so when they do visit, I try to make everything as welcoming as possible. The problem was my flat had deteriorated into a state of comfortable chaos that works fine when you're living alone, but becomes mortifying when you're hosting guests who have actual standards. I'd been meaning to do a proper deep clean for months, but kept putting it off because I'm not naturally inclined toward housework, and I can always find more important things to do with my time. With my sister's visit approaching rapidly and my flat looking increasingly disreputable, I decided to just hire professional cleaners and accept the cost as necessary. I found a company called Sparkle Clean through one of those service websites where customers can book various types of household help. They had good reviews, reasonable prices, and availability that matched my schedule. I booked them for a 3-hour session on a Tuesday afternoon, a few days before my sister was due to arrive. The booking process was straightforward. Filled out a form with my address and contact details, selected which services I wanted, paid a deposit through the website, and received confirmation with instructions about preparing for the cleaner's visit. The confirmation email mentioned that I could either be present during the cleaning or leave a key in a secure location if I preferred to be out. Most reviews mentioned that the company was trustworthy and people regularly left them to work unsupervised. I had a piano lesson scheduled across town that afternoon and didn't particularly want to hang around watching someone clean my flat, so I decided to leave a key under the mat and let them get on with it. I left the flat around 1 in the afternoon, placing the key as instructed and leaving a note with specific requests about which rooms needed the most attention. The cleaner was scheduled to arrive around 2 and would lock up when finished, returning the key to its hiding place. Simple arrangement that would save me from wasting an afternoon awkwardly hovering while someone scrubbed my bathroom. The piano lesson finished around 4, and when I got home just after past, the flat looked immaculate. Surfaces gleamed, floors shone. Everything smelled of cleaning products in that aggressive chemical way that suggests thorough work had been done. The key was back under the mat where I'd left it. A brief note had been left on the kitchen counter confirming the work was complete and reminding me to leave a review. I was delighted with the results and duly left a positive review on the website, mentioning how professional and thorough they'd been. My sister's visit went well. She commented on how clean the flat looked, and I felt vindicated in my decision to hire help rather than attempting the work myself. That should have been the end of it. A successful transaction, a clean flat, everyone happy. I didn't think about Sparkle Clean again until police knocked on my door 6 months later, asking if I'd hired cleaners in the past year and whether anything unusual had happened during or after their visit. The detective who spoke to me explained they were investigating a series of burglaries across Leeds and surrounding areas. The burglaries were remarkably efficient. No forced entry, valuable items taken but no mess or unnecessary damage, in and out quickly enough that neighbors never noticed anything suspicious. The victims had nothing obvious in common until investigators started looking at service bookings they'd made in the months preceding the break-ins. Several victims had used Sparkle Clean. Not all of them, but enough that it seemed unlikely to be coincidental. The detective asked me to check if I'd experienced any break-ins or if anything had gone missing from my flat since having it cleaned. I said I hadn't noticed anything, but she asked me to check carefully and let her know if I found any signs of disturbance or theft. I spent that evening going through my belongings systematically. Nothing obvious was missing. My laptop, television, musical instruments, all the valuable items were accounted for. But when I checked some less obvious places, I found small things that seemed wrong. A jewelry box in my bedroom had been opened and the contents rearranged slightly differently than I usually kept them. A drawer in my desk where I kept important documents had papers in a different order than I remembered. The spare key to my flat, which I'd kept in a kitchen cupboard, was in a slightly different position than usual. These were subtle changes, easy to dismiss as faulty memory or explain away as the cleaner moving things whilst working. But the detective had specifically asked me to look for signs of disturbance, and now that I was paying attention, I could see evidence that someone had gone through my flat more thoroughly than would be necessary for cleaning purposes. I reported these observations to the detective, and she asked if I'd be willing to have my flat checked for hidden cameras or other surveillance equipment. That suggestion made me deeply uneasy. The idea that someone might have been watching me for months without my knowledge was disturbing in a way that simple theft wouldn't be. The check took most of a day. A specialist team went through every room with detection equipment, checking smoke detectors, electrical outlets, light fixtures, any place where a small camera could be concealed. They found 2 devices, one in my bedroom ceiling light, another hidden in the kitchen smoke detector. Both were sophisticated enough to transmit footage remotely and had been in place for approximately 6 months, since shortly after the cleaning service visit. The detective explained that Sparkle Clean wasn't a legitimate cleaning company. It was a front operation for gathering intelligence about properties that could be targeted for burglary or surveillance. The person who came to clean would actually do the cleaning work, making the service appear genuine. But they'd also photograph everything, note security measures, identify valuables, and install cameras in strategic locations. The information gathered was compiled into detailed property reports and sold on the dark web to anyone interested in accessing those homes. Burglars would purchase reports for properties they wanted to target. The reports included floor plans, photos of valuables and their locations, notes about security measures, copies of keys if the cleaner had been able to make impressions, and information about the occupant's schedule based on what they'd observed during the cleaning visit. My report had been sold multiple times. The detective showed me, with obvious discomfort, the listing where my flat's information was being traded. It was on a dark web marketplace, organized like a property database, searchable by location, occupant type, and value of contents. My listing was categorized under single occupant flats in the Leeds area, with accessible entry points and valuable contents. The listing included photographs of every room in my flat, taken during that cleaning visit 6 months earlier. Photos of my musical instruments, my electronics, my jewelry, even personal photographs and documents that had been visible in drawers or on shelves. The level of detail was shocking. Close-ups of window locks, measurements of door frames, notes about which neighbors were likely to be home during different times of day. But what made it worse was the surveillance footage. The cameras that had been installed weren't just documenting what was in my flat. They were recording me, my daily routines, my patterns of being home versus away. That footage was being sold separately as a premium addition to the property report, marketed as real-time intelligence for buyers who wanted current information about occupancy patterns. The purchase history showed my property report had been bought by around a dozen different accounts. Most were probably burglars looking for potential targets, but the detective explained that some buyers were interested in surveillance footage for other purposes. The recordings of me going about my private life, getting dressed, showering, sleeping, had been viewed by people whose interest had nothing to do with theft. The investigation revealed that Sparkle Clean had been operating for nearly 2 years, offering cleaning services in multiple cities across the north of England. They'd built up hundreds of property reports and had installed surveillance equipment in approximately half the properties they'd visited. The scale was staggering. Hundreds of people who'd hired what they thought was a legitimate cleaning service had unknowingly given criminals detailed intelligence about their homes and lives. Several arrests were made, including the person who'd actually come to my flat pretending to be a cleaner. But the property reports themselves had been widely distributed before law enforcement discovered the operation. My flat's information, along with hundreds of others, existed in private collections of people who downloaded reports before the marketplace was shut down. The detective walked me through what they knew about the dozen accounts that had purchased my property report. 3 were connected to individuals arrested for burglaries and other properties documented by Sparkle Clean. 2 were traced to people convicted of stalking offences. The others remained unidentified, their purchases made through anonymous accounts that couldn't be connected to real identities. Knowing that at least 7 unknown people possessed detailed information about my home, photographs of every room, notes about my routines, possibly copies of surveillance footage showing my most private moments, was terrifying in a way that's difficult to articulate. The flat I'd lived in comfortably for years suddenly felt exposed and vulnerable, every corner potentially still being watched by cameras I'd missed, or people who knew exactly how to enter and what they'd find. I had all the locks changed, obviously. The specialist team assured me they'd found all the surveillance equipment, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been missed. I'd lie awake wondering if someone was still watching, if another camera existed in a place they hadn't checked, if the people who'd purchased my property report were still monitoring me somehow. The psychological impact was worse than any physical violation would have been. My home, the space where I'd felt most private and secure, had been systematically documented and sold to strangers. Every intimate moment I'd had in that flat for 6 months had potentially been recorded and viewed by people I'd never identify. The shower I took each morning, the times I'd cried over personal disappointments, the nights I couldn't sleep and wandered around in the dark, all of it possibly watched and discussed by people who'd paid for access to my private life. I tried to continue living there, tried to reclaim the sense of safety I'd had before discovering what had happened. I covered the smoke detectors with tape, even though the cameras had been removed. I put tape over my laptop camera and unplugged electronics when I wasn't using them. I checked the locks obsessively every night, but the damage was done. The flat felt contaminated by knowledge of what had occurred there, by months of surveillance I'd been oblivious to. About 3 months after the investigation concluded, I moved out. I couldn't stay somewhere that had been so thoroughly violated, where strangers had installed cameras and watched me for months, where detailed documentation of my life existed in collections I'd never accessed. The landlord was understanding when I explained the situation, let me out of the lease early given the circumstances. My new flat is on the 3rd floor of a modern building with proper security. I'll never hire cleaning services again. Never allow tradespeople to work unsupervised regardless of what needs doing. I've become hyper-vigilant about who has access to my space, checking for surveillance equipment regularly, unable to fully relax even in what should be the safety of my own home. But I know the property report still exists somewhere. Photographs of my old flat, detailed information about my routines and possessions, possibly surveillance footage from those 6 months, all preserved in private collections of people who purchased it before the marketplace was taken down. Some of that information is outdated now that I've moved, but images of me in my most private moments remain accessible to people whose interest in them was never innocent. What haunts me most is thinking about the 7 unidentified buyers who purchased my property report. Who were they? Why were they interested in detailed information about me and my home specifically? What did they do with the surveillance footage they potentially had access to? Were any of them local, people I might have encountered without knowing they'd seen me in ways I never intended to be seen? I also think about the hundreds of other people who'd hired Sparkle Clean and were now dealing with similar violations. Some had experienced burglaries, their homes broken into by criminals using information from property reports. Others had been stalked by people who'd purchased surveillance footage and learned their routines. Many probably never discovered what had happened, never knew their homes had been documented and sold, never realized they'd been watched for months by strangers who'd paid for access. The investigation revealed that Sparkle Clean had targeted specific demographics deliberately. Single-occupant households, particularly women living alone, were prioritized because the surveillance footage was more valuable to certain types of buyers. Working professionals were targeted because they were likely to be away from home on predictable schedules. People living in ground floor flats or houses with accessible entry points were preferred because the information would be more useful to buyers planning physical access. I fit all those criteria perfectly. A single woman living alone in a ground floor flat with predictable working hours. The Sparkle Clean operator who'd come to my flat had probably identified me as an ideal target before ever arriving, based on the booking information I'd provided when scheduling the cleaning. My decision to be out during the cleaning had made it even easier. 3 unsupervised hours to photograph everything, install cameras, copy my spare key, and gather intelligence that would be valuable to multiple types of buyers. The reviews I'd read before booking were probably fake, created to build trust in a service that existed solely to exploit people's need for help with household tasks. The professional-looking website, the straightforward booking process, the confirmation emails, all designed to appear legitimate whilst facilitating organized invasion of privacy and theft. The trial was difficult to endure. The defense argued that the defendants were simply running a cleaning business and that any additional documentation was for quality control purposes. The prosecution had to demonstrate systematically how the operation was designed specifically to gather intelligence for criminal purposes, showing the property reports and marketplace listings to prove the true intent. Several other victims attended the trial, people whose homes had been documented and surveilled through the same scheme. We formed an uncomfortable community of shared experience, united by having trusted a service that weaponized that trust to violate our privacy and security. Some had experienced burglaries, others had been stalked. A few had never noticed anything wrong until police contacted them during the investigation. One woman described discovering cameras in her home 2 years after hiring Sparkle Clean. The devices had continued recording and transmitting for that entire period, creating an extensive archive of footage showing her daily life, her relationships, her most private moments. The breadth of that surveillance, the years of violation she'd been unaware of, was staggering and disturbing beyond any simple burglary would have been. The defendants received prison sentences, but they felt inadequate given what they'd done and how many people they'd violated. The property reports would continue existing after their release. The surveillance footage would persist. The victims would carry knowledge of what happened for the rest of their lives, while the criminals served relatively brief sentences for systematic invasions of privacy and facilitation of numerous subsequent crimes. I hired a cleaning service once. A simple transaction to prepare my flat for family visitors, arranged through what seemed like a legitimate website with good reviews and reasonable prices. That decision led to 6 months of surveillance I was oblivious to. Detailed documentation of my home sold to multiple strangers, and permanent footage of my private life existing in collections I'll never locate or control. That's what I think about now when I see cleaning services advertised online. Not whether they're professional or reasonably priced, but whether they're actually providing the service they claim, or whether they're gathering intelligence that will be compiled, sold, and used against the people who trusted them. Whether other people are making the same mistake I made, inviting violations into their homes, whilst thinking they're just hiring help with housework. The property report exists, the surveillance footage exists, and somewhere 7 unidentified people possess detailed information about my life, my home, my most private moments, information I never consented to share, that was gathered under false pretenses, that continues to exist beyond any control I could ever exercise over it. That's the permanent price I paid for hiring someone to clean my flat, and it's a price I'll be paying for the rest of my life. I did not go looking for the worst of it. I wanted to know if the stories were exaggerated, if the talk about hidden sites and secret videos was something people just repeated to scare themselves. The first thing I learned was that most of it was dull. Half the links were dead, and the rest led to pages that looked like they were thrown together in a hurry by people who gave up halfway through. I told myself that was reassuring. It let me keep clicking. I should say what kind of person I am, so you understand the shape of this. I work a simple office job. I have a normal rented flat on a street where the neighbors mow their front edges on Sunday and put the bins out the evening before collection. I am not clever with computers. I can use them, but I am not one of those people who talks about exploits or writes scripts. I found the dark web the way people find anything online. I read about it, then I followed a chain of instructions that were easy enough to follow if you have time and a bit of patience. I did this around the time a long relationship ended, and everything felt quieter. I had too many evenings with no reason to leave the flat, and a feeling that I could be anyone when I was behind a screen. That was the hook. Not the morbid curiosity you expect me to confess to, but the strange relief of being anonymous for a few hours and seeing if the stories matched the reality. I started with the safe-seeming corners, lists of links kept by people who claim to be archiving things. I learned the rhythm of those pages, a handful that worked, many that did not, and every functioning one mirrored in case it was taken down. I learned to recognize the names that were always on those lists without having to bookmark them. I clicked through marketplaces out of curiosity, not to buy anything. I looked at little notice boards that were trying to be communities and mostly failing. I passed through a few feeds that were supposed to be shocking and felt staged, as if the person behind the camera wanted you to believe it was dangerous when it was only a back room with bad lighting. There is a way you drift on those nights. You tell yourself that you will click one more link. Then you see a title that feels local or oddly specific, and you stretch your rule another inch. You are not intending to find anything in particular. You are not trying to be brave. You are idling with your own attention. I think that is why I kept going. I liked the sense of the world being bigger and grubbier than the daytime suggested, but mostly boring. Boring meant I was safe. I need to explain my expectations before I tell you the thread that mattered. I had read the same stories everyone reads, the ones about live streams you cannot leave once you join, the ones about people's cameras being hijacked, the ones about strangers sending things to your door as a dare. They sounded convenient, made to be retold. Every exaggerated story comforts you. It tells you the line between normal and not normal is clear. It suggests that evil is flamboyant and will announce itself with a flourish, because that is how the tale remains memorable. My experience did not present itself that way. It thickened slowly, detail after detail, until I had to admit the obvious. Someone real had taken an interest, and I had made it easy. The page that started it was nothing special. A flat background, a list of words in plain text, a row of links spaced like they had been placed by hand. The title was a variation on a theme I had already seen. A curt phrase about logistics, another about doorstep deliveries, a hint of a location that could have been anywhere in England if you squinted at it. I clicked because one of the little tags under the list mentioned the south coast, and I live not far from the sea. The first link led to a time-stamped archive of videos of front steps, not dramatic. Short clips that were just long enough to show a parcel being left, or a little object being nudged under a mat. Nothing illicit in the footage itself. The strangeness was context. The clips had captions that summarized what had been delivered. Not what you would expect to order from a shop, but odd items you might find in a bargain bin or drawer. An ice scraper in midsummer, a packet of drawing pins, a single kitchen glove. The clips were arranged by town in a way that felt casual rather than comprehensive. I recognized one of the town names. I told myself it was a coincidence. The second link was labeled live, although I only knew that by the way the page refreshed itself. The video was a still view of a hallway with the door at the far end. The camera was low, too low for a proper security camera. It showed the threshold, a meter or so of flooring, the start of a stair carpet. To the left, there was a little cabinet with a bowl and some keys. It looked like 1,000 hallways. Nothing happened for a while. I watched because I felt strange watching a stranger's ordinary hall, and then started telling myself a story about it being staged. After a few minutes, someone walked through the frame from the stairs to the door and slipped outside. There was nothing about it that looked illegal. It looked like someone going to fetch something from the car. I clicked away and forgot it. The third link was a list of rules for something called a route. It used practical words that made it seem legitimate in a way that worried me only afterwards. It laid out expectations for those who wanted to commission a stop. It mentioned the kinds of items that could be placed and the sorts of actions that would not be allowed. It said nothing about money. It did not offer a contact. It was written as if you already knew how to reach out. I scrolled through it and closed the page. At that point, my mind had not yet collected those 3 pages into a single thought. I saw them as separate fragments in a big scrapbook of nonsense people put online to provoke reactions. A week or so later, on a warm evening that made the flat smell like dust and sun, I came home and found a padded envelope on my step with my name written in a careful, deliberate hand. There was no return address. The postage mark was smeared. Inside there was a small plastic wedge and a folded sheet of printer paper. The wedge was the sort you slide under a door to keep it open. The paper was a timetable of times and days spaced across the next week. There were only a few entries. Most of them were late in the evening. It did not look like junk mail, and it was too odd to be a flyer. I put the wedge in a drawer, put the paper in the bin, and told myself it was a mistake. That night, just after one of the times on the list, there was a knock on the door so gentle it could have been a branch tapping the frame. I did not open it. I stopped breathing until whoever was there gave up. I lay awake for a while afterwards, annoyed with myself for being spooked by paperwork. The next time I went back to that page list, it was because curiosity had turned into something else. I wanted to prove to myself that the envelope was unrelated. I wanted the comfort of randomness. I found the same list of links and went to the live feed again. The hallway was not the same as mine, and I reminded myself of that in an almost childish way, as if saying it out loud would make it truer. Nothing happened on the feed for a few minutes. Then a hand in a latex glove appeared from the very bottom edge and slid a door wedge along the skirting board until it was out of shot. The view did not change. The person had used the same kind of wedge that was in my drawer. Plenty of people own door wedges. Plenty of pranksters buy the same cheap props. I convinced myself of that and closed the tab. The second envelope came a few days later. It was thin, folded once, with no stamp. It had been pushed by hand. Inside was a cheap A4 print of a photograph of my own step, taken from roughly shoulder height. The photo could have been taken by anyone walking past. It did not show anything identifying, beyond the scuffs on the paint that I recognize simply because I see them every day. On the back of the paper, there was a scribble of numbers in pencil. They looked like the kind of code you write for yourself when you are trying to remember something. They did not resolve into anything obvious. I kept the photo and threw away the paper. That evening, I moved the little peephole camera I had bought after the first knock. I set it at an angle to cover more. I told myself this was silly. I told myself there were worse ways to spend an evening than securing a door. I would like to say I went to the police at that point. I did not. I had a photo of my own step and a knock on the door, and a wedge, and a list of times that could have been a prank. I did not want to be the person who brought that to the desk at the station and tried to explain that a web page with a live hallway had appeared on my screen without any violence in it. People imagine that if they were me, they would make the right call. They forget that life rarely presents anything as a narrative. It is more like a series of nudges that you tolerate until a line is crossed, and you do not always know where the line is until you are on the far side. I recognized my hallway on the live feed the first time I went back to it with the lights off. I am not proud of how long it took. The thing that did it was the skirting, not the furniture. There was a little length where the paint was slightly glossier, where I had brushed over a scuff some months before. It caught the light, like a faint tide mark. On the feed, the same tide mark glinted. I stared at it until I understood what I was seeing. The camera was low, at ankle height. It had a slight fisheye bend at the edges. It made the hall look deeper. I did not see anything moving for a long time. My own house looked like a set that had been built by someone who had lived in it. I switched off my lamp and stood in the hall itself and compared the way the light from the street reached across the floor with the way it glowed in the video. The patterns matched. The first thing I did after that realization was kneel by the skirting board with my phone torch and run my finger along every inch of it. I felt a tiny irregularity in the join between two boards near the step, a screw head that looked like the others but had a slightly different pattern. I prized it gently and felt give. I unscrewed it and the head came free, but the shaft did not. Inside the hole, there was a dark circle, no bigger than a pencil tip. It was flush. It did not move when I prodded it. I sat back on my heels and had the kind of clarity you only get when somebody has disrupted the quiet rules you live by. Someone had been in my hall. Someone had placed a camera. There was no dramatic flourish to it, no sign of a break-in, no wreckage. It had been done with patience and the minimum required effort. They had not come to smash or to loot. They had come to watch. You might think that I leapt into action. I did not. I felt fatigued. It is odd what fear does. Instead of making a scene, it narrows you. You start thinking about whether you should go to work tomorrow and how silly it would look to tape over a skirting board. I covered the tiny hole with a piece of card and some tape and decided to sleep on the sofa where the angle of the room was different, as if that made a difference. I lay there and looked at the shadow of the door and waited for the knock that did not come. In the early hours, I got up and checked the hallway feed again. My own body, stretched out on the sofa, was visible at the far end of the shot, barely a shape. My stomach lurched. I had not thought about other cameras. I had been so focused on the little hole by the skirting that I had not considered I might already be framed in more than one way. The logic of what to do next felt like handling fruit that bruised as soon as I touched it. I turned everything off and went to work and pretended to have a normal day. In the evening, I walked the perimeter of my own flat with my hands. I pressed fingertips along frames and under shelves. In the corner by the stair, tucked underneath the lip of the lowest tread, there was a bead of something like resin. I scraped it and a grainy dot came away with it. It looked like a dead insect until I realized it was a little hemisphere of plastic with a shine to it. Behind it, set into a drilled recess, was another lens. I put it in a mug and covered it with a tea towel, because I did not know what else to do with it. When you read this, you will want me to call someone. I did not. I took photographs of the holes and then I sat at the table and looked at the live feed again. And this is the part that I keep coming back to in my head because it was the last point where I could have chosen to behave differently. The live feed was still live. The view had not changed. The tiny dark dot by the skirting had vanished under my card, but the rest was intact. I watched the smooth stretch of my own hallway for a few minutes and saw nothing except the small movements that houses make on their own. It is strange what becomes familiar. I had become used to the idea of people seeing this view, and the way a person gets used to their own reflection in a mirror they do not like when they have no choice but to use it. Another envelope arrived the next day. It contained only a short length of duplicate key stamped with a big number that looked like it belonged to a quick-cut kiosk rather than a locksmith. It was the kind of key you get when you are in a rush and want a cheap copy to tide you over. Alongside it was a printed slip with a line of words that read like the summary you would write on a delivery docket. There were no instructions. I checked my back door and front door and both locks still turned. I put the duplicate in the drawer with the wedge and felt as if I was being trained in a process. That evening, I went back to the first page with the root rules. I read them again with new attention. I had missed a section about confirmation, not written as if it were asking you to confirm something, but as if it were telling you that confirmation would be supplied once a stop had been completed to specification. It did not name the kind of specification. It did not need to. This is where I should tell you a theory about who was doing this and why. I cannot. The whole point was not to be told. The whole point was to make you carry the logic yourself. Here is what I pieced together afterwards, which may be wrong, but fits the shape of what happened. The page had watchers and requesters. Those who watched suggested small acts. Those who requested commissioned a stop. The person or people who performed the acts were local enough to travel on foot or by bike and calm enough to be unremarkable on camera. There was no swagger to any of it. The style was administrative. A knock at a time, a wedge, a key in a drawer. Another camera set slightly higher than the first. A live feed that remained live, fed by little beads of plastic you would miss if you were not checking. It was not a sophisticated network. It was a banal process. I keep saying that word because it matters. The terror was not in the complexity. It was in the way it treated a home like a checklist. I did small things to fight back. I bought a new chain for the front door and fitted it myself, a job that took longer than the tutorials made it appear. I swapped out the back door lock with one I picked up from a hardware shop after pretending I knew what I was talking about. I set a cheap alarm that would scream if the door opened past a point. I taped over gaps. I did not call a professional because that would have meant admitting the reason, and I still clung to the hope that this was a project that would run its course elsewhere if I did not feed it with attention. I stopped checking the live feed every night and checked it every other night. I stopped telling myself I would ignore the knocks, and I did ignore them. And then one came earlier than usual, and I opened the door a crack before I could stop myself, and there was nobody there, and I laughed at nothing because the laugh had to go somewhere. The last week of it, before it broke, felt quiet. That was the trick. Nothing arrived. Nothing happened. The live view stayed the same strange fish-eye rectangle of my own hall. I slept through the night twice and woke feeling slow and grateful. On the third night, I woke to the alarm screaming and the chain yanked tight and my body moving before I had thought about moving. The door was not open. The chain had been pulled taut and then released. The cheap adhesive fixing of the chain mount had failed, just lifted away from the frame and dangled, as if someone had tested it and found it amateur. The alarm had come free too, and was squealing on the floor like a little animal. I flicked it off with shaking hands and stood in the silence afterward and had the precise thought that the silence was not a relief, it was a stage in a process. I stayed upright until morning and then went to work as if that would make the day ordinary. That evening, a final envelope. This one was stiff and heavy. Inside was a little printed card that looked like it had been cut on a home printer. It had a single line of text, just a short phrase, and a time and a date. The time was near midnight. The date was that day. I did not have to guess what the phrase meant. It belonged to the root page. It was a way of marking completion. I stood in the hall and tried to imagine what completion looked like in a process where the steps had been so minor. The answer felt obvious, because it was the thing I had been skirting around for days. It meant entry. It meant that the watching phase ended with passing across the threshold. At this point, you might tell me I should have left. It is astonishingly difficult to uproot yourself for a single night when you do not have a plan. I do not have family nearby in the way that would make a phone call easy. Friends are friends during the day. You do not wake them for something you cannot explain without sounding like you have brought this on yourself. I told myself I would sit up and be ready. I made tea and positioned a heavy lamp within reach. The live view showed my own hall. I imagined a figure appearing at the far end. I did not feel brave. I felt like a person rehearsing a story for himself, because rehearsal implies control. A little before midnight, the live feed blinked. It did not cut out. It glitched in the cheap way all video feeds glitch. A jump and a streak and a return. In that blink, the view altered. It had always been the hallway, but now the angle had shifted, as if a camera had been nudged or something placed in front of it. The near edge of the frame had a dark curve that was not there before, a shape like a shoulder, a shadow. It did not move. I stood at the doorway with the lamp raised and my heart going in my throat and waited. Nothing came through. The letterbox did not open. The handle did not turn. The waiting was the cruelty. When the knock came, it was not what I expected. It was a measured series of taps, not on the front door, but at the back. I moved down the hall and then stopped, because moving felt like stepping into a choice. I realized I was being herded by sound. I went back and stood in the middle of the hall and watched nothing happen. There is a point at which your body decides for you. The sound of metal on metal at the front door made that decision for me. It was the sigh of a key touching a lock, my new lock. The deadbolt turned with shocking ease. The door pushed forward to the chain I had refitted with proper screws that afternoon, as if the day had been a rehearsal for the night. The chain held, and then there was no pushing. The door remained a fraction open. I could see a slice of the night outside. I stepped forward with the lamp, and a second later, the chain slid back across its guide and dropped. Not ripped, lifted and guided. Hands that knew how to disengage a simple chain. The door opened the width of a palm. A foot in a dark trainer rested against the threshold for a second, and then withdrew. The door eased shut. The lock did not re-engage. I heard nothing else. The knock at the back never repeated. I stood there for what felt like an hour, and then I moved the heavy chest of drawers against the front door because I needed a symbol of resistance even if it would not hold. I did not sleep. At some point I carried the mug with the tiny lens to the sink and tipped it out and heard the plastic tap against the porcelain and put it back, and then stood looking at the hall like a person who has lost something simple and cannot remember what it was. I watched the live feed again because I am not proud. The near curve remained in the bottom edge. It felt like a sign. Whoever had placed it wanted to mark the final phase. The feed continued for a while and then looped, and the loop was subtle enough that if you were not looking for it, you would think you were seeing the present. There was a tiny flicker in a reflection that gave it away. The loop had been recorded earlier that night. I found the last camera by accident. It was set into the plaster above the door frame, hidden under a smear of paint that had been applied too neatly for me to see the difference in daylight. The lens was a pinprick. It looked like a flake in the paint. I think I only noticed it because the angle of the street lamp changed slightly as the hour passed and the pinprick flashed a single dull star of light. I could not reach it without a chair. I did not fetch one. I could not stand the idea of standing on something with my back to the hall. I sat on the floor against the wall and counted my breaths until morning, because counting is something you can control. There are people who will say that not much happened that night. I see their point. Nobody came in and hurt me. Nothing was taken that I could itemize. What they do not understand is that my house was redefined for me. The internal map changed. Every threshold became conditional. Every silence could be part of a process. I phoned the police the next day and used careful words. I took down every camera I could find and documented each one. An officer came and looked and wrote things down. I did not show him the web pages. I said only that I had been targeted, and I was believed in the way you are believed when a stranger is polite to you and has a lot of other things to do. I replaced the front door. I changed the doors entirely rather than changing the locks. It cost more than I wanted to spend, and I spent it because the figure on the invoice felt like a replacement for a kind of certainty that had been removed. I moved not long after. It sounds dramatic, but the decision was boring. Everyone who came to view my place commented on how light the hall felt, and I smiled because I had lived long enough with the knowledge that light can be a witness as much as a comfort. I found a smaller flat on a different side of town. I did not change cities. I did not flee. I brought the chest of drawers with me, though it did not suit the new place. I gave myself rules and followed them. I do not browse the places I used to browse. I keep my browsing shallow. I have one of those chains you cannot lift from the outside. I set it every night. It is a ritual. Rituals are how you stay upright. The last thing I will tell you is the least satisfying, because there is no moral in it, and it will not resolve the itch you feel. A parcel arrived at the new address after I had been there a few weeks. It was a flat mailer, the kind that would take a magazine. It was clean, uncreased, my name written in the same careful, deliberate hand. Inside was a single photograph printed on home paper. It showed a different step, not mine, though the angle made it hard to be sure. The step had a different tile pattern and a different scuff. The photo had been taken in daylight. I turned it over, and there was nothing on the back. I looked at it until I accepted what it meant. It was not a threat. It was a receipt. It meant that the route had moved on. It meant that the process I had been dragged into was not a story about me at all. I put the photo back in the envelope and left it in a drawer because I did not want it lying around where it could be mistaken for sentimentality. I keep thinking about the wedge in the first envelope. It was such a silly object, a triangle of plastic with a rubberized strip. You use it to hold a door open so the breeze can move through, to make movement easier. It was left on my step like a prop in a school play. It made me think the whole thing was amateur. The person who pushed it under my door had practiced that movement dozens of times. The wedge was a tool and a signal. It said that what was coming would be delivered with patience and confidence and the fewest possible moving parts. People tell themselves that fear announces itself with a crash. I have learned that it prefers a knock you can ignore if you try hard enough. It chooses objects that can be explained away. It keeps your life looking normal for as long as it can. That is why it works. You might be waiting for a grand claim about the dark web at this point. I do not have one. It did not possess secrets. It provided a layout. It gave a small group of patient people a way to arrange their work, so it felt like a service rather than a crime. It dressed itself in flat language and called its visit stops and its actions completions. It shared nothing of itself. It did not need to. That is what frightened me most in the end. The total absence of ego. No monologue, no explanation. Just a set of tiny tasks that, assembled in the right order, turned a house inside out without putting a mark on anything that would show in daylight. I told myself for a while that I had been chosen because I had gone looking. That was a comforting thought in its own way. It made sense of the chain of choices I had made. It let me carry guilt in a way that had a neat border. I think now that this is a lie. We tell to create a lesson where there is none. The truth might be simpler. Most addresses can be found if you care to look. Most locks are mediocre until you decide to care. Most people will carry on with their day if you do not give them a concrete reason to stop. I am not special. I was convenient. I still check the hall before I go to bed. I still listen for the sound of a knock that is lighter than the wind. I still count my breath sometimes, although I have learned to do it in a way that my chest does not move so much, because if I can see my chest rise and fall, then I imagine that someone else can too. From time to time, I find myself at the bottom of my bookmarks, not on the sites that matter to my day, but hovering over the sort of link you keep around for no reason. I have not clicked any of those links in months. I have sat staring while the impulse flares and passes. Those are easy victories. The harder ones happen in the mundane. I have cut little slivers of card and pressed them into places where a lens would be if someone cared enough to place one. I check them on Sundays, after the mowing and the bins. They are always undisturbed. That is how normal life returns, not with relief, but with habits that in time convince you they are ordinary. I do not know what happened to the wedge. I assume I threw it out when I moved, although sometimes I think I packed it by mistake, and it is in the bottom of a box I never open. I do not look for it. I have stopped trying to interpret the things that happened with a meaning that flatters me. It was not about me being brave or foolish. It was about the fact that there are people who enjoy procedures, people who like to test a door and then withdraw and mark a tick in a column, people who prefer to be efficient rather than loud. They will always find a way to dress their work as a route. They will call it a stop and a completion, and some other unthreatening word next time. And someone like me will convince himself it is boring until it is not. If there is a lesson here at all, it is that you can live a whole life inside ordinary rooms and still be part of someone else's neat little list without ever knowing why you were chosen. I have learned to live with that. I sleep with the chain set. I wake sometimes to nothing, and I am grateful for nothing, because once you have opened your door to a process that treats you like a line item, nothing becomes a luxury that you treat with care. The photo in the drawer has curled slightly at the edges. Paper does that if you do not store it flat. Sometimes when I am looking for something else, I see the corner of it and feel my chest tighten and release like an old bruise. I think about the other person whose step it shows. Perhaps they have their own wedge in a drawer. Perhaps they spent a week checking their hallway on a screen and trying not to think about whether the loop they were watching was recorded. Perhaps the route that involved me led to a route that involved them, and then to another, and to another. It is comforting in a perverse way to imagine I was only one of many. It shrinks the story back down to its proper size. It returns the fear to its banal shape. It means that if I keep my rituals and do not invite the bigger narratives back in, I can walk from the sofa to the kitchen at night without treating the floorboards like alarm switches. When I tell this, people always want to know if I've seen anything since. The answer is boring. The answer is yes, but not in a way that makes a good ending. A few months ago, a plain card was slipped through my letterbox while I was out. It had no writing on it. It had a faint, greasy thumbprint on the corner. It meant nothing and everything. I put it with the photo and closed the drawer. I keep living here. I buy bread from the bakery up the road and complain to myself about the price and think about the smallness of the decisions that keep a person safe. I am careful what I look at, not because looking is a sin, but because looking is a kind of signal to the people who like to arrange routes. I tell you this not to scare you. Fear has its own momentum, and it does not need my help. I tell you this because all of it happened in ordinary rooms with ordinary objects, and the only unusual thing about any of it was the patience with which it was done. That is the part I remember when the house is quiet and the dark feels full. Patience is not dramatic, but it gets results. It is a better wedge than plastic. It holds a door open just enough to pass through. want to tell you about something that happened to me last February. It's pretty messed up, and I haven't really told anyone about it until now. I figured it might be worth sharing, both to get it off my chest and because, well, maybe it could prevent someone else from falling into the same trap I did. It all started when I received an invitation to test out a new VR experience at a place called Neo Sensory in Manchester. What was supposed to be a simple tech preview turned into one of the most disturbing experiences of my life and opened my eyes to a dark reality hiding behind cutting-edge technology. I've always been into tech, especially gaming and VR. I studied computer science at university but dropped out in my final year when my anxiety got too overwhelming. Since then, I've worked various tech support jobs, most recently at a mobile phone shop in Manchester. Nothing glamorous, but it paid the bills and kept me connected to the industry I loved. In my spare time, I ran a moderately successful gaming blog where I reviewed indie titles and new VR experiences. It wasn't huge, maybe 5,000 monthly readers, but enough that I occasionally received invitations to preview events or beta tests. That's how I ended up at Neo Sensory last February. Their PR team emailed me about a new VR experience center they were opening in an old industrial building near the Northern Quarter. According to the email, they were pioneering next-generation haptic feedback technology that promised to blur the line between virtual and physical sensation. They were offering free sessions to selected tech enthusiasts in exchange for feedback before their official launch. No obligation to write positively about it, just an honest assessment of the experience. I'd heard vague rumors about neosensory on some tech forums, whispers about military funding and experimental neural interfaces, but nothing concrete. What caught my attention was a comment on a dark web discussion board I occasionally monitored for my blog, where someone claimed neosensory had developed technology based on classified research into pain response management. At the time, I dismissed it as the usual conspiracy nonsense that circulates in those spaces. Now, I wish I'd paid more attention. The neosensory building itself was impressive, a converted textile factory with the original brick exterior, but completely modernized inside. The reception area featured minimalist white furnishings, ambient electronic music, and staff dressed in matching grey uniforms. I remember thinking it felt more like a high-end spa than a gaming center. The receptionist scanned my invitation QR code, had me sign a digital waiver on a tablet without really giving me time to read it, and then directed me to a preparation room. This first room contained what looked like standard VR equipment, headsets, haptic gloves, and the usual motion sensors, but with some modifications I hadn't seen before. Most notably, each set included what they called neural feedback pads that attached to your temples, wrists, and the base of your spine. The staff member explained these would enhance sensory immersion by creating precise neurological feedback loops. It sounded impressive but vague, the kind of technobabble that tech companies often use to make simple concepts sound revolutionary. After a brief orientation, I was led to a private booth, a space about 3 meters square with padded walls and a suspended harness system that allowed free movement while preventing you from hitting anything. The staff member helped me into the full gear, headset, gloves, feedback pads, and a lightweight exosuit that applied pressure to various muscle groups to simulate physical resistance. Once everything was connected and calibrated, they left me alone in the booth. The VR environment loaded up, presenting itself as Consequence Level 1. The virtual space appeared to be a stark white room with various objects on pedestals, a glass of water, a candle, a rose, a block of ice. A floating interface invited me to explore physical consequences in a safe environment. It seemed like a basic haptic demonstration program, designed to showcase the system's ability to simulate different textures and sensations. I began interacting with the virtual objects and immediately noticed the extraordinary fidelity of the sensations. When I touched the virtual ice, my fingertips felt genuinely cold. The candle flame produced actual warmth. The rose petal's texture was impossibly realistic. I tried dozens of haptic systems before, but nothing came close to this level of sensory precision. I remember thinking this technology must have cost millions to develop. After about 10 minutes of these basic interactions, the environment changed. The white room dissolved, replaced by what appeared to be a realistic apartment interior. On a virtual screen on the wall, text appeared explaining that this was Consequence Level 2, where I would experience emotional and physical cause and effect in a realistic environment. The objectives seemed simple: complete everyday tasks, while the system created appropriate sensory feedback. As I moved through the virtual apartment, interacting with objects, I began to notice something odd. Occasionally, when I performed certain actions, dropping a plate, closing a drawer, turning on a tap, I would hear faint sounds that didn't seem to match the virtual environment. Something like muffled gasps or sharp intakes of breath. At first, I assumed it was just part of the ambient sound design. But the sounds occurred inconsistently, only following specific actions. The system guided me through increasingly complex tasks, eventually introducing stress elements like time challenges. During one timed cooking simulation, I accidentally knocked over a virtual pan of boiling water. The haptic feedback delivered a mild sensation of heat to my arm, but more disturbingly, I distinctly heard what sounded like a cry of pain from somewhere outside the simulation. The sound was quickly masked by the program's audio effects, but it left me unsettled. When I completed Level 2, the environment shifted again. Consequence. Level 3 transported me to what appeared to be a sterile laboratory setting. The interface explained this level would explore physical consequence escalation and test my threshold for causal comfort. The objectives became more bizarre. Use various implements on test subjects represented as featureless mannequins. Adjust environmental controls that cause visible discomfort to these figures. Manipulate emotional states through physical stimuli. The disembodied sounds became more frequent and distinct, definitely human reactions corresponding to my actions in the simulation. When I used a virtual scalpel on a mannequin, I heard a stifled scream. When I adjusted temperature controls to extremes, there were sounds of shivering or panting. The haptic feedback to my own body remained mild and manageable, but something about the audio felt increasingly wrong, increasingly real. I tried removing the headset, suddenly uncomfortable with whatever I was participating in, but discovered it wouldn't detach. The neural feedback pads seemed to have formed some kind of temporary bond with my skin. I called out for assistance, but no one came. Instead, the program advanced automatically to Consequence Level 4. The laboratory environment expanded, revealing glass-walled cells containing actual human figures rather than mannequins. Each person wore equipment similar to mine, but with more extensive neural pads covering much of their bodies. With sickening clarity, I realized what was happening. My virtual actions were controlling real physical sensations being delivered to actual people. The haptic feedback I was receiving was merely a fraction of what they were experiencing. An interface appeared, explicitly confirming my suspicions. Direct neural stimulation now linked. Your actions equal their consequences. Premium dark web streaming active. Current viewers, 152. Current Bitcoin revenue, 3.28. I wasn't merely a tester of new VR technology. I was an unwitting torturer providing entertainment for paying viewers on the dark web. The sensation of ice on my fingertips corresponded to freezing pain for someone else. The warmth from the candle translated to burning agony for my involuntary partner. Every interaction I'd found so impressively realistic had caused genuine suffering to someone being held in this facility. In horrified panic, I tried again to remove the equipment, pulling frantically at the headset and gloves. This triggered what the system called a non-compliance protocol, a brief but excruciating electrical shock delivered through the neural pads. A message informed me that removing the equipment prematurely would cause terminal feedback to both myself and my connected subjects. For what felt like hours, but was probably only 40 minutes, I was forced to continue participating, trying to minimize the actions that seemed to cause the most severe reactions. Eventually, a countdown timer appeared, indicating the session was nearing completion. When it reached 0, the system began a shutdown sequence, and the equipment finally released its hold on me. As the headset lifted away, I caught a glimpse of multiple screens on the booth's wall that had been hidden before. They showed various angles of rooms containing people connected to equipment similar to mine, their bodies responding to whatever was happening in their corresponding simulations. Some were clearly unconscious, others writhing in obvious distress. One screen displayed what appeared to be a bidding interface with usernames and cryptocurrency amounts. I stumbled out of the booth, dizzy and disoriented, to find the preparation room empty. The reception area was similarly deserted, with no sign of the staff who had greeted me earlier. The building's main door was unlocked, and I fled into the street, gasping for air that didn't reek of sanitizer and fear. I spent that night deliberating whether to contact the police. By morning, I convinced myself I should, but when I returned to the address with 2 officers, we found the building completely empty. No VR equipment, no booths, not even the reception desk. Just an empty industrial space with bare walls and a concrete floor. The officers took my statement but clearly didn't believe me, especially when they couldn't find any record of a company called Neosensory, registered at that address or anywhere in Manchester. 2 weeks later, I received an email from an encrypted address containing only a video file. The footage showed me during my session, my face contorted with fascination and then horror as I gradually realized what I was participating in. Below the video was a message: Level 5 access granted. Premium controller status available. Your unique neural signature has been catalogued. Distance operation now possible. I destroyed my laptop, changed my phone number, deleted all my social media accounts, and moved to a different city. But I can't escape the knowledge of what I participated in, or the fear that somehow, through that brief neural connection, they still have access to me. Sometimes my fingers tingle unexpectedly, as if holding phantom controllers. Sometimes I feel the ghost of those neural pads against my skin. And sometimes, when I pass someone on the street who winces suddenly or gasps in unexpected pain, I wonder if somewhere, someone is playing a game with real consequences, using the neural signature they harvested from me as their unwitting proxy in the physical world. I want to share something that happened to me about 6 months ago. I've been debating whether to tell anyone, but after seeing a similar underground cinema club being advertised in another city, I feel obligated to warn people about what might be happening behind those unmarked doors. This experience fundamentally changed how I view artistic boundaries and made me question the nature of entertainment in ways I never imagined possible. For context, I work as a film studies lecturer at a small university in Leeds. My specialization is in extreme cinema, films that push boundaries of taste, morality, and acceptability. I've spent years analyzing how filmmakers create authentic-looking violence, from Hitchcock's chocolate syrup blood in Psycho to modern digital effects that can make almost anything appear real. This academic interest occasionally leads me down unusual paths, including studies of banned films and censorship history. Last January, one of my postgrad students mentioned an exclusive film club operating in an abandoned warehouse district. According to him, they screened controversial works that couldn't be shown in mainstream venues, experimental films, banned international releases, and underground productions that circulated primarily on the dark web. As someone who regularly monitored certain dark web forums for my research on film censorship, I was immediately intrigued. These spaces often discussed fringe productions that existed in legal grey areas, and I'd written several academic papers on how the dark web had become a distribution channel for extreme cinema that couldn't find conventional outlets. My student provided me with a link to a tour site that served as the club's digital front door. The site itself was minimalist but professional. Black background, white text, no images except a stylized eye logo. It described an immersive viewing experience for discerning audiences and promised performances that transcend the boundaries between cinema and reality. To receive an invitation, you had to complete a questionnaire that tested your knowledge of extreme cinema history and submit the cryptocurrency equivalent of £200 as a membership contribution. Academic curiosity got the better of me, and I justified the expense as research for an upcoming paper on underground distribution networks. 3 days after submitting my application, I received an encrypted email containing an address, date, and time, along with instructions to arrive alone and bring no recording devices. The location was in an industrial area outside the city centre, the kind of place that had once housed textile factories, but now contained a mixture of art studios, rehearsal spaces, and abandoned buildings awaiting redevelopment. I arrived on a particularly cold Friday evening, following directions to what appeared to be a disused printing facility. The entrance was unmarked save for a small red light above a metal door, where a man in black checked names against a tablet. After confirming my identity and running a handheld scanner over me to check for recording devices, he ushered me into a dimly lit corridor that sloped downward into the building's basement levels. The screening room itself was surprisingly sophisticated. About 50 black leather seats arranged in a semicircle faced a proper cinema screen. The walls were covered in sound-absorbing material, and professional-looking lighting rigs hung from the ceiling. Perhaps 30 people were already seated, most middle-aged or older, predominantly male, all dressed well. Not the crowd of edgy students or counterculture types I had expected. They had the quiet confidence of the genuinely wealthy, the kind of people who collect rare art rather than those who merely consume it. A woman in a tailored black suit distributed what appeared to be program notes, expensive paper, minimalist design, containing only titles and running times, no directors or cast information. The evening would consist of 4 short films collectively titled Veracity, each approximately 20 minutes long. The notes explained these were part of an ongoing series exploring the ultimate authenticity in performance. The lights dimmed, and the first film began without introduction. The production quality was immediately striking. This wasn't the shaky camera amateur work I'd expected from an underground screening. The cinematography was precise, the lighting meticulous, the sound design immersive. The content depicted what appeared to be an interrogation scenario. A person bound to a chair in a concrete room, being systematically tormented by an unseen questioner. What stood out was the performers' reactions. Their fear seemed unnervingly genuine, their pain responses physiologically accurate in ways that even the best actors typically can't replicate. I remember thinking how impressive the performance was, how the actor captured the subtle progression from defiance to terror to resignation. I noted technical details, how the camera never cut away during the most extreme moments, how the sound captured every labored breath and whimper with perfect clarity. As an academic who had studied cinematic violence for years, I appreciated the technical achievement while remaining emotionally detached. The second film featured a different setting, a sterile white room with medical equipment, but similar themes of confinement and suffering. By the third film, however, something began to feel deeply wrong. The consistency of the performances across different scenarios, the absolute commitment of the subjects to their roles, the complete absence of any cinematic relief or distancing techniques. It all began to suggest something beyond mere acting. I glanced around at the audience, expecting to see others sharing my growing discomfort. Instead, I observed people watching with intense concentration, some taking notes, others occasionally nodding in apparent appreciation. A few were using tablets, seemingly adjusting settings or parameters while watching. One man near me was recording detailed timestamps alongside written observations. The fourth and final film removed any doubt about what I was witnessing. It began like the others, but progressed to a conclusion that could not possibly be simulated. No special effect, no matter how convincing, could replicate what I saw. No professional actor would or could endure such an experience. No ethical filmmaker would create such content. This wasn't extreme cinema pushing boundaries. It was actual violence being presented as art. I felt physically ill, my academic detachment shattered by the inescapable realization that I had been watching real people suffering and dying, not performances. The audience's appreciative murmurs around me took on a horrifying new context. These weren't film enthusiasts admiring technical achievements. They were connoisseurs of actual human suffering. As the lights came up, I struggled to maintain composure, to appear as though I was simply processing challenging artistic content rather than reeling from evidence of actual crimes. A man in a dark suit approached the front of the room and thanked everyone for attending, mentioning that feedback interfaces were available in the adjoining room for those who wished to contribute to future productions. I followed the crowd, desperate to maintain my cover while looking for an exit. The adjoining space resembled a gallery with tablets mounted on pedestals. Attendees were providing detailed feedback on the performances they had just witnessed, and more disturbingly, suggestions for future productions. Some appeared to be bidding on specific scenarios they wanted to see realized. On one screen, I glimpsed what appeared to be a selection interface for performer characteristics, age ranges, physical attributes, even personality types described as resistant, compliant, or volatile. My horror deepened when I noticed a section of the room separated by a glass partition. Behind it, technical staff worked at computers displaying what appeared to be dark web interfaces. One screen showed a chat where users were discussing what they had just watched, alongside cryptocurrency transaction records. Another displayed a global map with viewership statistics. This wasn't just a local screening. It was being streamed to paying viewers internationally, with this select audience serving as a live focus group for future content. I needed to leave immediately, but the exit was monitored by security. I forced myself to approach one of the feedback stations, pretending to input responses while desperately trying to appear unaffected. The tablet asked detailed questions about which elements of the performances I found most compelling, which physical reactions seemed most authentic, and how future productions could be enhanced. After approximately 10 minutes of this charade, I casually made my way toward what appeared to be a bathroom, then slipped down a service corridor and eventually found an emergency exit. The alarm that sounded when I pushed through the door was almost a relief, providing cover for my escape into the cold night air. I spent the next week in a state of moral crisis. I knew I should report what I had witnessed to the police, but several factors gave me pause. I had no evidence beyond my testimony. I had willingly paid to attend. I had accessed the dark web to find the screening. Most significantly, I feared that the organization behind this operation had recorded everyone who attended, including me, creating a mutual assured destruction scenario where reporting them would implicate myself as a knowing viewer. When I finally worked up the courage to make an anonymous report, I discovered the building had been completely vacated, professionally cleaned, and put up for lease 3 days after the screening. The tour site had disappeared, the email address was defunct, and I had no names, just faces I might not even recognize in daylight. 2 months later, I received an unmarked envelope containing a USB drive. Against my better judgment, I checked it on a secure computer. It contained only 2 items: a high-resolution still image of me sitting in the audience, looking distressed during the final film, and a text file with a list of my personal details: home address, university office number, parents' names and addresses, and my regular jogging route through the park. Below this information was a simple message: your feedback was noted. Your discretion is appreciated. A new screening series begins soon. I've since moved cities and changed jobs. I no longer research extreme cinema and have abandoned my academic interest in the dark web. But I remain haunted by the knowledge that somewhere these productions continue, with audiences of seemingly respectable people gathering to watch actual atrocities under the guise of exclusive art. Most disturbing of all is how quickly I recognized the technical quality of what I was seeing before recognizing its reality, how my academic training to analyze fictional violence initially blinded me to actual violence presented in the same context. It makes me wonder how thin the line really is between simulated and real horror, and how easily that line can be crossed when something is framed as art or entertainment. Last week, I saw a poster for an exclusive underground cinema experience in Birmingham with the same stylized eye logo. I tore it down, but I know it's futile. These screenings will continue as long as there are people willing to pay to watch. People who tell themselves they're appreciating extreme art rather than participating in actual atrocity. And somewhere in that audience might be another academic, another film enthusiast, another person who doesn't realize what they're really watching until it's too late. I haven't told my girlfriend this, not my family nor the police, definitely not the police. So I'm 29. I work in IT consulting in Birmingham. There's nothing special about my life really. I've got a decent flat, been with my girlfriend for 3 years, and I hang out with the same group of friends I've known since uni. My job is mostly remote troubleshooting for corporate clients, which is basically me spending all day on video calls telling executives how to restart their computers or find files they've misplaced. My friend Mark and I go way back to our first year at uni, where we both did computer science. He was always the one taking risks. While I went into boring corporate IT, he got into cybersecurity and now does penetration testing for a living. Basically, companies pay him to hack into their systems to find weaknesses. We don't work in the same field anymore, but we still game online most weeks and grab a pint when we can. So this Friday night in March, we're doing our usual thing, playing some online games. My girlfriend was away at her sister's for the weekend. Around 10, after a few rounds, Mark says he wants to show me something he found during a job. Nothing unusual there. He's always sending me weird coding stuff or security things he discovers. We switched to screen sharing on our voice chat. His desktop was a mess as usual, about 50 windows open because he never closes anything. He dug through some folders, then got all serious, asking if I was ready to see something intense. I laughed it off, thinking he was being dramatic about some security hole he'd found or something. That was just Mark's way, always making tech discoveries sound like he'd found buried treasure. He opened up this weird browser I didn't recognize, not Chrome or anything normal, something with a bare-bones interface. When I asked about it, he said it was for accessing the dark web, all configured with security stuff and anonymizing features. That got my attention. I mean, I knew what the dark web was, that hidden part of the internet, where all the dodgy stuff happens. But I'd never had any reason to go there myself. Mark explained that during a job, he'd found some login credentials that led him into some pretty dark places online. He'd found what he called mind-blowing, some live streaming site that showed reality without filters. The way he described it, I thought maybe it was just some extreme version of reality TV or banned content too graphic for YouTube or something. Looking back, I should have noticed something was off. Mark's usually pretty chilled, but that night he had this weird energy, like nervous, but excited at the same time. Not like him at all. But I didn't think much of it then, just went along, because I was curious what had got him so worked up. He went through a bunch of login screens and eventually got to this site. Black background, red text, very basic looking. It was set up kind of like Netflix, with thumbnails for different channels. Most were dark or just showing shadows, but one was active with what looked like a brightly lit room. Mark clicked on it and it filled the screen. What I saw was what looked like a basement or warehouse. Concrete walls, super bright, harsh lighting. In the middle was a bloke tied to a chair, blindfolded. Standing next to him was someone in dark clothes, wearing one of those plain white masks you see in horror films. My first thought was, this is some low-budget horror film or haunted house live stream. It looks staged, you know? Too perfect, like a film set. I made some joke about how bad the production was, but Mark didn't laugh. Instead, he pointed to a chat window where people with weird usernames were posting comments and what looked like requests for things to happen. Mark then told me, dead serious, that this was called a red room, a live stream of actual torture or violence that people paid to watch and sometimes even control. I told him to shut it off, that it had to be fake, that nobody would be stupid enough to broadcast themselves committing actual crimes. He insisted it was real, that he'd checked with some security contacts, and that this stream was apparently one of the trusted ones in these circles. The fact he used the word trusted for something like this made me feel sick. I was about to disconnect when the person in the mask walked over to the guy in the chair and took off his blindfold. The bloke blinked in the bright light, looking around, and when I saw his face clearly, I felt like someone had punched me in the gut. I knew him. Not well, he wasn't a mate or family or anything, but definitely someone from my everyday life. He was the barista at the coffee shop near my office. I stopped there almost every morning. We weren't friends exactly, but we had that familiar thing you get with someone you see regularly. He always remembered my order, sometimes recommended new coffees. We'd chat about the weather or whatever. He'd mentioned once that he was working to save up for uni, and now here he was, tied up in what Mark was saying was a red room. I must have looked like I'd seen a ghost on our video call, because Mark asked if I was okay. Without thinking, I blurted out that I knew the guy on screen. Mark laughed at first, thinking I was joking. When I insisted, telling him exactly who it was and how I knew him, Mark's face went completely white. He suddenly seemed to realize what this meant. Either this was some crazy coincidence, or somehow the people running this stream were in the same city as me. Then things got really freaky. The chat on the stream suddenly went crazy. People started posting messages asking if someone had recognized the subject, if there had been a security breach. I realized with absolute horror that our conversation was somehow being monitored. Either Mark's computer was compromised, or the streaming site had access to our voice chat. Mark started frantically trying to close the browser, but it froze up. Messages kept appearing in the chat, now directly addressing the viewer who knows the subject. One user with an admin tag posted coordinates that were scarily close to my neighborhood. Mark ended the screen share and hung up on our call. I tried calling straight back, but he didn't answer. A few minutes later, I got a text from him, telling me to turn off all my devices, not to contact him again, and to stay somewhere else that night. He said his system had been compromised, and whoever was running the stream now had info on both of us. I stayed at a hotel that night, paid cash, kept checking the news for anything about kidnappings or murders. Next morning, I went to the coffee shop, heart pounding the whole time. The barista was there, completely normal, serving customers like nothing had happened. He greeted me like usual, same as any other day. For a minute, I felt this massive relief. Maybe it was all fake, a prank, a lookalike, something like that. I actually managed to convince myself of this until I got back to my flat that afternoon and found an envelope that had been slipped under my door. Inside was a photo, a screenshot from our video call, showing my face exactly at the moment when I recognized the barista. On the back, written in red ink, "Viewers become participants eventually." I haven't heard from Mark since. His social media disappeared a few days later. Our mutual friends told me he suddenly quit his job and moved abroad. The barista worked at the coffee shop for about another week, then just vanished. According to his co-workers, he didn't give notice or anything, just stopped showing up. I've moved flats, changed my phone number, set up new online accounts, got security cameras, take different routes to work every day, but I never feel safe. Every night when I'm trying to fall asleep, I keep seeing that moment when I recognized him, and I can't stop thinking about how these people know exactly who I am and where to find me. The worst part is not knowing. Was this whole thing set up? Did they deliberately pick someone from my daily life, knowing I'd be watching? Or was it just some horrible coincidence that of all the people they could have grabbed, they took someone I would recognize? I honestly don't know which is worse, that I randomly stumbled across this nightmare, or that I was the target all along. I'm not the sort of person who usually gets mixed up in anything interesting, which is probably why what happened to me feels so surreal even now. I've spent the last 43 years keeping my head down, doing my job as a council planning officer in Reading, coming home to my flat above the newsagents on Oxford Road, and generally avoiding any drama that might disrupt my quiet routine. My biggest excitement used to be finding a decent parking spot near Waitrose on a Saturday morning. But about 8 months ago, I started receiving packages that weren't meant for me. Not the usual mix-ups you get with online deliveries. These were different. They kept coming to my address, always with my name on them, but containing things I'd never ordered and couldn't imagine anyone wanting to buy. It seemed like such a minor inconvenience at first, the sort of administrative error that would sort itself out eventually. I had no idea it was the beginning of something that would completely change how I understand the world around me. The first package arrived on a Thursday morning, delivered by one of those courier services that leave everything with the newsagent downstairs if you're not in. Mrs. Patel handed it over when I popped down to get my usual paper and pint of milk, mentioning that the delivery driver had been very specific about making sure it reached me personally, rather than just leaving it in the shop. Inside was a small electronic device that looked like a cross between a mobile phone and a portable radio. No instruction manual, no branding, no obvious purpose. Just a sleek black rectangle with a few buttons and a small screen that remained stubbornly blank no matter what I pressed. I assumed it was some sort of promotional gadget that had been sent to the wrong address, so I put it in my kitchen drawer and forgot about it. The second package came about a fortnight later. This time, it contained what appeared to be a high-end camera lens, the sort of expensive equipment that professional photographers use. Again, no documentation or explanation, just the device itself wrapped in protective foam and delivered with the same insistence that it reach me personally. I started to worry that someone was using my address for deliveries they couldn't have sent to their own home for some reason. Maybe they were avoiding customs charges or hiding purchases from a partner. It seemed like the most logical explanation for receiving expensive items I'd never ordered. But when I tried to return the packages to the courier company, they had no record of who had sent them or where they should be returned to. The tracking numbers led to dead ends, and the customer service representatives I spoke to seemed genuinely confused by the situation. According to their systems, the packages had been legitimately ordered and paid for by someone using my name and address. The deliveries continued over the following months, arriving every 2 or 3 weeks with clockwork regularity. Each package contained a different electronic device or piece of equipment, always expensive, always with no obvious purpose for someone in my circumstances. Security cameras, recording equipment, small computers that looked like they belonged in a laboratory rather than a council worker's flat. I started keeping a list of what arrived, partly out of curiosity, and partly because I was becoming concerned about the legal implications of accepting delivery for items I hadn't purchased. The total value of the equipment was probably several £1,000s, and I was worried about being accused of fraud or theft if the real sender eventually came forward. But what really began to disturb me was the precision with which the packages were being delivered. They always arrived when I was at work, requiring collection from Mrs. Patel downstairs. The courier drivers always insisted on confirmation that the recipient lived at my address and worked regular office hours. It was as if someone was mapping my daily routine through the delivery process. I tried varying my schedule, working from home occasionally, or leaving earlier than usual for the office. But the packages still arrived at times when I was predictably absent. Whoever was sending them had a detailed understanding of my movements that went beyond casual observation. That's when I started researching the equipment I'd been receiving, trying to understand what it was designed for and why someone might want to send it to my address. Most of the devices turned out to be surveillance equipment, professional-grade cameras, audio recording systems, signal monitoring devices that could intercept various types of electronic communication. The sort of equipment that would be used by private investigators or security professionals, not council planning officers. But there were also items that seemed more sinister. Devices for tracking vehicle movements, equipment for monitoring computer networks, even what appeared to be tools for gaining unauthorized access to buildings or electronic systems. I was being sent a complete surveillance toolkit, piece by piece, by someone who remained completely anonymous, but who clearly knew enough about my life to ensure reliable delivery. The obvious explanation was that I was being set up for something. Maybe someone was planning to frame me for illegal surveillance activities, or they were using my address as a convenient cover for acquiring equipment they couldn't purchase under their own name. But there was another possibility that worried me more. Maybe the equipment wasn't being sent to me. Maybe it was being sent for me. Perhaps someone expected me to use these devices for purposes I couldn't yet understand. I started paying more attention to my surroundings, looking for signs that I was being watched or that my daily routine was being monitored. What I discovered was more disturbing than obvious surveillance. There were subtle changes in my environment that suggested someone had been gaining access to my flat while I was at work. Nothing was obviously missing or damaged, but items were positioned slightly differently from how I'd left them. Papers on my desk had been moved. Books were in different positions on shelves. Even the arrangement of food in my fridge seemed altered in small ways. Someone was conducting regular searches of my property, presumably looking for the surveillance equipment that was being delivered or checking how I was responding to receiving it. I tried to document these intrusions, taking photographs of my flat before leaving for work and comparing them with the situation when I returned. The differences were always subtle but consistent. clear evidence that someone was entering my property on a regular basis. But I couldn't understand how they were gaining access. My flat is on the first floor above a busy newsagent's, with no obvious entry points that wouldn't be visible from the street. The locks hadn't been tampered with, and Mrs. Patel downstairs insisted she hadn't given anyone access to the building. The breakthrough came when I started researching the specific model numbers of the surveillance equipment I'd been receiving. Following various technical specifications and user manuals led me into online communities where people discussed more specialized uses for this type of equipment. Some of these communities operated through private channels that required special access methods to reach. Eventually, I found myself exploring parts of the internet that exist beyond normal search engines and standard websites. What I discovered was that the equipment being delivered to my flat wasn't random. It was part of a complete surveillance system designed for monitoring specific types of targets. The platforms I accessed contained detailed guides for using the exact devices I'd been receiving, along with case studies showing how they could be deployed for comprehensive monitoring of individuals who remained unaware they were being observed. But more disturbing was the realization that these communities weren't just sharing technical information. They were coordinating actual surveillance operations against real people. There were discussion threads about ongoing projects in various UK cities, including Reading, where teams of people were using this type of equipment to monitor selected individuals for reasons that weren't entirely clear, but were obviously not benign. My own situation was discussed in detail, with references to the delivery schedule, my daily routine, and even speculation about how I might react when I eventually discovered the true purpose of the equipment being sent to me. I was a subject in someone's surveillance experiment, and the delivery of monitoring equipment was part of a larger operation designed to test my responses and gather intelligence about my behavior. But the most chilling discovery was that I wasn't expected to remain passive. The discussions suggested that recipients of surveillance equipment were eventually supposed to start using it, either voluntarily or under some form of coercion. The equipment wasn't just being delivered for storage. It was being provided so that I could be recruited into conducting surveillance operations on other targets. The community operated like a pyramid scheme, where existing subjects were gradually converted into operators who would identify and monitor new targets. The surveillance equipment was both a tool for monitoring my compliance and a resource for whatever operations I would eventually be expected to conduct. But if I refused to cooperate, or if I attempted to expose their activities, there were detailed contingency plans for ensuring my silence. The discussions included comprehensive intelligence about my personal circumstances, professional relationships, and potential vulnerabilities that could be exploited to force cooperation. They knew about my mortgage payments, my elderly mother in Swindon, my concerns about job security at the council. They had built a complete profile of my life and identified multiple pressure points that could be used to manipulate my behavior if recruitment through gradual exposure to their community proved unsuccessful. I realized that the months of mysterious deliveries and subtle intrusions had been an assessment period, during which they'd evaluated my suitability for recruitment and gathered the intelligence needed to ensure my eventual compliance. But understanding their strategy didn't provide any obvious path toward escape. They had demonstrated their ability to access my property at will, monitor my daily activities, and manipulate my environment in ways that remained largely undetectable. Even if I reported their activities to the police, what evidence could I provide beyond a collection of surveillance equipment that had been legitimately delivered to my address? The online communities operated through platforms that would be virtually impossible for authorities to investigate. More troubling was the realization that moving away or changing my routine wouldn't solve the problem. They had comprehensive intelligence about my personal circumstances and could easily re-establish surveillance wherever I relocated. The equipment deliveries had stopped about 6 weeks ago, suggesting that the assessment period was complete and they were moving to the next phase of whatever operation they had planned. Instead of mysterious packages, I started receiving more direct forms of contact. People began approaching me in public places, engaging in conversations that demonstrated surprising knowledge about my personal interests and daily routine. Someone struck up a conversation in the queue at Waitrose, mentioning details about my work at the council that I'd never discussed with strangers. A woman at the bus stop seemed unusually interested in my weekend plans and showed remarkable insight into my usual activities. These interactions felt natural at the time, but looking back, they were clearly orchestrated encounters designed to assess my social responses and test my awareness of their surveillance activities. The most unsettling approach came from someone who claimed to be researching local history for a book about Reading's development. They contacted me through the council, explaining that my work in planning would provide valuable insight into how the town had changed over recent decades. We arranged to meet for coffee to discuss their research, and the conversation seemed legitimate until they started asking questions that revealed intimate knowledge about my personal life. They knew about my daily routines, my concerns about my mother's health, even details about my flat and the newsagents downstairs that they couldn't have learned through casual research. When I challenged them about how they'd acquired this information, they explained that their research had involved interviewing various local residents and that my name had come up in multiple conversations as someone who might be helpful to their project. But they also made it clear that they were aware of the surveillance equipment I'd been receiving and that they represented people who could provide explanations and opportunities if I was interested in learning more about how such operations worked. They offered to introduce me to a community of people who conducted what they called social research, using the same type of equipment I'd been accumulating. The work was well paid and involved gathering information about ordinary people's daily lives for purposes that were described as academic, but which obviously had commercial or political applications. I was being recruited to become an active participant in the surveillance network that had been monitoring me for months. The recruitment pitch was sophisticated, emphasizing the intellectual challenges of the work and the financial benefits of participation. They made it sound like a natural extension of my existing job in planning, using observational skills and attention to detail to gather information about community development and social trends. But they also made it clear that declining their offer would result in continued surveillance and potentially more invasive monitoring of my personal life. The equipment I'd been receiving would allow them to maintain comprehensive oversight of my activities regardless of whether I chose to cooperate. They weren't just offering me a job. They were informing me that I was already part of their operation and that my only choice was between active participation and passive subjection to ongoing surveillance. I asked for time to consider their proposal, and they agreed to give me a week to make my decision. They provided contact information and promised to arrange a more detailed briefing about the work they were offering if I decided to proceed. That was 3 weeks ago, and I still haven't responded to their offer. Instead, I've been trying to understand the full scope of what I've stumbled into and whether there are any realistic options for escaping from their network. The surveillance has intensified since I missed their deadline for responding. The subtle intrusions into my flat have become more obvious, as if they want me to know that my delay in accepting their offer hasn't gone unnoticed. I've started finding items moved to completely different locations, personal documents that have obviously been read and replaced carelessly, even evidence that someone has been using my computer an internet connection while I've been at work, but they've also escalated to more direct forms of pressure. My mother received an unexpected visit from someone claiming to be conducting a survey about care services for elderly residents. The visitor asked detailed questions about her health, her daily routine, and her family relationships, including specific inquiries about her son, who worked for Reading Borough Council. My supervisor at work mentioned that someone had been asking questions about my performance and reliability, supposedly as part of a reference check for a new position I'd applied for. I haven't applied for any other jobs, and my supervisor seemed puzzled by the inquiry, but hadn't thought to question it at the time. They're demonstrating their ability to reach into every aspect of my personal and professional life, making it clear that continued resistance will result in escalating pressure on everyone connected to me. But perhaps most disturbing is the realization that my situation isn't unique. I've started noticing other people in Reading who seem to be going through similar experiences. Individuals who appear confused or anxious in public places, who seem to be looking over their shoulders or checking for surveillance, who have the same slightly paranoid demeanor that I've developed over recent months. Yesterday, I saw a man at the library frantically researching surveillance equipment on the public computers, looking up the same model numbers I've been investigating. When our eyes met, there was a moment of mutual recognition. He was clearly dealing with the same type of situation I've been experiencing. We didn't speak, but I could see in his expression the same combination of fear and confusion that I feel whenever I think about what's been happening to me. I think there are dozens of people in Reading who are being subjected to similar recruitment processes, all of them gradually being drawn into a surveillance network that operates by converting its targets into willing participants. The scale of the operation suggests it extends far beyond Reading, probably covering most major towns and cities across the UK. They're building a comprehensive monitoring system using ordinary people who are coerced into gathering intelligence about their neighbors, colleagues, and local communities. The most terrifying aspect is how legitimate it all appears from the outside. The recruitment process looks like job interviews, the surveillance activities are disguised as social research, and the pressure tactics are subtle enough to avoid attracting official attention. Anyone who tries to expose what's happening would sound paranoid or delusional, especially since the evidence is largely circumstantial, and the online communities operate through platforms that authorities couldn't easily investigate. I've been sitting in my flat for the past hour, staring at the contact information they gave me 3 weeks ago, trying to decide whether to call them and accept their recruitment offer. The alternative seems to be escalating surveillance and increasing pressure on people I care about, combined with the knowledge that my situation will only get worse the longer I resist. But I also know that once I become an active participant in their network, I'll be complicit in subjecting other people to the same experience I've been going through. The surveillance equipment sitting in my kitchen drawer isn't just evidence of what's been done to me. It's the tools they expect me to use against whoever they decide should be the next target. I can hear someone moving around downstairs in Mrs. Patel's shop, even though it's well past closing time. The footsteps are too heavy to be hers, and they seem to be moving around the building rather than conducting normal shop activities. I think my week of additional consideration time has run out, and they've decided to accelerate the recruitment process. There's someone coming up the stairs now, moving slowly and deliberately, stopping at each landing as if checking door numbers or listening for activity inside the flats. The footsteps have stopped outside my door. I think I'm about to discover what happens to people who take too long to accept their recruitment offers. My daughter's face appeared on a website I should never have been able to find, and discovering why it was there has made me question every interaction I've had over the past year. I'm still not sure how much of what happened was random and how much was deliberately orchestrated, but I know I played a part in something I'll never be able to make right. I should explain that I'm a single mother living in Southampton. My daughter, Emma, is 7 years old, bright and cheerful. The sort of child who makes friends easily and trusts people instinctively. After her father and I separated 3 years ago, I've done my best to maintain some stability in her life whilst managing work and childcare on my own. I work as a dental receptionist, regular hours that usually align well with school times, though the gaps in coverage have always been a challenge. Last spring, a woman named Caroline approached me in the school playground during pickup. She introduced herself as another parent and said she'd noticed I often seemed rushed during the afternoon collection. She mentioned that she ran a small child-minding service from her home. Nothing official or registered, just helping out a few working parents who needed flexible coverage. She could collect Emma from school on days when I was running late and keep her for an hour or two until I finished work. Caroline seemed genuine enough. She was well dressed, articulate, and knew several of the other parents by name. She showed me photos of her own children on her phone, a boy around Emma's age and a younger girl. Her house was within walking distance of the school, and the rates she quoted were significantly cheaper than the after-school club I'd been struggling to afford. I should have done more research, should have asked for references or checked her credentials properly, but I was exhausted from managing everything alone, and the offer seemed like a practical solution to a persistent problem. We arranged a trial period where Caroline would collect Emma twice a week, on days when my schedule at the dental practice ran later than usual. Emma took to her immediately. She'd come home full of stories about the crafts they'd done, or the games Caroline had taught her. Caroline would send me photos throughout the afternoon, showing Emma playing happily with her children, which was reassuring. Everything seemed to be working exactly as promised. After a few weeks, Caroline mentioned that she sometimes took the children to a local community centre on Wednesday afternoons. They ran various activities for young children, art classes and sports sessions, that sort of thing. She asked if I'd be comfortable with Emma attending these outings as part of the childminding arrangement. I agreed, pleased that Emma would have access to activities I couldn't afford to arrange myself. The Wednesday outings became a regular part of Emma's routine. She'd come home excited about the painting she'd done or the obstacle course she'd completed. Caroline always provided detailed updates about what they'd done, which activities Emma had particularly enjoyed, how she'd interacted with the other children. It all seemed perfectly normal and beneficial for Emma's development. Around 2 months into this arrangement, I received an email from what appeared to be the community centre's administration. It thanked me for enrolling Emma in their program and included an attachment with photos from recent sessions. The email explained that they documented all activities for safeguarding purposes, and parents could download images of their children participating. I opened the attachment and found around 20 photos of Emma at various activities. Painting at an easel, playing with building blocks, running through an obstacle course. She looked happy and engaged in all of them, exactly as Caroline had described. I saved a few of my favorites and didn't think much more about it. The following week, I received another email with more photos, then another the week after that. The frequency seemed excessive for a small community centre program, but I assumed they were just thorough about documentation. Emma appeared in most of the photos, sometimes with other children, sometimes on her own. The quality was professional. better than I'd expect from staff members casually documenting activities. It was Emma's teacher who first made me question the arrangement. She mentioned during Parents' Evening that Emma had been talking about her Wednesday activities with Caroline. The teacher seemed slightly concerned, asking whether I'd verified that Caroline was properly qualified and insured for childminding. I admitted I hadn't done formal checks, and the teacher suggested I should, particularly if Emma was being taken to venues outside Caroline's home. That conversation planted a seed of doubt. When I got home, I tried to search for information about Caroline's childminding service online. I found nothing. No website, no business registration, no reviews or recommendations. I searched for the community center she'd mentioned and couldn't find any facility by that name in our area. I called Caroline the next day to ask for more details about where exactly she was taking Emma. She seemed surprised by the question, slightly defensive even. She gave me an address for the community center and assured me it was a perfectly legitimate facility run by volunteers. When I searched for that address, I found it was actually a private residence, not a community facility at all. That's when I started to panic. I'd been allowing a woman I barely knew to take my daughter to an unknown location every week for 2 months. I'd received professional photographs of Emma that supposedly came from a community center that didn't exist, and I had no idea what was actually happening during those Wednesday afternoons. I confronted Caroline at school pickup that day, asking her directly what was going on. She became evasive, claiming there must have been some confusion about the address, that the community center operated from various locations. When I pressed her for specifics, she simply said she couldn't continue the childminding arrangement and walked away. I never saw her at the school again after that day. I reported everything to the school immediately. They had no record of any parent named Caroline with children at the school. The photos she'd shown me of her supposed children weren't in any of their class photographs. She'd been approaching parents outside the school gates for months, presenting herself as another parent, but no one knew who she actually was or where she'd come from. The police took my statement and began investigating. They asked for copies of all the photos I'd received and details of every interaction I'd had with Caroline. They seemed particularly concerned about the professional quality of the photographs and the fact that they'd been sent to me through email rather than being available through any official channels. What they discovered made me feel physically sick. The photos hadn't come from any community center. They'd been taken at a private address in Portsmouth, a house owned by someone with previous convictions for child exploitation offenses. The property had been set up to look like a children's activity space, complete with toys, craft supplies, and play equipment, specifically for photographing children whose parents thought they were attending legitimate programs. Caroline wasn't her real name, and she'd been operating this scheme across multiple schools in the region for over a year. She'd approach single parents who seemed overwhelmed, offer affordable childminding services, gain trust over several weeks, and then introduce the supposed community center activities. The children were never harmed physically, but they were photographed extensively in various activities and settings. The photos were then sold on the dark web, marketed as candid images of children engaged in innocent activities. The clients who purchased them weren't looking for explicit content, at least not initially. They wanted authentic photographs of real children in everyday situations, images that appeared natural and unstaged. The prices varied based on the child's appearance and how many different activity sets had been photographed. The police showed me the website where Emma's photos had been listed. I had to access it through their systems since it wasn't available through normal internet browsing. The site was organized like a stock photography service, with categories for different activities and age groups. Emma's photos were catalogued under multiple categories: arts and crafts, outdoor play, educational activities. Each photo had been viewed hundreds of times, and several complete sets had been purchased. What made it worse was realizing the emails I'd received weren't all the photos that existed. Those were just samples, proof that the child in the listings was real and that new content was being regularly produced. The full collections were much larger, containing images from angles I'd never seen, showing Emma in situations I hadn't been told about. Close-ups of her face, shots that focused on specific aspects of her appearance, carefully composed photographs that had obviously been taken by someone with experience in this particular type of content. The investigation revealed that Caroline worked with several other people who performed different roles in the operation. Someone else owned the property where the photos were taken. Another person managed the website and handled client communications. Caroline's specific role was recruitment, identifying potential targets and building enough trust to gain regular access to the children. They'd refined the approach over time, learning which parents were most vulnerable to the offer of affordable childminding. Single parents, particularly mothers who were juggling work and childcare alone, were ideal targets. The promise of flexibility and low cost made it difficult to refuse, and the gradual introduction of the community center activities made the whole thing seem like a genuine enrichment opportunity for the children. Emma was one of 7 children who'd been photographed at that property over the past year. The others belonged to parents in similar situations, all of whom thought their children were attending legitimate activities. None of us had checked Caroline's credentials properly. None of us had visited the supposed community center. We'd all been too grateful for affordable help to ask the difficult questions we should have asked. The police arrested 4 people in connection with the operation. Caroline, whose real name was Sarah and who had no children of her own, received a prison sentence for child exploitation and fraud. The property owner received a longer sentence due to his previous convictions. The others involved received various punishments, though the sentences seemed inadequate given what they'd done. The website was shut down, but the police confirmed the photos had been downloaded by numerous clients before they could seize the servers. Emma's images, along with those of the other children, were almost certainly saved on private devices and potentially redistributed through other platforms. Once digital content exists, removing every copy becomes nearly impossible. I had to explain to Emma why she couldn't see Caroline anymore, why the police needed to ask her questions about the Wednesday activities. She didn't understand what had happened, couldn't grasp why the fun afternoons she'd enjoyed were actually something sinister. She just knew that something had changed and that I seemed upset whenever the subject came up. The hardest part was dealing with my own guilt. I'd handed my daughter over to a stranger because it was convenient and affordable. I'd accepted vague explanations about community centers without verifying any details. I'd received professional photographs of my child and never questioned why a casual child-minding arrangement would involve such high-quality documentation. I kept thinking about all the small warning signs I'd ignored or rationalized away. The way Caroline always seemed to be free whenever I needed help, as though she had no other commitments. The fact that I'd never seen her children, only photos she'd shown me. The absence of any online presence for her supposed child-minding service. The detailed updates she provided after each session, which I now understood, were designed to prevent me from asking Emma too many questions about what she'd actually been doing. The other parents whose children had been involved were dealing with their own versions of the same guilt and horror. We formed a strange sort of support group, united by our shared experience of being manipulated and our children being exploited. None of us had been negligent in any legal sense. but we all felt responsible for having trusted the wrong person. I moved Emma to a different school the following term. The old school held too many associations with Caroline and the playground where she'd first approached me. The new school has strict policies about who can collect children, requiring formal authorization and identification checks for anyone who isn't a parent. They were understanding about our situation when I explained why I needed those extra safeguards in place. I still receive occasional notifications from the police about the ongoing investigation. They're trying to identify and locate everyone who purchased photos from that website, though they've admitted it's nearly impossible given the nature of dark web transactions. They've managed to identify some clients in the UK, but many were overseas, beyond the reach of British law enforcement. Sometimes I search for Emma's name online, checking if any of those photos have surfaced in public spaces. I've never found anything, which should be reassuring, but isn't really. I know the photos exist somewhere, in private collections and hidden corners of the internet I can't access. I know that somewhere, people who purchased those images are still looking at them, and there's nothing I can do about it. Emma is 9 now, seemingly unaffected by what happened. She doesn't remember much about those Wednesday afternoons, just that they were fun, and that she's confused about why she can't see Caroline anymore. I haven't told her the full truth about what those activities were actually for. I don't know if I ever will, or if it's better to let her remember them as the innocent afternoons she thought they were. But I remember every photo I received, every email that thanked me for enrolling Emma in a program that didn't exist. I remember Caroline's friendly smile in the playground, and how relieved I felt when she first offered to help. I remember thinking I'd found the perfect solution to my childcare problems, never imagining I was actually handing my daughter to someone who saw her as content to be produced and sold. The guilt doesn't fade. 2 years later, I still question every decision I make regarding Emma's care. I'm hypervigilant about who she spends time with, to the point where it probably affects her social development. I can't bring myself to use childminders or after-school clubs, even legitimate registered services with proper credentials. I've reduced my working hours so I can always do the school pickup myself. Even though the financial strain is significant, I've learned that the dark web isn't just a place where illegal goods are traded. It's where ordinary moments from children's lives can be commodified and sold to people whose interest in those moments is anything but ordinary. It's where professional-looking websites can exist without any oversight, hosting content that shouldn't exist at all. And it's where photos of my daughter, taken during afternoons I thought were enriching her life, continue to circulate in spaces I'll never be able to access or control. The police kept telling me I wasn't at fault, that the operation was sophisticated and deliberately targeted vulnerable parents. But I know I could have been more careful. I could have checked Caroline's credentials properly. I could have visited the supposed community center before allowing Emma to go there. I could have asked more questions when something seemed too good to be true. Instead, I was grateful for help and tired from managing everything alone, and someone exploited that vulnerability in a way I never saw coming. That's what keeps me awake now. Not just what happened to Emma, but what might be happening to other children whose parents are facing the same struggles I was. How many other single mothers are being approached in school playgrounds right now by people claiming to offer affordable childminding? How many are accepting out of desperation, never suspecting what those services actually involve? I wanted to warn other parents, to share my story as a cautionary tale about checking credentials and trusting instincts. But doing so means admitting publicly what happened, potentially exposing Emma to questions and judgment she doesn't deserve. So instead, I remain silent, carrying this knowledge alone, hoping that somehow my mistake won't be repeated by others who find themselves in similar circumstances. The photos exist. The website was replicated before it was shut down, probably multiple times, preserving all the content for anyone who wants to access it. Emma's face is out there in those hidden corners of the internet, tagged and categorized, available to people I'll never identify. And there's absolutely nothing I can do except hope that one day, somehow, all traces of those images will disappear. But I know they won't. Digital content is permanent, especially when it exists in spaces designed to preserve what mainstream internet would delete. That's the reality I live with now. Not the dramatic horror of immediate danger, but the quiet, persistent horror of knowing something irreversible happened and that my daughter's childhood innocence was documented and distributed for purposes I can barely stand to think about. All because I accepted help from someone whose friendliness masked something much darker, and I didn't ask the right questions until it was far too late. So I've never actually told anyone this story before. Not fully anyway. It's been eating away at me for months, and I guess I need to get it out somehow. Just bear with me if I need to pause sometimes. It all started last November. You know how those dark winter nights in Bristol get? I was in this phase where I'd become weirdly obsessed with exploring the dark web. Nothing too crazy at first, just curiosity really. We all hear those stories, right? Urban legends about what's supposedly lurking in those hidden corners of the internet. I just wanted to see for myself. God, I was so naive. I'd spend most nights after work just browsing through these forums and marketplaces, telling myself I was just being an internet anthropologist, or some pretentious rubbish like that. The rain would be hammering against my window, and I'd be hunched over my laptop with this weird blue glow on my face, just scrolling and scrolling. I started recognizing usernames after a while, started following specific threads. You know how it goes. You tell yourself you're just looking, but you're getting pulled deeper with every click. There was this one user, Void Watcher they called themselves, who I'd seen moderating a bunch of different forums. Seemed knowledgeable, intelligent. After a few weeks of seeing their comments, I stupidly felt like I knew them, like we had some kind of connection. Looking back now, it's so obvious they were grooming me, dropping these little personal details here and there that made me trust them. Classic manipulation, but I couldn't see it then. This one night, God, I remember the rain was absolutely hammering down. Void Watcher messages me directly, says there's this new streaming site that's pushing boundaries, and offers to send me a private link. I hesitated for maybe 5 seconds. There was this, this little voice saying, maybe this isn't such a good idea. But I'd convinced myself I was being careful, using a VPN, keeping anonymous, just observing, not participating. What was the harm in looking? That question, it just haunts me now, you know. What was the harm in looking? The link just led to this bare bones page with a countdown timer. Nothing else, just white text on black. Stream begins 47:16. I remember thinking it was a bit weird, but also kind of intriguing. Void Watcher messaged again, saying it was an exclusive first viewing of something completely authentic. When I asked what exactly I'd be watching, they just said, real fear, real consequences, no actors, no scripts. I should have just shut everything down right then. Should have deleted my browsers, formatted my hard drive, walked away. Instead, and I'm not proud of this, I made a cup of tea, wrapped myself in this old blanket I had, and just waited. convinced myself I could always disconnect if things got too intense. When the stream finally started, it was just nothing. An empty van interior, dark grey carpet on the walls, single overhead light, weird camera angle. Nothing happened for like 10 minutes, and I nearly convinced myself it was some art project or someone's idea of a joke. I was literally about to message a Void Watcher when I saw movement. A door opened. Light flooded in for a second, then slammed shut. 2 figures were manhandling this third person who looked completely out of it. There was no sound, which made it even more disturbing. Just this silent struggle as they forced this person into the van and tied them up. My heart was racing. I was sweating. This didn't look fake. The movements were too frantic, too desperate. I should have closed the window, should have reported it. Instead, I just sat there frozen, telling myself it had to be some elaborate roleplay thing, even though deep down I just knew it wasn't. Then the camera angle suddenly changed, getting all jerky and unstable. It took me a minute to understand what I was seeing. They'd attached the camera to the person they grabbed. I was seeing everything from their perspective now. All the panicked movements as they struggled against whatever was holding them. That's when it hit me. It was some kind of collar or harness with a camera mounted on it. They turned this person into nothing but a walking viewpoint. Just an object carrying a camera for people like me to watch through. Text appeared at the bottom indicating viewpoint activation and bidding commencement. A counter showed 19 viewers, then 23, then 31. Another counter was showing what had to be cryptocurrency values just climbing higher and higher. That's when it fully hit me. This wasn't just some illegal content or whatever. This was, God, it's still hard to say it. It was a live stream where people were bidding to control what happened to this person. I was watching someone who'd been reduced to just content. Their terror packaged up for people hiding behind anonymous connections. My hands were just hovering over my keyboard. Should I call the police? But what would I even say? How could I explain without getting myself in trouble? And where was this even happening? Could have been anywhere in the world. The van had nothing distinctive about it. The camera view went wild as they yanked the person to their feet. For just a second, they faced what looked like a mirror in the van, and I caught a glimpse of their face. Young, maybe early 20s, with this crude device strapped around their neck. Their eyes, Christ, their eyes were just terror, pure terror. That split second of eye contact, even through all that technology and distance, it just cut through everything. This was real. This was happening right now to a real person. The bidding counter went crazy as they positioned the victim in the middle of the van. I could only see parts of the other people, gloved hands, dark jacket sleeve, lower half of a face behind a mask. I couldn't look away, couldn't move. By watching, I was part of this. My viewership was being counted. Text flashed across the screen announcing the completion of the first auction. Then these instructions appeared, just cold and clinical, detailing what would happen next based on the winning bid. I won't repeat what was written, what they were planning to do, what they wanted us to see through the eyes of someone who knew they were going to die. That's when the feed suddenly went still. The frantic movement stopped. The victim just froze, and the only movement was their rapid breathing causing tiny vibrations in the image. The silence in my flat was absolute. I hadn't even noticed the rain had stopped. In that awful stillness, I finally snapped out of it and slammed my laptop shut. I was shaking all over. Ran to the bathroom and threw up until there was nothing left. Sat on the bathroom floor for I don't know how long, trying to figure out what to do. Call the police. But what evidence did I have? How would I explain how I found that stream? After about an hour, I convinced myself I had to report it, whatever happened to me. I opened my laptop, ready to take screenshots, gather whatever information I could. But the stream was gone. The link went nowhere. My messages with Void Watcher had disappeared, like none of it had ever happened, except for the images burned into my brain and this crushing weight of having watched without doing anything. For weeks afterwards, I jumped at every notification, changed my locks, covered my webcam, spent nights wondering if someone had noted my presence on that stream, if they'd identified me somehow. But nothing happened. No police, no mysterious figures following me. Just life continuing like nothing had changed, when everything had. Sometimes I wonder if what I saw was real or some elaborate hoax. But then I remember those eyes in that brief reflection, that raw fear that no actor could fake. And I know. I haven't been back on the dark web, scrubbed my devices, changed all my habits. But the knowledge is still there, that beneath all our normal internet stuff, there are these places where people become nothing but content, where watching makes you part of it. The scariest part wasn't even what I saw in that van. It was realizing how easily I'd been led there, how quickly curiosity becomes complicity, and knowing that somewhere those streams are still happening. Those vans are still parked somewhere. Those cameras are still being strapped to people who disappear without anyone looking for them in the right places. Because who would know where to look? And who would admit to having seen them there? Sometimes I wake up and for a second, I think I'm wearing that collar, that people are watching through my eyes, waiting to bid. I don't think I'll ever feel truly alone again. I want to share something that happened to me about 4 months ago. I've been debating whether to tell anyone, but after seeing a news story last week about a similar app being shut down, I feel like I need to get this off my chest. Maybe it will help someone else avoid making the same mistake I did. I work as a night security guard at a self-storage facility on the outskirts of Glasgow. It's a solitary job, 12-hour shifts, 5 nights a week, mostly spent doing hourly patrols and watching CCTV feeds of empty corridors. The place is practically deserted after 9 p.m., which leaves me with a lot of downtime. I'm 36, divorced for 3 years now, with no kids and not much of a social life to speak of. My background isn't particularly interesting. Left school at 17, bounced between retail jobs and warehouse work before getting my security license 6 years ago. To combat the boredom of night shifts, I've developed a fairly unhealthy relationship with my phone. Social media, YouTube, mobile games, anything to make the hours pass. I've always been drawn to the more unusual corners of the internet, not necessarily illegal stuff, but definitely content that pushes boundaries. True crime podcasts, footage of real accidents, forums discussing unsolved mysteries. I suppose I was desensitized to a certain extent, which might explain my initial reaction to what I eventually discovered. It started with a recommendation from another guard at a different site. We occasionally text during night shifts to stay awake, and he mentioned an app called Netherstream that featured intense reality content you couldn't find on mainstream platforms. According to him, it operated through a modified APK file rather than official app stores, which immediately suggested it contained content that wouldn't pass content moderation standards. Out of curiosity and desperate for something new to pass the time, I downloaded the APK to a cheap burner phone I keep as a backup. I've always been cautious about cybersecurity, something I picked up from my brief stint in IT support before security work, and using a separate device for questionable downloads seemed prudent. The app installed without issues, presenting a minimalist black interface with red text, reminiscent of old-school hacker aesthetics. The content initially seemed like standard shock material, extreme stunts gone wrong, street fights from around the world, graphic medical procedures. Nothing worse than what you might find on certain subreddits, just aggregated in one place. The app had a simple upvote arch downvote system and a chat function where users commented in real time. The community seemed to revel in the extreme nature of the content, challenging each other to find more shocking material. After about a week of occasional browsing, I noticed a section called Live Events that was locked behind a verification process. The app claimed this was to ensure users were genuine enthusiasts and not trolls or authorities. The verification required uploading a photo of my face illuminated by the screen, supposedly to confirm I was a real person and not using automated software. In retrospect, providing my image to an already suspicious app was incredibly stupid, but late-night boredom and curiosity overcame my better judgment. Once verified, the live events section opened up, revealing a schedule of upcoming streams with cryptic titles like Consequence 17 and Volunteer Scenario. Most were scheduled for late-night hours in various time zones. A notification system allowed users to be alerted when streams went live. Without giving it much thought, I enabled notifications for an event scheduled during my next shift, titled Audience Directive 23. 2 nights later, while making a cup of tea in the break room at around 3 a.m., my burner phone buzzed with a notification. The scheduled event was starting. I returned to my desk, propped the phone against my monitor, and tapped the notification. The stream loaded, showing what appeared to be a basement or warehouse space. The lighting was dim but professional, clearly set up with care rather than hastily arranged. In the center was a person bound to a chair, wearing plain clothes and with a black hood covering their head. My first thought was that this was an elaborate prank or staged performance, the type of edgy internet content that simulates extreme scenarios for shock value. The stream had a view counter showing about 200 viewers, with the chat rapidly filling with messages. To the right of the video was an interface with the heading Directive Options and a series of buttons labeled with various actions. A text overlay explained the concept. Viewers would vote on what happened next, with voting periods lasting 60 seconds. The highest voted action would be carried out, followed by another round of voting. It resembled a dark version of those choose-your-own-adventure games, and I initially assumed it was all staged for entertainment, actors playing roles in an interactive horror experience. The first voting options were relatively tame. Remove hood, check pockets, explain rules, administer stimulant. Most votes went to remove hood, and after the countdown ended, a figure wearing a featureless white mask entered the frame and removed the hood from the captive. The revealed face belonged to a man perhaps in his late 20s, with a terrified expression that seemed too genuine to be acting. His eyes darted frantically around the room, and I could see tears streaming down his face. Something about his expression triggered the first real sense of unease in me. Either this person was an exceptional actor, or something truly sinister was unfolding. The chat exploded with messages, some expressing excitement, others discussing the subject's reactions as if analyzing a character in a film. New voting options appeared: question subject, physical assessment, psychological pressure, provide water. I told myself this must be an elaborate performance, like an extreme version of reality television, perhaps filmed in a country with looser regulations. The production value seemed too high for something truly illicit. Yet something about the raw fear in the man's eyes continued to disturb me. When physical assessment won the vote, the masked figure returned with measuring tools and began documenting the subject's height, weight, and various physical characteristics, narrating the findings to the camera in a voice that had been digitally altered to sound inhuman. The clinical nature of this assessment made it increasingly difficult to maintain the fiction that this was merely entertainment. The subject's reactions, flinching at every touch, silently pleading with his eyes, seemed far beyond what even a method actor would produce. Still, I continued watching, telling myself I was just witnessing an elaborate performance. The voting rounds continued, each option becoming progressively more disturbing. When pain threshold test won a round and the masked figure produced what appeared to be genuine implements of torture, the horrible reality became impossible to deny. This wasn't a game or performance. It was an actual person being tormented for the entertainment of anonymous viewers around the world, with those viewers directing the action through their votes. I felt physically ill, but instead of closing the app immediately, I hesitated. A notification appeared on screen. Participation detected. Viewer accountability protocol enabled. A small icon appeared next to my anonymous user ID, indicating I was being tracked as an active viewer. The implication was clear. Simply watching had made me complicit, and the system was now monitoring my engagement. In a moment of panic, I closed the app and turned off the phone. My hands were shaking as I tried to process what I had just witnessed. Had I just watched, and by my continued viewing, tacitly participated in, a genuine crime unfolding in real time? The thought was so disturbing that I spent the next hour trying to convince myself it must have been fake, despite all evidence to the contrary. When I turned the phone back on an hour later, thinking I would delete the app, I found a direct message waiting in the NetherStream inbox. Disconnection during active stream noted. Viewer accountability requires continuous participation once engaged. Your facial verification and IP data have been logged. Stream will resume on this device in 60 seconds. Before I could react, the app reopened itself and the stream resumed. The scene had changed significantly. The subject was still present, but now showed visible signs of the tests that had occurred during my absence. A text overlay announced, "Previous disconnection penalty applied to subject per protocol. Continuous viewing now required or further penalties will be administered." To my horror, a small window appeared in the corner of the screen, showing a feed from my burner phone's front-facing camera. They were watching me watch them. The voting options now included an additional choice: apply disconnection penalty to viewer. Several users in the chat immediately voted for this option, seemingly eager to punish someone who had tried to leave. I was trapped in a terrible dilemma: continue watching something unbearable or disconnect and potentially cause additional suffering through my absence. In desperation, I did the only thing I could think of. I dropped the phone into a mug of tea, shorting out the device completely. The next day, I destroyed what remained of the phone, throwing the pieces into various bins around the city. I convinced myself that without the device, they couldn't track me. For weeks afterward, I jumped at every unexpected noise, convinced that my involvement, however peripheral, had somehow marked me. 3 weeks later, I received a package at my flat, an address I had never provided to the app. Inside was a new phone, identical to my destroyed burner, but with a single modification. The NetherStream app was already installed, and its icon was prominently placed on the home screen. A note accompanied it: "Viewing participation required. Consequence stream number 24, featuring viewer penalty demonstration." I immediately moved flats, changed my phone number, and took leave from work. I've been staying with an old friend in a different city, using cash for all purchases and avoiding anything connected to the internet. But I can't escape the knowledge that somewhere these streams continue, with viewers voting on the fate of real people. Each click and each vote deepening their complicity in something monstrous. The news story I mentioned, the one that prompted me to share this, reported on police shutting down an interactive criminal live streaming operation. They mentioned recovering equipment and voting interface software, but no victims. Sometimes I wonder if the person I saw survived, if any of it was real or an elaborate hoax designed to terrify viewers. But in my darkest moments, when I can't sleep, I remember the look in that man's eyes and know with sickening certainty that what I witnessed was genuine human suffering, packaged as entertainment, with the audience not just watching but directing the horror with each vote cast. I messed up. I know I did, and there's no point pretending otherwise. What started as curiosity about a strange advertisement has left me looking over my shoulder every time I leave my house, checking faces in crowds, wondering which of my neighbors knows more about me than they should. I work as a copywriter for a marketing agency in Manchester, the kind of job that involves writing product descriptions and website content for clients who rarely appreciate the effort that goes into making their beige services sound interesting. It pays the bills, and I can do most of it from home, which suited me fine since I've always preferred my own company to office politics. The whole thing started when I was researching competitor websites for a client presentation. I'd been looking at various classified advertisement sites, seeing how other businesses positioned their services, what kind of language worked, that sort of thing. Most of it was exactly what you'd expect. Second-hand furniture, cars for sale, people offering gardening services or dog walking. Then I found a listing that didn't quite fit. It was on a legitimate classified site, one of the larger ones that's been around for years. The listing was in the property section, but instead of advertising a flat or house for rent, it simply said, "Viewing available," with an address in Salford and a date the following week. No rental price, no description of the property, no contact details, just those 2 words and a time slot. I probably wouldn't have paid much attention to it, except the address looked familiar. It took me a moment to place it, but I eventually realized it was the street where my mate Rob used to live before he moved to Bristol. I'd been to his old flat several times for dinner or to watch football, and I was fairly certain I remembered the specific house number. Out of curiosity more than anything else, I clicked through to see if there were any other details. The listing had been posted anonymously, with no user profile or history attached. The description field was completely blank, except for a reference number composed of random letters and numbers. It had been viewed around 30 times, which seemed low for a property listing, but high for something so vague and uninformative. I searched for the reference number online, thinking it might lead to a proper listing elsewhere with more information. What I found instead was a discussion on an obscure message board, where someone had asked if anyone knew what these types of listings meant. The responses were unhelpful and vague, with most people dismissing it as a posting error or spam. One person suggested it might be code for something, but didn't elaborate on what. The more I looked at that listing, the stranger it seemed. Why would someone post a viewing time for a property without any actual property information? Who would respond to such a vague advertisement? And why did the address have to be a place I recognized? I convinced myself I was overthinking it. Probably just someone who'd messed up their listing and forgotten to include the crucial details. But the coincidence of it being Rob's old address bothered me enough that I sent him a message, asking if he knew anything about the current occupants or if the place was up for rent. Rob replied saying he had no idea who lived there now and hadn't kept in touch with anyone from that street. He'd moved out nearly 2 years ago and hadn't been back since. The landlord who'd owned his flat had been selling up properties around that time, so it could be under new ownership entirely. I should have left it there. I had work to do, the client presentation to prepare, no legitimate reason to spend more time thinking about a badly written property listing. But something about it nagged at me over the next few days. I found myself checking the listing repeatedly, seeing if any details had been added or if it had been taken down. It stayed up, unchanged, until the date mentioned in the original post. That evening, I checked one final time and found the listing had been removed. In its place, posted by the same anonymous account, was a new listing. Another address in Manchester, another viewing available heading, another date the following week. This address I didn't recognize, but the format was identical to the first one. I started searching for similar listings, curious if this was part of some pattern. Over the next hour, I found 5 more scattered across the site, all posted within the past month, all following the same minimal format. Different addresses across Greater Manchester, different dates, but the same mysterious reference numbers and complete lack of property details. What made me genuinely uneasy was discovering that one of the addresses was for a house 3 streets away from my own flat. I'd walked past it countless times, a standard terraced house indistinguishable from dozens of others in the area. The listing gave a viewing time for 2 days later, midday on a Thursday. I knew I was probably being paranoid, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong about these listings. The coincidence of one being so close to where I lived, combined with the earlier one being at Rob's old address, seemed too specific to be random. On the Thursday, I did something I'm not proud of. I walked down to that street at the time mentioned in the listing and watched the house from a distance. I told myself I was just satisfying my curiosity, that I'd see it was a perfectly normal property viewing and could forget about the whole thing. What I actually saw was 3 people arriving separately over the course of about 20 minutes. None of them looked like typical house hunters. They didn't peer through windows or check the property's exterior. They simply walked up to the front door, which opened before they could knock, and went inside. Each person stayed for maybe 10 minutes before leaving, walking away quickly without looking back. I couldn't see who answered the door from where I was standing, and I didn't get close enough to hear any conversations. But something about the whole interaction felt wrong. The brevity of each visit, the way the door opened before they knocked as though they were expected, the lack of any normal viewing behavior like taking photos or discussing the property. That evening, I made a decision that changed everything. I went back to that classified site and searched for the reference number format I'd noticed on all those strange listings. It took some trial and error, but I eventually found a way to pull up a list of similar postings going back several months. There were hundreds of them, maybe thousands, all following the same pattern. Addresses across the UK, viewing times, nothing else. I selected a few at random and searched for the addresses on Google Street View, trying to understand what these properties had in common. They were ordinary residential streets, a mix of terraced houses, semi-detached properties, and low-rise flat buildings. Nothing obviously connected them, except that they all existed, and all had these mysterious listings attached to them. Then I found one listing that included slightly more information than the others. Below the standard viewing available heading, someone had added a website address, not a normal URL, but one of those long strings of random characters that indicated a dark web site, accessible only through specific software. I spent the next few hours reading about how to access these hidden websites, feeling increasingly like I was crossing a line I shouldn't. But I needed to know what connected all these addresses, what these viewings were actually for. The dark web address was clearly the answer, even if I wasn't sure I wanted to see it. The process of accessing that website was simpler than I'd expected. though it felt transgressive in a way that regular internet browsing never does. The knowledge that I was looking at content deliberately hidden from search engines and normal browsers made everything feel more significant and dangerous. The website itself was professionally designed, organized like a property portal, but with a distinctly unsettling atmosphere. Instead of estate agent listings, it displayed addresses organized by region and date. Each entry included the same minimal information I'd seen on the classified site: an address, a reference number, a time slot. But this version included additional details that hadn't appeared in the public listings. Each address had a detailed description, but not of the property. Instead, it described the current occupants, their approximate age, their work schedules, whether they lived alone, what time they typically left and returned home. One listing mentioned that the occupant worked from home most days, but went to a gym 3 evenings a week. Another noted that the resident usually took their bins out on Tuesday evenings and received grocery deliveries on Saturday mornings. These weren't property viewings. They were opportunities to access occupied homes when specific information suggested it would be safe to do so. The reference numbers corresponded to different levels of access or different purposes, though I couldn't decode the full system from what I was seeing. Worst of all, I found my own address, listed with today's date and a time slot in 2 hours, when I was supposedly at my regular Thursday evening circuit training class at the local leisure centre. The description noted that I lived alone, worked from home, and typically spent Thursday evenings out of the flat between 7 and 9. It mentioned which window I usually left slightly open for ventilation, and which security light at the building entrance was broken. Someone had been watching me, documenting my routine, selling access to my home to whoever wanted it. That first listing at Rob's old address hadn't been coincidence. It had been a test to see if I'd notice, if I'd investigate, if I'd lead myself to exactly where I was now. I don't know how long they'd been watching me, or what had happened during those Thursday evenings when I was reliably absent. I thought about all the times I'd come home to find small things out of place. A drawer not quite closed, a book moved slightly on the shelf. I'd always attributed it to my own forgetfulness, never imagining someone had been inside while I was doing circuits in a fluorescent lit sports hall. I contacted the police immediately, showing them everything I'd found. They took it seriously, which somehow made it worse. It meant I wasn't being paranoid, that this was a real and recognized threat. They explained these schemes had become increasingly common, with people gathering information about residents and selling access to homes for purposes ranging from theft to far worse. They checked my flat and found evidence someone had been entering regularly, small scratches around the lock that I'd never noticed, suggesting it had been picked multiple times. A tiny camera hidden in the smoke detector that had been recording and transmitting for weeks. Fingerprints that didn't match mine on surfaces I knew I'd cleaned. The police arrested 2 people the following week, caught entering a house across Manchester that had been listed on that same dark website. But the website itself continued operating, moving to new addresses, listing new homes. My own listing was removed, but that didn't undo the weeks or months someone had been accessing my flat, photographing my possessions, recording my routine. I moved out within the month, though I know that doesn't really solve anything. My new address isn't listed yet, but that just means yet. I've learned to check those classified sites regularly, searching for my new postcode, looking for any sign that someone started watching again. I've installed proper security, changed all my locks, covered my windows with blackout curtains even though I hate how dark it makes the rooms. But mostly, I've learned that privacy is an illusion maintained only as long as you're not interesting enough for someone to violate it. Your home is secure only until someone decides it isn't. Your routine is private only until someone finds it worth documenting. And once that information exists somewhere online, once your address appears in those listings, you can never be completely certain you're truly alone in your own home. I still check that dark website sometimes, searching through the listings, wondering about all those other addresses. How many people are living in homes currently being accessed by strangers? How many have noticed small things out of place, but convinced themselves they were imagining it? How many would find their own address listed if they knew where to look? The classified site still hosts those mysterious viewing listings hidden among the legitimate advertisements for furniture and cars. They're still there, still posted by anonymous accounts, still directing people to addresses across the country. And somewhere behind each one is a person who has no idea their home has been categorized, described, and made available for viewing by whoever can decode the reference numbers and access the right websites. That's what keeps me awake now. Not just what happened to me, but the knowledge of how many others it's happening to right now. The woman 3 streets away whose listing mentioned she worked late on Wednesdays. The elderly man in Bolton, whose entry noted he was hard of hearing and went to bed by 9. The family in Leeds, whose schedule was documented down to which days the children had after-school activities. All those addresses, all those lives, all that private information gathered and sold in hidden corners of the internet where normal people would never think to look. And I found it by accident, following a curiosity that seemed harmless at the time, but led me to discover exactly how vulnerable we all are. I messed up by investigating those listings in the first place, but I'm still not sure if I'd make a different choice, because now I know the truth. Uncomfortable as it is, now I understand that the locks on our doors and the routines we think are private are only as secure as we are invisible. And in a world where information has value, none of us are invisible enough. I need to tell someone about what happened 3 months ago. I've been keeping it to myself, trying to pretend it never occurred. But after seeing a news story yesterday about a missing person who looks eerily similar to someone I saw, I can't stay silent anymore. Maybe by sharing this, I can warn others about how quickly curiosity can turn into complicity. I'm a 29-year-old network security analyst based in Manchester. I've always been fascinated by technology, built my first computer at 12, taught myself coding by 14, and spent my university years exploring the more obscure corners of the internet. This background eventually led to my current job, where I help companies identify and patch vulnerabilities in their systems. The irony of what happened isn't lost on me. Someone who gets paid to protect others from digital threats becoming entangled in one himself. My interest in the dark web began professionally. Understanding how attackers operate means knowing where they gather. So I'd occasionally browse certain forums using security precautions, VPNs, Tor browser, dedicated laptop that never connected to my home network. Nothing illegal, just observational research that sometimes proved useful for work. I'd visit cryptocurrency discussions, hacking forums, marketplaces, always as a silent observer, never participating. On this particular night in April, I was using my old ThinkPad, a battered machine I'd kept specifically for these browsing sessions. It was around 1 a.m., and I was slightly drunk after a night out with colleagues celebrating a successfully completed project. Rather than going straight to bed, I decided to catch up on some security forums I frequented. Partly out of professional habit, and partly out of that restless curiosity that sometimes takes hold when you're just intoxicated enough to make questionable decisions. I was browsing a relatively benign forum discussing encryption methods, when I noticed a thread titled Interactive Security Demo, Vulnerabilities in Real-Time Monitoring Systems. Given my field, it caught my attention immediately. The thread described a demonstration of security flaws in surveillance systems that would allow viewers to better understand how to protect their own networks. There was a link promising a live demonstration, along with assurances that it was educational content hosted through secure channels. I should have been more cautious. Any sober security professional would have recognized the red flags. The thread was new from an account with minimal history. The timing was odd for a legitimate demonstration, and the link structure didn't match standard formatting for the forum. But a combination of alcohol, late-night poor judgment, and professional curiosity led me to click through. The link redirected several times, passing through what I now recognize were multiple proxies and authentication checkpoints. Eventually, it loaded what appeared to be a video feed alongside a command terminal interface. The video showed what looked like a storage room or basement: concrete walls, metal shelving units, harsh fluorescent lighting. In the center was a person seated on a metal chair, their hands apparently secured behind them. Their head was covered with what appeared to be a dark cloth bag. My first thought, embarrassingly, was that this was some kind of role-playing scenario or staged educational demonstration. The command terminal beside the video displayed green text on a black background with the header Admin Demonstration Interface and a prompt reading Enter Command. Below this was a scrolling feed of what appeared to be commands already entered by other viewers. Things like status and check restraints and remove hood. I hovered my cursor over the command line, still not fully comprehending what I was seeing. I typed help, thinking it would display available commands for whatever security demonstration this was supposed to be. The system responded with a list of options, categorized by type: environmental controls, subject management, physical testing, and termination protocols. Each category expanded into specific commands with brief descriptions. It was the clinical nature of these descriptions that first triggered my unease. Apply electrical stimulus to assess subject response thresholds under physical testing. Adjust ambient temperature to evaluate environmental stress factors under environmental controls. The language was detached, technical, but hinted at something deeply disturbing. As I watched, someone else entered a command: remove hood. A moment later, a figure entered the frame, someone wearing dark clothing and a featureless mask that covered their entire head. They approached the seated person and removed the hood, revealing the face of a young man, perhaps in his early 20s. His eyes were wide with unmistakable terror, darting around frantically. His mouth was covered with tape, preventing him from speaking. The horrible reality dawned on me slowly, then all at once. This wasn't a demonstration or role-playing scenario. This was a real person, being held against their will, and the command interface was allowing viewers to dictate what happened to them in real time. I had unwittingly access to what dark web researchers call a red room, a live stream of actual violence and torture, but with an interactive element that made viewers active participants rather than passive observers. My stomach lurched. I moved to close the browser immediately, but as my cursor hovered over the X, a new message appeared on screen. User validation required. Command or disconnect penalty will be applied. Below this was a countdown timer starting from 30 seconds, and text explaining that disconnection without participation would result in my IP address and identity being flagged in the system. I froze, uncertain whether this was a genuine threat or a bluff to keep viewers engaged. As a security professional, I knew they likely had my IP address already. Despite my VPN, some exploits can reveal a user's true address by forcing connection through alternate channels. The risk that they had deployed such methods seemed high given the sophisticated setup. The countdown ticked to 15 seconds, and panic took hold. I told myself I would enter the most innocuous command possible, then properly shut down and secure my system. I scrolled frantically through the command list, looking for anything that wouldn't cause direct harm. Under environmental controls, I found lights 50% and entered it, reasoning that dimming lights couldn't cause physical pain. The lights in the room dimmed immediately. The masked figure turned slightly toward the camera, as if acknowledging the command's execution. A message appeared. Command accepted. User validated. Session extended. I should have closed the browser immediately, but a terrible curiosity kept me watching for a few more moments. Other commands were being entered rapidly now. Users adjusting the room temperature, requesting close-up camera angles, specifying restraint adjustments. Each command was executed methodically by the masked figure, who moved with the practiced efficiency of someone who had done this many times before. When someone entered Begin Phase 2 and the masked figure approached a table containing what were clearly implements of torture, I finally snapped out of my horrified trance and closed the browser. My hands shook as I shut down the laptop, removed its battery, and disconnected my router. For the next week, I was consumed by guilt and fear. I couldn't stop thinking about the young man in the chair, about how by entering even an innocuous command, I had validated the system and become complicit in whatever happened after I disconnected. I considered going to the police but was paralyzed by several fears. That I wouldn't be believed, that I could be implicated somehow, that the people behind this clearly sophisticated operation might retaliate if they discovered I had reported them. 2 weeks after the incident, I received an email to my personal account, not my work address or anything connected to my research activities. The subject line was Command History, and the body contained only a still image from the video feed showing the room with dimmed lighting, exactly as it had appeared after my command. Below the image was text reading, "Your contribution has been noted. Premium command access available upon request." I changed all my passwords, formatted my devices, moved flats, and even considered changing jobs. For weeks, I jumped at unexpected sounds and avoided using any computer unless absolutely necessary for work. The fear has faded somewhat with time, but never the guilt. By entering that command, even one as seemingly harmless as dimming lights, I became part of whatever happened in that room. I helped validate and perpetuate a system designed to transmute human suffering into entertainment. Yesterday, I saw a news report about missing persons in Greater Manchester. One face looked disturbingly familiar. A young man in his early 20s, last seen 3 months ago. The report mentioned he had a distinctive scar on his left eyebrow, exactly like the person I'd seen on that feed. I've spent the last 24 hours debating what to do, knowing that coming forward now means admitting my involvement, however peripheral. What haunts me most isn't just the clear and present horror of what I witnessed, but the clinical interface that transformed it into something almost mundane. A command line where atrocities become just another function to execute, where real suffering is abstracted into system operations. The dark web isn't just a marketplace for illegal goods or a forum for forbidden information. Its darkest corners transform violence into participation, making complicit anyone who enters even a single command. I don't know if the young man in the news report is the same person I saw. I don't know what happened after I disconnected. But I know that somewhere, that command interface is still running, still accepting inputs from people who may not fully comprehend that every command they enter, even ones that seem inconsequential, makes them active participants in something monstrous. And I know that somewhere in a database, my username is stored alongside the command I entered, permanently linking me to whatever happened in that room with the lights dimmed to 50%. About 2 years ago, when things weren't going particularly well in my life, someone suggested finding an online support group. It seemed like reasonable advice at the time. A way to connect with people dealing with similar issues, get some perspective from others who'd been through what I was going through. Nothing dramatic or unusual, just the kind of thing people do nowadays when they need help and don't quite know where else to turn. The group I eventually found seemed perfect, welcoming, supportive, full of people who understood exactly what I was dealing with. It felt genuine, like I'd stumbled across something really valuable during a difficult period. Looking back now, I suppose there were small things that should have made me question it. But when you're vulnerable and someone's offering understanding, you don't tend to look too closely at the details. And that's the problem really, because it wasn't a support group at all. It was a data collection operation targeting vulnerable people, and everything I shared there over 3 months, my fears, my routines, my personal struggles, was compiled into a profile that's been sold more times than I can count to people who see emotional vulnerability as something worth exploiting. I'm a pharmacy assistant working in Plymouth, been doing it for around 9 years now. It's steady work, dealing with prescriptions and customer queries. Nothing particularly stressful under normal circumstances. But 2 years ago, I went through a difficult divorce that left me struggling with anxiety and insomnia. I'd wake at 3 a.m. with my mind racing, unable to settle, feeling isolated and overwhelmed by changes in my life I hadn't chosen and couldn't control. My GP prescribed some medication for the anxiety and suggested counseling, which helped to a degree. But what I really wanted was to talk to people who'd been through similar experiences, who understood the specific challenges of rebuilding life after a marriage ends. Professional therapy felt formal and clinical. I wanted something more personal, more immediate, the kind of peer support that comes from shared experience rather than professional expertise. I found the group through a recommendation on a women's health website. It was called Moving Forward Together, described as a safe space for women recovering from relationship breakdowns. The website looked professional and compassionate, with testimonials from members who'd found comfort and practical advice through the community. There was a simple registration process requiring an email address and some basic information about your situation. Then you'd receive login details to access the private discussion area. I registered one evening when I couldn't sleep, filled out a form explaining I was recovering from divorce and struggling with anxiety and insomnia. Within hours, I received a welcome email with instructions for accessing the group's discussion platform. It was set up like a private social network, with message boards for different topics, member profiles, and direct messaging capabilities. The group seemed genuinely supportive. There were around 50 active members, all women apparently going through or recovering from relationship difficulties. They shared stories about their experiences, offered advice about practical matters like finances and childcare arrangements, provided emotional support during difficult moments. The tone was warm and understanding, exactly the kind of community I'd been hoping to find. I started participating regularly, posting about my struggles with anxiety and sleep, responding to others who were dealing with similar issues. People were kind and empathetic, sharing their own experiences and suggesting things that had helped them. One woman recommended specific relaxation techniques that she'd found useful. Another suggested herbal remedies that had helped her sleep. A third shared details about how she'd managed the financial challenges of living alone after years of shared expenses. The group felt safe enough that I found myself sharing quite personal information, details about my daily routine and how anxiety was affecting my work, specific fears about being alone that made me hypervigilant about home security. information about my financial situation and concerns about managing on a single income. The kind of vulnerable honesty that comes from feeling understood by people in similar circumstances. One aspect of the group that seemed particularly helpful was a feature called Accountability Partners. You could request to be matched with another member for more private one-to-one support, someone you'd check in with regularly to share progress and challenges. I was matched with a woman who called herself Sarah, who'd apparently been through a difficult divorce 3 years earlier and was now helping newer members navigate their own recovery. Sarah and I messaged frequently, sometimes daily. She asked detailed questions about my situation, always framing them as genuine interest in helping me work through challenges. What specific aspects of living alone made me most anxious? What times of day did I feel most vulnerable? Did I have family nearby who could provide support? What were my work hours like? And how did that affect my ability to manage household responsibilities alone? I answered all her questions honestly, grateful for someone who seemed genuinely interested in understanding my situation. I told her about my morning routine and how I'd struggled to get motivated to leave for work, about coming home to an empty house in the evenings and feeling the absence of another person more acutely then, about lying awake at night, worrying about things I'd never worried about when I wasn't living alone, unusual sounds outside, whether doors and windows were properly secured, whether anyone knew I was by myself. Sarah would respond with understanding and practical advice. She'd share similar experiences from her own recovery, suggest specific strategies for managing anxiety, ask follow-up questions that showed she was really listening and thinking about my situation. It felt like genuine friendship developing, the kind of connection that helps you feel less alone during difficult times. After about 3 months of active participation in the group, I started feeling better. The anxiety was more manageable. I was sleeping more consistently, and life as a single person was becoming normal rather than frightening. I participated less frequently in the group discussions, not because I was unhappy with the community, but because I simply needed it less. I check in occasionally, but mostly I was moving forward with my life, which was the entire point. Then, about 6 months after I'd largely stopped participating, I received an email from someone claiming to be a journalist investigating online support groups. She explained that she'd found evidence that moving forward together wasn't what it appeared to be, and she was trying to contact former members to warn them about what their personal information might have been used for. I was skeptical at first, thinking it might be spam or some kind of scam, but the journalist provided specific details about the group that convinced me she was legitimate. She explained that moving forward together was operated by people who specialized in gathering detailed personal information from vulnerable individuals, information that could be used for various forms of exploitation, including targeted fraud, stalking, and burglary. She discovered this whilst investigating a series of burglaries targeting single women, all of whom had at some point participated in online support groups for relationship recovery. The pattern had been subtle enough that police hadn't initially connected the cases, but the journalist had noticed similarities in how the victims had been selected and the timing of when they were targeted. The journalist had managed to gain access to back-end systems used by the people running Moving Forward Together, and what she found was disturbing. The group wasn't a genuine support community. It was a sophisticated information-gathering operation designed to extract detailed personal information from emotionally vulnerable women under the guise of peer support and friendship. Every post made in the group was being analyzed and compiled into individual member profiles. The direct messages, the accountability partnerships, the private conversations where members shared their most vulnerable moments, all of it was being recorded and organized into comprehensive dossiers about each participant's life, fears, routines, and circumstances. My profile included everything I'd shared over those 3 months. My work schedule at the pharmacy and typical routines. My home address, which I'd mentioned in context of discussing my neighborhood and feeling isolated there. Detailed information about my anxiety triggers and specific fears about living alone. Notes about my financial situation and what valuables I owned. Even analysis of my sleeping patterns and what times I was most likely to be home versus away. But the profile also included information I'd never shared directly. Analysis based on what I'd written. Inferences about my psychology and behavior. Assessments of my vulnerability to different types of exploitation. Notes indicating I was particularly susceptible to authority figures and likely to comply with demands from people presenting themselves as official or helpful. Observations about my tendency to trust people who seem understanding and supportive. The journalist showed me screenshots of the dark web marketplace where these profiles were being sold. It was organized like a database of vulnerable targets, searchable by location, living situation, specific vulnerabilities, and types of exploitable information available. My profile was listed under single women in the Plymouth area with documented anxiety and security concerns. The listing emphasized the quality and detail of information available. It highlighted that I'd willingly shared intimate details about my fears and routines, that I'd been open about my financial situation and possessions, that I'd documented specific times when I was home alone and feeling most vulnerable. All of this was presented as valuable intelligence for anyone interested in targeting me for fraud, burglary, stalking, or other forms of exploitation. The purchase history showed my profile had been bought by 8 different accounts over the past 18 months. 8 separate people or organizations had paid money for comprehensive information about my personal life, my vulnerabilities, my routines, my fears. The marketplace didn't reveal buyer identities, but the journalist had been working with police to try to trace some transactions and identify who was purchasing these profiles. What made it particularly insidious was how the information had been gathered. I hadn't been tricked into sharing personal details through obvious phishing or fraud. I'd voluntarily provided everything, believing I was participating in a genuine support community, trusting that my vulnerability would be met with compassion rather than exploitation. The entire operation was built on weaponizing the instinct to seek help and connection during difficult times. The journalist had identified around 200 women whose profiles were being sold through the same marketplace, all of them having participated in various online support groups operated by the same organization. Groups for relationship recovery, bereavement support, health anxiety, financial stress. Any community where people were likely to share detailed personal information while seeking help and understanding. Several women whose profiles had been purchased had subsequently been victims of crimes. Burglaries timed to occur when they were reliably away from home. Sophisticated fraud attempts targeting their specific financial vulnerabilities. Stalking by individuals who'd used the profiles to learn their routines and locations. The journalist had documented around 15 cases where profile purchases correlated clearly with subsequent victimization. I contacted the police after speaking with the journalist. They were already investigating the operation based on information she'd provided, and they took detailed statements from me about my participation in the group and what I'd shared. They explained that prosecuting these cases was complicated because the information had been voluntarily provided. Even though the context was deceptive, the act of compiling and selling the information might be illegal, but proving that members had been deliberately deceived required demonstrating the group's true purpose. A detective showed me more details about how the operation worked. The people running it had created dozens of different support groups covering various life challenges. Each group appeared independent, with different branding and website designs, but they were all operated by the same organization, collecting information for the same marketplace. The accountability partnership feature was particularly calculated, pairing vulnerable members with supposed peers who were actually employees, trained to extract specific types of information through empathetic conversation. Sarah, my accountability partner, wasn't a real member who'd recovered from divorce. She was someone employed to build trust with me and systematically gather details about my life that could be valuable to potential buyers. The detective walked me through evidence they'd gathered about Sarah specifically. Her real name was something else entirely, and she'd been matched with around 40 different women across various support groups, always playing the role of recovered peer offering help to newer members. She had scripts for different scenarios, guidelines for what information to prioritize, training in how to build trust and encourage vulnerable disclosure. Learning that those months of what felt like genuine friendship had been calculated, manipulation was devastating in a way that's difficult to articulate. Sarah's empathy had been performance, her understanding had been strategic, and every vulnerable thing I'd shared with her had been recorded and packaged for sale to strangers who viewed my emotional struggles as exploitable weaknesses. The police investigation eventually led to arrests of several people involved in operating the support groups and marketplace. But the profiles themselves had already been widely distributed. My information, along with hundreds of other women's detailed personal disclosures, existed in private collections of people who downloaded them before law enforcement shut down the marketplace. I had to make significant changes to my life to feel even marginally safe after discovering this. I moved to a different area within Plymouth, stopped using my previous routines, closed down most of my social media presence. I'm hyper-vigilant about what information I share online now, even in contexts that seem genuinely helpful and supportive. The experience has made me deeply suspicious of online communities and reluctant to seek help even when I need it. What haunts me most is thinking about the 8 unknown buyers who purchased my profile. Who were they? Why were they interested in detailed information about me specifically? What did they plan to do with knowledge of my fears and routines? The journalist and police identified connections to some crimes, but most buyers remained untraced, their intentions unknown, their continued interest in my information impossible to assess. I also think about the other women whose profiles were sold through that marketplace. How many of them still don't know what happened, still believe they participated in genuine support groups, still trust that their vulnerable disclosures were held in confidence by compassionate peers? The journalist contacted everyone she could identify, but there were gaps in member information, and many women who'd used pseudonyms that couldn't be traced to real identities. The psychological impact has been harder to manage than the practical security measures. I struggle to trust people now, particularly when they seem understanding or supportive. I question whether kindness is genuine or calculated, whether people asking about my well-being actually care, or are gathering information for purposes I don't understand. The suspicion affects my relationships and makes it difficult to accept help even from people who genuinely want to provide it. I joined that support group looking for help during a difficult time in my life. I shared my fears, my struggles, my vulnerable moments, believing I was participating in a community of mutual support and understanding. Instead, I was providing detailed intelligence that was compiled, analyzed, and sold to people who viewed my emotional vulnerability as exploitable weakness. That's what I think about now when I see online support groups advertised. Not whether they're genuinely helpful or moderated by caring people, but whether they're information gathering operations targeting vulnerable individuals. Whether the supportive responses and empathetic questions are genuine or strategic, designed to extract valuable personal details that can be packaged and sold to buyers with malicious intent. The profiles exist. The violation is permanent. And somewhere, 8 different people or organizations possess comprehensive information about my life during my most vulnerable period. Information I shared voluntarily, believing I was seeking help from people who understood my struggles. That knowledge has changed how I navigate the world, making me cautious where I used to be trusting, suspicious where I used to be open, isolated where I used to seek connection. I sought help when I was struggling, and that decision to reach out left me permanently compromised. My vulnerability was weaponized, my trust was exploited, and my most private struggles were converted into a product sold to strangers whose interest in me is anything but compassionate. That's the price I paid for trying to find support during a difficult time, and it's a price I'll be paying for the rest of my life. Right, so this is going to sound absurd, but I've got to tell someone what's been happening to me because I'm honestly not sure what to do anymore. I've always been the sort of person who minds their own business, keeps their head down, pays the bills on time. You know the type. Nothing exciting ever happens to people like me, which is exactly how I preferred it. I work from home doing proofreading for small publishers, live alone in a rented terraced house in Didcot. That's nothing special, but it suits me fine. My biggest worry used to be whether I'd have enough work to cover the rent each month. That all changed about 6 months ago when my washing machine packed up. Sounds trivial, doesn't it? The sort of everyday annoyance that happens to everyone eventually. But what started as a simple repair job has turned into something I'm still trying to wrap my head around. And I keep wondering if I'm losing my mind or if this is actually as serious as it seems. The machine had been making grinding noises for weeks before it finally gave up completely. Nothing dramatic, just stopped mid-cycle one Tuesday morning, leaving me with a drum full of soggy clothes and no obvious way to get them clean. I rent a small terraced house in Didcot, and the landlord's policy is that tenants handle their own appliance repairs, so I started looking for local washing machine engineers. That's how I found Dave's number, scribbled on a card pinned to the notice board in the local co-op. No fancy business name or website address, just Dave, all appliances fixed, with a mobile number written in blue biro. The sort of basic advertising you see from tradesmen who rely on word of mouth rather than internet marketing. I called him that afternoon, and he sounded professional enough over the phone. Said he could come round the following day during his lunch break to have a look at the machine, and that his call-out fee was £30 whether he could fix it or not. Standard rates for that sort of work, and he seemed keen to fit me in quickly. Dave turned out to be a short, stocky bloke in his 40s, wearing navy overalls and carrying a toolbox that looked like it had seen better days. He was polite and methodical, spending nearly an hour diagnosing the problem with my machine. Eventually, he concluded that the drum bearings had failed and would need replacing, but the parts would cost more than the machine was worth. Instead of trying to sell me an expensive repair, he suggested I might be better off buying a replacement. He mentioned that he occasionally had refurbished machines available and that he could probably source something suitable within my budget if I wasn't in a rush. This seemed reasonable enough, so I gave him my contact details and asked him to let me know if anything appropriate came up. He said he'd keep an eye out and would call me within the week if he found anything promising. Dave called 3 days later with details of a nearly new machine that had come from a house clearance. The previous owners had moved abroad unexpectedly and couldn't take their appliances with them, so everything was being sold off cheaply. He could deliver and install it for £200, which was significantly less than I'd expected to pay for a decent replacement. I arranged for him to bring it round the following Saturday morning. He arrived punctually with the machine loaded in the back of his van. Along with a young lad he introduced as his nephew who was helping with deliveries. The installation went smoothly, and the machine worked perfectly when we tested it with a quick wash cycle. Dave explained the various settings and programs, then spent several minutes showing me how to clean the filter and maintain the rubber seals to prevent future problems. But there was something about his behavior during the installation that struck me as odd. He seemed unusually interested in the layout of my house, asking questions about my work schedule and whether I lived alone. When I mentioned that I worked from home as a freelance proofreader, he made several comments about how convenient it must be to have such a flexible routine. He also spent considerable time examining my existing plumbing and electrical connections, taking photographs with his phone supposedly, to ensure he had the right fittings for future reference. This seemed professional enough, but he photographed more than just the utility connections. I noticed him capturing images of my kitchen layout, the view from my windows, and even the contents of some cupboards while he was checking pipework. At the time, I assumed this was just thoroughness on his part. Some tradesmen are very methodical about documenting their work, and Dave had been professional in every other respect. It was only later that I started questioning his motives for gathering so much information about my living arrangements. The first sign that something wasn't right came about 2 weeks after the installation. I started receiving marketing calls from companies I'd never heard of, all offering services that seemed remarkably well tailored to my specific circumstances. There were calls about home security systems that would be ideal for someone living alone in a terraced house. Offers of broadband upgrades that mentioned my work from home situation, despite the fact that I'd never discussed my internet usage with any service providers. Even unsolicited quotes for household insurance that included specific details about my property layout and contents. The callers knew too much about my personal circumstances for this to be coincidental marketing. Someone had provided them with detailed information about my living situation, work arrangements, and daily routine. I started paying attention to other changes in my routine that had occurred since Dave's visit. I'd been receiving more posts addressed to previous occupants of my house, including bank statements and official documents that suggested someone was using my address for financial services I'd never heard of. There had also been several instances of people knocking on my door asking for directions or claiming to be conducting surveys, but their questions seemed more focused on confirming my identity and schedule than gathering general information. Most concerning was a pattern of minor problems with services and deliveries. My internet connection had become unreliable. My post was being delivered at inconsistent times, and I'd received several packages that I hadn't ordered, but which contained items that were obviously intended for someone monitoring my daily activities. These packages contained things like small electronic devices, camera equipment, and recording equipment that had no obvious legitimate purpose for someone in my circumstances. I began to suspect that Dave's visit had been more than a simple appliance repair and replacement operation. Looking back at his behavior during the installation, I realized that his questions about my routine and his extensive photography of my property had been systematic rather than casual. He'd been gathering intelligence about my living situation for reasons that had nothing to do with washing machine maintenance. I tried to contact him using the mobile number from his original advertisement, but it was no longer in service. The card had disappeared from the co-op notice board, and none of the local appliance repair businesses I contacted had heard of anyone called Dave operating in the area. He'd vanished completely, leaving only the washing machine and the growing evidence that my personal information was being circulated among people with unknown motives for wanting detailed intelligence about my daily life. I started researching similar cases online, looking for information about tradesmen who used service calls as opportunities to gather personal information for identity theft or other criminal purposes. What I found suggested this was a more common problem than I'd realized, but the cases I discovered seemed to focus on financial fraud rather than the comprehensive surveillance I was experiencing. Following various leads and references led me into online communities where people discussed more sophisticated forms of personal intelligence gathering. Some of these communities operated through private channels that required special access methods to reach. Eventually, I found myself exploring parts of the internet that exist beyond normal search engines. What I discovered was that Dave hadn't been working alone, and his operation wasn't focused on traditional financial fraud. The platforms I accessed contained extensive databases of personal information about ordinary people, organized by location, lifestyle, and vulnerability factors. My own details were there, listed under a section that seemed to specialize in people who lived alone and worked from home. The information was remarkably comprehensive, including not just the basic details Dave had observed during his visit, but additional intelligence that had been gathered through other methods. Details about my work clients, my financial situation, my social relationships, and my daily routine that could only have been obtained through systematic monitoring of my activities. But this wasn't a passive database. It was an active marketplace where detailed personal information was being sold to buyers with specific requirements. The platform operated like a sophisticated customer service operation, with different categories of information available at various price points. Basic profiles cost relatively small amounts, but comprehensive intelligence packages that included real-time monitoring and regular updates were priced at several £1,000s. Dave's role had been what they called primary access acquisition, gaining entry to target properties under legitimate pretexts and gathering initial intelligence that could then be developed through other methods. The washing machine replacement had been a perfect cover for conducting a thorough survey of my living situation while establishing credibility for future contact. But the operation didn't stop with Dave's visit. The information he'd gathered had been used to coordinate a comprehensive monitoring program that involved multiple people and various surveillance methods. The marketing calls, the misdirected post, the unexpected deliveries. All of this had been part of a systematic intelligence gathering operation designed to build a complete picture of my daily life and personal circumstances. The buyers for this information weren't necessarily planning traditional crimes like burglary or identity theft. Many seemed to be purchasing personal intelligence for psychological reasons that were harder to understand, but potentially more disturbing. There were discussion threads about clients who used the gathered information to create elaborate fantasies about their relationships with the surveillance targets. They would study the intelligence reports in obsessive detail, learning intimate facts about strangers' daily routines and personal habits. Some took this further, using the information to engineer coincidental encounters with their targets, or to insert themselves into their daily routines through carefully planned interactions. Others seemed content to simply observe from a distance, knowing that they had access to private information about people who remained completely unaware they were being monitored. But the most disturbing category of buyers were those who used the personal intelligence as preparation for what they called direct engagement activities. These clients were purchasing comprehensive information about specific individuals as groundwork for more serious interventions that required detailed knowledge of their targets' vulnerabilities and daily routines. Reading through the client testimonials and service reviews, I began to understand that Dave's visit had been the beginning of a much larger operation that was still ongoing. The monitoring hadn't stopped when he'd completed the washing machine installation. It had simply moved to more subtle methods that were harder to detect, but potentially more invasive than his initial intelligence gathering. My internet activities were being tracked, my phone calls were being monitored, and my daily movements were being documented through methods I couldn't identify, but which provided whoever was watching me with real-time information about my activities and whereabouts. The evidence was in the precision of the marketing calls and unsolicited approaches I'd been receiving. The callers knew not just my basic personal details, but also my current mood, my recent purchases, and even my immediate plans for the day. They were accessing information that could only be obtained through comprehensive surveillance of my digital communications and physical activities. I realized that the washing machine Dave had installed probably contained monitoring equipment that was providing ongoing access to my home network and personal devices. The machine was connected to my Wi-Fi for diagnostic purposes, and it would be relatively simple to use that connection for unauthorized data collection. But I also suspected that my property had been accessed again since Dave's visit, probably to install additional surveillance equipment in locations where it would be virtually undetectable. The pattern of minor service problems I'd been experiencing, internet outages, delivery issues, unexpected correspondence, could all be explained as methods for testing and maintaining surveillance systems that had been installed throughout my property. I was living in a house that had been comprehensively compromised by people who were monitoring my every activity and selling that information to anonymous buyers with unknown motivations. The realization made me physically sick, but it also explained why I'd been feeling increasingly paranoid and anxious over the past few months. My subconscious had been picking up on signs of surveillance that my rational mind had dismissed as coincidence. I started paying closer attention to my environment, looking for evidence of the monitoring equipment I now knew had been installed throughout my property. What I found confirmed my worst suspicions. There were small cameras concealed in light fittings and smoke detectors, audio recording devices hidden in electrical outlets, and monitoring equipment built into appliances I'd assumed were legitimate. The washing machine Dave had installed was certainly part of the surveillance network, but it was just one component in a comprehensive monitoring system that covered every room in my house. They could see and hear everything I did, 24 hours a day, and they were presumably sharing that information with the clients who had purchased access to my personal intelligence profile. But discovering the surveillance equipment didn't provide any obvious path toward removing it or escaping from their monitoring network. The devices were professionally installed and integrated into my property's essential systems in ways that would make removal virtually impossible without completely rewiring the house. Even if I could identify and disable all the obvious surveillance equipment, there were probably backup systems and remote monitoring methods that would maintain their access to my personal information. More troubling was the realization that moving to a different property wouldn't solve the problem. The intelligence they'd gathered about my routine, preferences, and behavior patterns would allow them to re-establish surveillance wherever I relocated. They knew me well enough to predict my actions and could simply repeat Dave's initial approach with whatever cover story seemed most appropriate for my new circumstances. I was trapped in a surveillance network that had been designed to be inescapable once the initial intelligence gathering had been completed. The only way to stop the monitoring would be to somehow identify and confront the people operating the network. But they remain completely anonymous and operated through platforms that were designed to protect their identities. I could report the surveillance to the police, but what evidence could I provide beyond my suspicions about a washing machine repair that had seemed legitimate at the time? The monitoring equipment had been professionally concealed, and the intelligence marketplace operated through channels that would be virtually impossible for authorities to investigate. Even if I could prove that surveillance was taking place, the operators could simply claim it was legitimate research or marketing activity. The information they were gathering and selling wasn't necessarily illegal. It was just comprehensively invasive. I've been living with this knowledge for 3 months now, trying to maintain normal routines, while knowing that everything I do is being monitored and potentially shared with anonymous buyers who might have any number of motivations for wanting detailed access to my private life. The psychological pressure is worse than any physical threat could be. Knowing that your most private moments are being observed and commodified creates a level of paranoia that makes normal life almost impossible to maintain. But I've also started to notice changes in my circumstances that suggest the monitoring operation is moving to a new phase. People have begun approaching me in public places, engaging in conversations that demonstrate surprising knowledge about my personal interests and daily routine. Shop assistants who know details about my purchasing habits that they shouldn't have access to. Neighbors who seem unusually interested in my work schedule and social relationships. Even delivery drivers and service technicians who visit my property seem to know more about my circumstances than their professional roles should require. I'm surrounded by people who have access to intimate details about my private life, while I remain ignorant of their true motivations for engaging with me. The surveillance network hasn't just been monitoring me. It's been building a comprehensive profile that can be used to engineer social interactions and manipulate my daily environment in ways that remain virtually undetectable. I think they're preparing for something that requires more direct access than remote surveillance can provide. Yesterday, I received a call from someone claiming to be Dave's business partner, explaining that they needed to perform routine maintenance on the washing machine he'd installed. They offered to come round this weekend to check the connections and update the software systems. I know this is the next phase of whatever operation began with Dave's initial visit 6 months ago. But I also know that refusing the appointment would only confirm their assessment that I've become aware of their surveillance activities, which might accelerate whatever they're planning to do next. Sometimes the only choice available is between cooperating with people who are exploiting you or resisting them in ways that might make your situation even worse. I'm going to let them into my house this weekend because I don't think I have any realistic alternative. But I wanted to document what I've learned in case something happens to me, or in case my behavior suddenly changes in ways that concern people who know me. If you're reading this, be careful about letting tradesmen into your home, especially ones who seem unusually interested in your personal circumstances, or who ask more questions than their work requires. Dave is probably still out there, looking for new targets and gathering intelligence for clients who remain completely anonymous, but definitely aren't benign. Your washing machine breaking down might seem like a minor inconvenience, but it could be the beginning of something much worse than you ever imagined possible. I wish I'd never listened to my dentist's recommendation about finding a good therapist. Dr. Matthews meant well when he suggested I might benefit from talking to someone about my anxiety, especially after I'd mentioned the panic attacks that were making it difficult to sit through dental procedures. He even gave me a specific name, Sarah Chen, a private counselor who apparently specialized in treating medical phobias and had excellent reviews from former patients. What he didn't mention was how those reviews had been collected, or why Dr. Chen's practice operated exclusively through referrals from other medical professionals. I should have been more suspicious when I couldn't find her listed with any of the usual professional bodies, or when her clinic address turned out to be a residential flat in a converted Victorian house in Oxford. But I was desperate enough for help that I overlooked the irregularities, especially when she offered evening appointments that fitted around my work schedule as a primary school teaching assistant. The first session seemed perfectly legitimate. Dr. Chen was professional and knowledgeable, asking appropriate questions about my medical history and anxiety symptoms. Her consulting room was well appointed, with the sort of comfortable chairs and neutral decor you'd expect from a private practice. She explained that her approach focused on gradual exposure therapy, combined with cognitive behavioral techniques, which sounded reasonable enough. What struck me as slightly odd was her interest in my daily routine and living situation. She spent considerable time asking about my home environment, work relationships, and social connections. When I mentioned that I lived alone in a rented cottage on the outskirts of Whitney, she made detailed notes and asked follow-up questions about my neighbors, security arrangements, and weekly schedule. I assumed this was standard practice for building a comprehensive treatment plan, but looking back, the questions were more invasive than therapeutic. She wanted to know which days I worked late, whether I had family nearby, how often I traveled overnight, the sort of information that would help someone understand my vulnerabilities rather than my psychological needs. After 3 sessions, Dr. Chen suggested that I might benefit from a more intensive treatment approach. She explained that traditional therapy could only achieve limited results within the constraints of weekly hour-long appointments, and that some patients responded better to immersive techniques that addressed anxiety triggers in more realistic settings. She offered to arrange what she called a residential assessment weekend at a specialized facility that worked with her practice. The program would involve controlled exposure to medical environments while providing intensive support and monitoring. It sounded expensive, but she assured me that the cost would be covered through a research grant she'd received for treating specific types of medical phobia. I should have researched the facility she mentioned or asked for more details about the research program, but I was so relieved to find treatment that might actually help that I agreed immediately. Dr. Chen scheduled the assessment for the following weekend and promised to send me preparation materials and location details. The information pack arrived 3 days later, delivered by hand rather than through the post. It contained a detailed schedule for the weekend program, consent forms for various treatment procedures, and directions to a private clinic located in an isolated farmhouse near Chipping Norton. Reading through the materials more carefully, I noticed several concerning details that I'd missed during our conversation. The consent forms included permission for video recording of all treatment sessions, supposedly for research purposes. There were also clauses allowing for the use of sedative medications and physical restraint procedures if patients became distressed during exposure therapy. Most troubling was a section requiring participants to surrender all personal belongings, including mobile phones and identification documents, for the duration of the program. This was explained as necessary to prevent external distractions from interfering with the therapeutic process, but it meant spending an entire weekend completely cut off from the outside world. I called Dr. Chen's office to discuss my concerns, but her receptionist explained that she was attending a conference and wouldn't be available until after the weekend. If I wanted to participate in the current research cycle, I needed to confirm my attendance by Friday afternoon. The pressure to make an immediate decision felt manipulative but I was torn between suspicion and desperation. The panic attacks had been getting worse, affecting my ability to work and maintain normal relationships. If there was a chance this program could help, was I being paranoid to worry about administrative irregularities? I spent Thursday evening researching the facility address online, trying to find information about the clinic and its treatment programs. What I discovered was more disturbing than I'd expected. The property was registered as a private residence with no planning permission for commercial medical use. Local council records showed no registered business operating from that address, and there were no reviews or references to any clinic in the area. More concerning were several police reports from the past year involving the property. Neighbors had complained about unusual activity during weekend periods, multiple cars arriving late at night, unusual sounds, and what appeared to be security personnel patrolling the grounds. One report mentioned a woman who had approached a nearby farmhouse claiming to be lost and asking to use a phone. She appeared distressed and mentioned being taken to the property for medical treatment, but when police investigated, they found no evidence of any current activity at the clinic. The woman had provided a name and address that turned out to be false, and she disappeared before officers could conduct a follow-up interview. I tried calling Dr. Chen's office again, but the number was no longer in service. When I drove to her clinic address the next morning, I found the flat completely empty with a "To Let" sign in the window. Dr. Chen had vanished completely, along with all evidence that her practice had ever existed. That's when I started looking into how I'd found her in the first place, and what I discovered led me into the darkest corners of the internet. Dr. Matthews claimed to have no record of recommending any therapist to me, despite my clear memory of our conversation. When I pressed him for details, he seemed genuinely confused and suggested I might have misremembered our discussion about anxiety management. But I knew what I'd heard, and I knew Dr. Chen had mentioned being referred specifically by dental practices in the area. Someone was running an operation that involved infiltrating medical referral networks and targeting vulnerable patients for unknown purposes. I spent the weekend researching similar cases online, following leads through various medical community boards and patient support groups. What I found were scattered reports of people who'd been referred to private practitioners who subsequently disappeared, leaving patients with unanswered questions and appointments that led nowhere. The pattern was always the same: referrals from legitimate medical professionals who later denied making any recommendations, followed by intensive assessment procedures that required patients to isolate themselves completely from external contact. None of the patients who'd attended these residential programs had posted follow-up reviews or updates about their treatment outcomes. Following these research threads led me deeper into online communities where people shared information about medical fraud and patient exploitation. Eventually, I found myself accessing hidden forums that existed beyond normal internet searches. The dark web contained entire sections dedicated to what insiders called patient acquisition services. The platforms I discovered were sophisticated marketplaces where buyers could commission the recruitment of specific types of medical patients. The services offered were presented in clinical language, but the underlying purpose was unmistakable. They were trafficking vulnerable people who sought legitimate medical help. Clients could specify their requirements in detail: age ranges, medical conditions, living situations, psychological profiles. The acquisition teams would then infiltrate appropriate medical networks, pose as legitimate practitioners, and identify suitable targets for recruitment. Dr. Chen wasn't a real therapist. She was part of a systematic operation that identified isolated, vulnerable patients and delivered them to clients who paid substantial sums for access to people with specific characteristics. The residential assessment weekends weren't treatment programs. They were handover procedures where acquired patients were transferred to buyers who had commissioned their recruitment. I found discussion threads where clients shared their experiences with different acquisition services, rating them based on the quality of their targeting and the effectiveness of their recruitment methods. The language was casual and commercial, discussing human beings as if they were products being purchased for specific purposes. Some clients appeared to be running unauthorized medical experiments, seeking patients with particular conditions for research that couldn't be conducted through legitimate channels. Others seemed to have psychological motivations that were harder to categorize, but far more disturbing. There were conversations about clients who enjoyed the process of gradually breaking down their acquired subject's sense of reality, using medical authority and isolation to create complete psychological dependence. The patients were kept in controlled environments where their previous lives were systematically erased, replaced with artificial relationships and manufactured realities. What made it worse was the realization that many patients never understood what had happened to them. The acquisition process was designed to feel legitimate until the final handover, when it was too late to escape or seek help. By then, they were completely isolated and dependent on their captors for basic survival. I thought about the consent forms I'd nearly signed, authorizing sedation and restraint procedures, about the requirement to surrender all personal belongings and identification, about spending a weekend in a remote location with no external contact, trusting people whose identities and qualifications were entirely fabricated. If I'd attended that residential assessment, I would have disappeared completely. My colleagues would have assumed I'd left my job without notice. My landlord would have thought I'd abandoned my tenancy, and my few casual friends would have gradually forgotten about me. There would have been no investigation because there would have been no obvious crime. Just another isolated person who'd chosen to start a new life elsewhere without maintaining previous relationships. The discussion forums contained detailed breakdowns of successful acquisition operations, including patient profiles and outcome summaries. Reading through these accounts, I recognized several names from missing person appeals I'd seen over the past year. Young adults with medical conditions, mental health issues, or social isolation problems. People who'd been seeking legitimate help and had instead been targeted by acquisition teams that identified them as suitable products for specific clients. The efficiency of the operation was terrifying. They had infiltrated medical referral networks across multiple cities, building comprehensive databases of potential targets and their psychological vulnerabilities. When clients commissioned specific acquisitions, the teams could identify and recruit suitable patients within weeks. Dr. Chen had been conducting market research during our sessions, assessing my suitability for particular client requirements. The questions about my living situation and social connections weren't therapeutic. They were determining how easily I could be made to disappear without investigation. But what disturbed me most was discovering how close I'd come to being successfully acquired. The residential assessment had been scheduled for the weekend before I'd started asking questions, and my name appeared in several client discussion threads as a confirmed delivery for a buyer who specialized in collecting patients with specific anxiety disorders. Someone had already paid for me. The acquisition team had spent weeks building my trust and preparing for handover when my last-minute research had disrupted their timeline. But they hadn't cancelled the operation. They'd simply postponed it while they regrouped and planned alternative approaches. My name was still listed in their active acquisition database, marked as a priority target for re-engagement. I've been watching for signs of renewed contact ever since, but the approaches have become more subtle. Medical professionals I've never met have called to follow up on appointments I never made. Healthcare providers have sent appointment reminders for services I never requested. Prescription medications have been delivered to my address for conditions I don't have. They're rebuilding their profile of me through different channels, gathering updated information about my daily routine and current vulnerabilities, preparing for another acquisition attempt that will be hard to detect and more difficult to escape. The most disturbing realization is that legitimate medical professionals might be unknowingly facilitating these operations. The acquisition teams are sophisticated enough to infiltrate real healthcare systems, using genuine medical credentials to make their recruitment approaches appear authentic. Dr. Matthews probably did recommend Dr. Chen, but his patient management system had been compromised to insert false referral records. The recommendation felt legitimate because it was processed through legitimate channels that had been corrupted without his knowledge. This means the entire healthcare system could be compromised, with acquisition teams using trusted medical networks to identify and recruit vulnerable patients for clients who remain completely anonymous. I've tried reporting what I've discovered to various authorities, but explaining dark web marketplaces and patient acquisition services sounds like paranoid fantasy when described to people who haven't seen the evidence themselves. The platforms I accessed have since changed their addresses and access requirements, making verification impossible. All I can do is remain vigilant for signs of renewed contact and hope that sharing this account might help other people recognize similar approaches before it's too late. But I know they haven't given up on acquiring me. The client who commissioned my recruitment has paid significant money for someone with my specific profile, and these operations don't abandon expensive investments easily. They're still out there, watching my medical records and monitoring my healthcare contacts, waiting for the right opportunity to complete the acquisition they've already paid for. The next time a medical professional recommends a specialist I've never heard of, or when I receive unexpected healthcare correspondence, I'll know what it really means. If you're a parent, this is probably going to sound completely insane, but I once left my children with someone I barely knew. Looking back, I honestly don't know what I was thinking. As you can probably imagine, I'm still dealing with the consequences now, months later. It wasn't some random person off the street. I had references. I'd met her twice before the first proper babysitting session. Everything seemed completely legitimate. But legitimate doesn't mean what I thought it meant. And those evenings when I thought my kids were safely tucked up in bed while I was at work are apparently documented in ways that make me feel sick every time I think about it. Documented and sold to people who paid for access to footage I never knew was being recorded. Footage that continues to exist somewhere I'll never be able to find or delete. I'm a midwife working at a hospital in Bristol. Been doing it for around 12 years now. I'm a single mum to 2 children, Oliver, who's 8, and Emma, who's 6. Their dad left when Emma was a baby, and I've managed mostly on my own since then, juggling shifts at the hospital with childcare arrangements that are always slightly more complicated than I'd like. My mum helps when she can, and the kids go to after-school club most days, but occasionally I need evening coverage when my shifts run late or I'm called in unexpectedly. Last year, I started using a babysitter I'd found through a local childcare website. Her name was Kelly, early 20s, studying early years education at college. She had good references from other families, a clean DBS check, and when I met her for coffee to discuss what I needed, she seemed responsible and genuinely interested in childcare as a career. We arranged a trial evening, where she'd look after the kids, whilst I went to the cinema with a friend, just to see how everyone got on. The evening went perfectly. The children liked her. She followed all my instructions about bedtime routines and house rules. And when I came home, everything was tidy, and the kids were asleep. Kelly was professional and pleasant, happy to answer questions about how the evening had gone. I felt I'd found someone reliable, which was a relief given how difficult it can be to find good childcare. Over the following months, Kelly babysat for me around once or twice a week, usually on evenings when I had late shifts or training sessions at the hospital. The routine became comfortable and familiar. I'd leave detailed instructions about dinner and bedtime. Kelly would arrive punctually, and I'd come home to sleeping children and a tidy house. She'd update me on how the evening had gone, any issues or funny moments, and I'd pay her the agreed rate plus a bit extra for being so reliable. The children adored her. Oliver would ask when Kelly was coming again, and Emma started talking about her like a favorite aunt. Kelly brought craft activities and games, helped with homework, seemed genuinely engaged with the kids rather than just watching television whilst they entertained themselves. I felt fortunate to have found someone so capable and caring. Around 4 months into this arrangement, I started noticing Kelly asking more questions about our routines and home setup. What time did I usually get home from late shifts? Did we have any security cameras or alarms? Where did I keep important documents and valuables? She framed these questions casually, explaining she was writing an essay for college about household safety and childcare responsibilities, but something about the questions made me slightly uncomfortable. I answered vaguely, not wanting to seem distrustful, but also not wanting to provide detailed information about security measures or where I kept things. Kelly didn't push for more specific answers, and the questions stopped after a week or so. I convinced myself I'd been oversensitive, that they really were just for a college assignment. Then one evening, I came home from a shift to find Kelly looking flustered. She explained that Emma had been upset at bedtime and had cried for nearly an hour before finally settling. This was unusual. Emma was generally an easy child who went to bed without fuss. When I checked on her, she was sleeping soundly and seemed fine. I didn't think too much about it, assuming she'd just been tired and emotional. The following week, Oliver mentioned casually that Kelly had been using the computer in my bedroom. He said she'd been up there for ages whilst they were watching television, and he'd gone to find her because he wanted help with something. I asked him what Kelly had been doing on the computer, and he shrugged and said she'd closed the screen quickly when he came in. That bothered me more than I wanted to admit. There was no reason for Kelly to be using my computer, and certainly no reason for her to be doing so in my bedroom, rather than in the living room where the children could see her. I checked my computer that evening but couldn't see anything obviously wrong or accessed. My files looked undisturbed. My browser history showed nothing unusual. I told myself Oliver had probably misunderstood what he'd seen. But I started paying more attention after that, looking for anything that seemed off or inconsistent with how I'd left things. I noticed small changes. A drawer in my bedroom dresser that I was sure I'd closed was slightly open. Papers on my desk rearranged slightly differently than I usually positioned them. The spare room door standing open when I generally kept it shut. I also noticed that my laptop seemed to run slower than usual, and occasionally the fan would come on even when I wasn't running any demanding programs. I asked a colleague at work who was more technically minded to have a look at it, and she found several programs running in the background that I'd never installed. Remote access software, screen recording applications, things that would allow someone to monitor or control the computer without the owner knowing. She removed the software and asked how it might have gotten there. I immediately thought of Kelly using the computer, though I couldn't understand why a babysitter would install spyware on a client's laptop. My colleague suggested it might be part of identity theft or fraud, gathering personal information that could be used to access accounts or steal money. I confronted Kelly the next time she came to babysit, asking directly if she'd been using my computer and whether she knew anything about software I hadn't installed. She seemed genuinely confused and denied using the computer at all, saying Oliver must have been mistaken. I wanted to believe her, but the software installation aligned too closely with when Oliver had mentioned seeing her in my bedroom. I told Kelly I didn't need her services anymore, making up an excuse about my mum having more availability to help with childcare. She seemed disappointed, but accepted it professionally. I paid her for the evening and she left, and I felt relieved to have ended the arrangement before anything worse happened. About 2 weeks later, I received an anonymous email containing a link and a message saying I should see what had been happening in my home. Every instinct told me it was malicious, probably spam or a virus, but the timing after ending things with Kelly made me curious despite myself. I showed the email to my technically minded colleague, and she helped me access the link safely through isolated systems. The link led to a website on the dark web, a marketplace specializing in what they called domestic surveillance content. The site was organized into categories by household type and composition, with search functions allowing users to filter by specific criteria. My household was listed there under single-parent families with young children. The listing included dozens of video files, all recorded in my home during evenings when Kelly had been babysitting. The videos showed my children going about their evening routines, eating dinner, playing games, getting ready for bed. But they also showed footage from my bedroom, my office space, private areas Kelly had accessed whilst the children were occupied. Some videos showed Kelly going through drawers and cupboards, photographing documents, copying files from my computer. Others showed her installing small cameras in various rooms, in smoke detectors, in electrical sockets, in decorative items on shelves. The videos were professionally edited and organized, clearly intended for sale rather than just personal collection. The marketplace listing described what buyers could expect: authentic footage of family life, children's bedtime routines, private spaces documented without the family's knowledge. The listing emphasized that recording was ongoing, with new content uploaded regularly. Buyers could purchase individual videos or subscribe for continuous access to new footage as it was recorded. The view counter showed hundreds of people had accessed my listing. The subscription data indicated around 30 different users had paid for ongoing access to footage from my home. Comments beneath the listing discussed the content in ways that made me feel physically ill. People praising the quality of the videos, requesting specific types of footage, discussing which rooms and routines were most interesting to watch. What made it worse was realizing the cameras Kelly had installed were presumably still active. Even though she was no longer babysitting, the devices were still recording and transmitting footage of my family's private life. My children getting ready for school, bedtime routines I thought were completely private, everyday moments that were being watched and discussed by strangers who'd paid for access. I contacted the police immediately. They took it extremely seriously, sending officers to search my house for hidden cameras. It took most of a day, but they found 6 devices, 1 in the living room electrical socket, 1 in the hallway smoke detector, 1 in each child's bedroom hidden in nightlights, 1 in my bedroom ceiling fixture, and 1 in the bathroom extractor fan. All of them had been installed during evenings when Kelly had been supposedly supervising my children. The police arrested Kelly and seized her computer and phone. They found extensive evidence of her involvement in creating and selling surveillance footage from multiple households. She'd been operating this scheme for over 2 years, targeting single parents through childcare websites, gaining access to homes through legitimate babysitting arrangements, and installing cameras to record family life for sale on dark web marketplaces. The investigation revealed at least 20 other families whose homes had been surveilled the same way. All single parents, mostly mothers, all found through childcare websites where Kelly had created profiles with fake references and stolen DBS certificates. She'd refined her approach over time, learning which types of households generated the most interest from buyers and which rooms produced the most valuable footage. Kelly was prosecuted and received a prison sentence, but the damage was irreversible. The footage she'd recorded and sold existed in private collections of people who downloaded it before the marketplace was shut down. Months of my children's lives, documented without their knowledge or consent, potentially being shared through networks I'd never access or control. The psychological impact on the children has been difficult to manage. Oliver is old enough to understand that someone bad had been watching them, though I've tried to shield him from the full details. Emma doesn't fully grasp what happened, just knows that Kelly won't be coming back and that we have new rules about privacy and safety. Both of them have nightmares occasionally, feelings of being watched that I understand completely because I have them too. I've installed proper security systems now, check every smoke detector and electrical fixture regularly, maintain hypervigilance about who has access to my home. But I know that footage of my children still exists somewhere. Videos of bedtime routines, bath times, private family moments that were recorded and sold to strangers who viewed my children's innocence as content worth purchasing. The detective assigned to my case walked me through what they'd found on Kelly's devices. She'd been meticulous in her documentation, keeping detailed records of which families she'd targeted, what times cameras were most productive, which types of content generated the most buyer interest. She'd organized everything like a business, with spreadsheets tracking revenue from different households and notes about which families were worth maintaining surveillance on long term. My household had been particularly valuable to her because of the children's ages and our predictable evening routines. The detective explained, with obvious discomfort, that footage of young children in domestic settings was highly sought after on these marketplaces, not necessarily for explicitly inappropriate purposes in every case, though that was certainly part of it, but also for people who were interested in observing family dynamics and children's natural behavior when they thought they were unobserved. That explanation didn't make me feel any better. Whether buyers were watching my children for explicitly predatory reasons or for some other disturbing purpose didn't change the fundamental violation. My children's private lives had been commodified and sold, their innocence converted into entertainment for strangers whose interest in them was inherently wrong, regardless of their specific motivations. The investigation also revealed that Kelly had been refining her techniques based on feedback from buyers. The marketplace where she sold the footage included messaging systems where subscribers could request specific types of content or suggest better camera placements. She'd used these requests to improve her surveillance methods, positioning cameras based on what buyers wanted to see, adjusting her babysitting routines to capture particular moments that had been requested. One particularly disturbing message thread discussed bedtime routines, with a subscriber asking if Kelly could record bath time more consistently. She'd responded that she'd work on getting better access to that content, and subsequent footage showed she'd installed an additional camera in the bathroom specifically to fulfill that request. She treated my children like actors in a production she was directing, manipulating our family routines to create content that would satisfy paying customers. The police found similar message threads about other families Kelly had surveilled, requests for specific angles, particular daily activities, certain times of day when children were most natural and unguarded. She'd accommodated these requests systematically, treating the surveillance operation like any other customer service business where satisfying client preferences was essential to maintaining revenue. What made it even worse was discovering how Kelly had gained access to some of her information about our household before even meeting me. The childcare website where I'd found her required parents to create profiles with details about their family situation, children's ages, typical schedules, and specific childcare needs. Kelly had been systematically collecting this information from parent profiles, using it to target families that matched the preferences of her marketplace subscribers. She'd known before our first meeting that I was a single mother with 2 young children, that I worked irregular hospital hours, that I needed evening coverage regularly. She'd known my children's names and ages, roughly where we lived, what my childcare budget was likely to be. All of that information had been freely provided by me through the website, never imagining it would be used to identify my family as ideal targets for commercial surveillance. The technical analysis of the cameras Kelly had installed revealed they were more sophisticated than typical consumer spy cameras. They included motion-activated recording that saved storage space by only capturing footage when people were present. They had night vision capability for recording in dark rooms. They could be remotely accessed and controlled, allowing Kelly to adjust settings or review footage without physically returning to the homes where she'd installed them. Most disturbing was the discovery that Kelly could watch the camera feeds in real time from her phone while she was physically present in my home. The detective showed me footage that Kelly herself had recorded using her phone, showing the view from her perspective while she babysat. In several videos, she was clearly watching the live feed from the bedroom camera while sitting downstairs with the children, monitoring me when I came home early or went upstairs to check on something. She'd been watching me without my knowledge whilst pretending to interact normally, seeing everything I did in private spaces whilst maintaining the performance of a trustworthy babysitter. The sophistication of the operation and the coldness of that deception made it clear this wasn't impulsive or opportunistic. It was calculated, systematic, professional in its execution, even though its purpose was unconscionable. The court proceedings were difficult to endure. Kelly's defense tried to minimize what she'd done, arguing that she'd never physically harmed any children and that the surveillance footage wasn't explicitly inappropriate. The prosecution had to explain in painful detail how the footage had been marketed and what kinds of people had purchased access to it, making the implicit threats to children's safety horrifyingly clear, even without physical contact. Several other families whose homes Kelly had surveilled attended the trial. We formed an uncomfortable community of shared experience, united by having trusted the wrong person with access to our children and homes. Some had discovered the surveillance through the investigation into Kelly's activities, never having suspected anything was wrong until police contacted them. Others had noticed oddities like I had, but hadn't connected them to their babysitter until it was too late. One mother described finding cameras in her children's bedrooms years after Kelly had last babysat for them. The devices had continued recording and transmitting long after Kelly had moved on to other families, creating an archive of footage spanning the children's development from toddlers to primary school age. The breadth of that violation, the years of surveillance that had continued invisibly, was staggering to contemplate. Another family had discovered that footage of their children had been distributed beyond the original marketplace Kelly used. Screenshots and video clips had appeared on other websites, reposted and shared by people who'd initially purchased them through Kelly's listings. The footage had taken on a life of its own, spreading through networks the family could never fully map or eliminate. Their children's images permanently circulating in spaces they'd never be able to control. Kelly received a substantial prison sentence, but we all knew it wouldn't undo what had been done. The footage would continue existing after her release. The violation would persist long after she'd served her time. The families she'd targeted would carry the knowledge of what happened for the rest of our lives, and our children would eventually need to be told enough of the truth to understand why we're so careful about privacy and security. I've had to explain to Oliver and Emma in age-appropriate terms that someone we trusted did something very wrong. Oliver understands that Kelly was recording us and that those recordings were seen by strangers who shouldn't have had access to them. Emma understands that Kelly wasn't who we thought she was, and that she did bad things that mean we have to be more careful now. Neither of them knows the full extent of it. The marketplace listings and subscriber counts and ongoing distribution of their images. I hope they never need to know those details. What haunts me most is thinking about those 30 subscribers who paid for ongoing access to footage from my home. Who were they? Why were they interested in watching my family specifically? What did they do with the footage they downloaded? The police investigation identified some of them, resulting in additional arrests for possession of inappropriate material, but many remained anonymous. The architecture of the dark web marketplace Kelly used made it difficult to trace all subscribers or determine what they'd done with the content after downloading it. I think about them sometimes, these faceless strangers who paid money to watch my children sleep, to observe their bedtime routines, to see private family moments that should never have been shared. Some were probably local, living near enough that they might have seen my children at school or in shops, recognizing them from footage they'd purchased. Others were probably scattered across the country or internationally, interested in my family for reasons I'll never understand and don't want to imagine. The uncertainty is corrosive, not knowing who saw what or when, or what they did with the footage, or whether they're still watching material they downloaded before the marketplace was shut down. The investigation revealed that Kelly's operation had been running for over 2 years and had surveilled around 20 families in that time. The amount of footage she'd sold was substantial. Thousands of hours of domestic surveillance showing children and families in their most private moments. I also think about the other families Kelly targeted, particularly those who never discovered what happened. The investigation identified 20 households where cameras were found, but Kelly's record suggested she'd surveilled more than that. Either the cameras had been removed by Kelly herself when she moved on to other targets, or they remained undiscovered in homes where families had no idea they were being watched. How many children's lives were documented and sold without their parents ever knowing? The psychological impact on my children has been harder to manage than the practical security measures. Oliver developed significant anxiety about being watched, checking his room repeatedly for cameras, asking questions about whether people could see him through windows or electronics. Emma became clingy and fearful of being left with anyone other than immediate family. Her trust in caregivers shattered by the realization that someone she'd liked and trusted had been doing something harmful. We've been through counseling, both individually and as a family. The therapist has helped us process what happened and develop strategies for feeling safe again. But recovery is slow and uneven, with setbacks triggered by seemingly random events, a smoke detector beeping to signal low battery, a nightlight that reminds them of the ones that contained cameras, a news story about surveillance or privacy invasion. I gave someone access to my children and my home based on references that turned out to be fake and a professional manner that was entirely performance. That decision led to months of secret surveillance. My children's lives sold to strangers as entertainment. Permanent footage that continues to exist in collections I'll never locate. The trust I extended to Kelly wasn't unreasonable or negligent. I did what parents are supposed to do, checking credentials and meeting potential caregivers before allowing them access to my children. But it wasn't enough, because Kelly's entire presentation was designed to exploit exactly that kind of reasonable parental diligence. That's what I think about now when I see babysitters advertised on childcare websites. Not whether they're qualified or experienced, but whether they're installing more than trust whilst parents are away. Whether the families who hire them realize their private lives might become products sold in hidden corners of the internet to people whose interest in children isn't innocent. Whether other parents understand that credentials can be faked, references can be manufactured, and professional manner can mask predatory intent. The childcare website where I found Kelly has implemented new verification procedures since the investigation revealed how she'd operated. They now require video verification calls and more rigorous background checks. They've added warnings about protecting family privacy and recommendations for monitoring caregivers. But these measures feel inadequate, given what happened. Reactive rather than preventive. Closing the door after too many families had already been violated. I left my children with someone I barely knew. Just a babysitter who seemed professional, who had references I didn't verify properly, who seemed to genuinely care about my kids. That trust led to a betrayal I'll never fully recover from, to footage that can't be retrieved, to a loss of innocence for my children that no prison sentence can restore. The guilt of that sits with me constantly, the knowledge that my decision to trust Kelly exposed my children to something I should have protected them from. We're supposedly safe now. The cameras are gone, Kelly is imprisoned, the marketplace was shut down. But somewhere online, videos of my children exist. Their bedtime stories, their bath times, their innocent moments of childhood, all documented and distributed to people I'll never identify. And that knowledge will haunt me for the rest of my life. A permanent weight I'll carry, a violation that can never be undone, no matter how many security systems I install or how carefully I vet future caregivers. That's the reality of what happened when I hired a babysitter I found online. Not a tragic accident or an unforeseeable risk, but a systematic exploitation of parental trust by someone who'd refined their predatory approach over years of targeting vulnerable families. My mistake wasn't unique or particularly careless. It was predictable, which is why Kelly's operation was so successful and why other families continue to be at risk from people operating similar schemes right now. The footage exists. The violation is permanent. And somewhere, someone is probably watching videos of my children at this very moment, footage they purchased or downloaded or received from someone else who'd subscribed to Kelly's marketplace listings. That thought makes it hard to breathe sometimes. The knowledge that my children's privacy was stolen and sold and continues to be violated by strangers whose faces I'll never see and whose motivations I'll never understand. That's what one bad decision cost us, and that's a price we'll be paying for the rest of our lives. I referred a patient to someone I thought was a legitimate specialist, and 6 months later I discovered what those appointments had actually involved. The guilt of that still wakes me up most nights. knowing I sent someone into danger whilst believing I was helping them. I'm a GP working at a surgery in Cardiff, been there for around 12 years now. It's the sort of practice where you get to know your patients properly, see the same families for years, watch children grow up and elderly patients gradually decline. I'd always taken pride in that continuity of care, in being someone people could trust with their health concerns. Last spring, a pharmaceutical rep named Helen started visiting the surgery. Nothing unusual about that. Drug companies send representatives to practices all the time, promoting their products and leaving samples. Helen was professional and knowledgeable, representing a company I'd vaguely heard of but didn't know much about. She focused mainly on pain management medications and treatments for chronic conditions. Over several months, Helen became a regular presence at the surgery. She'd drop by every few weeks, always polite and never pushy, just making herself available if any of us wanted to discuss her company's products. She brought lunch for the staff occasionally, remembered people's birthdays, the sort of relationship building that pharmaceutical reps typically engage in. During one of her visits, Helen mentioned that her company had started offering a specialized pain management program for patients with complex chronic conditions. It was being piloted in select areas, combining medication with physiotherapy and psychological support. She explained that they were looking for general practitioner practices willing to refer suitable patients for assessment. The program sounded legitimate enough. Helen provided detailed literature about it, including information about the specialists involved and the treatment protocols they used. She emphasized that it was completely free for patients, funded by her company as part of a research initiative into integrated pain management approaches. All I needed to do was identify patients who might benefit and provide their details for the assessment team to contact them. I had several patients who fit the criteria perfectly. People with chronic back pain, fibromyalgia, arthritis that wasn't responding well to conventional treatments. These were individuals I'd been treating for years, watching them struggle with pain that significantly impacted their quality of life. The idea that they could access specialized support at no cost seemed like an opportunity I couldn't ignore. I discussed the program with 3 of my patients, all middle-aged women dealing with different chronic pain conditions. I explained what Helen had told me about the integrated approach and the research component. All 3 agreed to be referred, grateful for the chance to try something that might help where other treatments had failed. Helen collected their details and contact information. She assured me the assessment team would be in touch with them within a fortnight to arrange initial consultations. She mentioned that the appointments would take place at a private clinic in Bristol, about an hour's drive from Cardiff, and that transport could be arranged if needed. Over the next few months, I'd check in with those 3 patients during their regular appointments. They all mentioned they'd been contacted and had attended initial assessments. The reports seemed positive but vague. They'd mentioned seeing specialists and undergoing various examinations, but when I asked for specifics, they'd say they'd been asked not to discuss the details until the program was complete. Something about maintaining research integrity. That should have concerned me more than it did. The vagueness of their descriptions, the emphasis on confidentiality, the fact that I never received any clinical updates from the specialists supposedly managing their care. But I was busy. The patients seemed reasonably satisfied with the attention they were receiving, and I had no concrete reason to question what Helen had told me. It was one of my colleagues who first raised doubts. Dr. Patel mentioned during a staff meeting that she'd tried to research Helen's pharmaceutical company and couldn't find much information about them online. The company had a basic website but no significant presence, no press releases about their research programs, nothing that suggested they were legitimate players in the pharmaceutical industry. That conversation prompted me to do my own research. I searched for the pain management program Helen had described and found absolutely nothing. No published studies, no mentions in medical journals, no references to the Bristol clinic where my patients were supposedly being treated. I tried searching for the specialists Helen had named in her literature, and while some of them existed, none were actually affiliated with the company or program she'd described. I called Helen's mobile number, but it went straight to voicemail. I tried the company's main number from their website, and it rang endlessly without being answered. I emailed the addresses Helen had provided, and all my messages bounced back as undeliverable. That's when I started to panic. I'd referred 3 of my patients to what was apparently a fake medical program, providing their personal details and medical information to someone I now realized I knew almost nothing about. I had no idea where they had actually been going for those appointments or who they'd been seeing. I contacted all 3 patients immediately, asking them to come in for urgent appointments. 2 of them attended within days. The third, a woman named Margaret, who'd been dealing with chronic back pain for years, didn't respond to my calls or messages. When I tried her emergency contact, her daughter told me Margaret had moved away suddenly about a month earlier and hadn't left a forwarding address. The 2 patients who did come in were reluctant to discuss the program at first. They'd been told that breaking confidentiality before the research concluded would disqualify them from receiving the full treatment benefits. But when I explained my concerns about the program's legitimacy, they started sharing details that made my stomach turn. The appointments hadn't taken place at a medical clinic. They'd been conducted at a residential property in Bristol, a large house that had been fitted out to look clinical, but wasn't a registered medical facility. The so-called specialists weren't doctors or physiotherapists. The examinations had been intrusive and humiliating, involving extensive photography and video recording that the patients were told was necessary for medical documentation. They'd been given medications during these sessions, pills and injections that supposedly targeted their pain conditions, but that neither patient could identify. The medications made them drowsy and compliant, which is why they couldn't recall all the details of what happened during their appointments. What they did remember suggested the examinations went far beyond anything medically necessary or appropriate. Both women described feeling violated but not understanding why at the time. The people conducting the examinations had used proper medical terminology and maintained a clinical atmosphere, which made it difficult to recognize that what was happening was actually abuse disguised as treatment. They'd trusted the program because their GP had referred them to it, never imagining I'd send them somewhere dangerous. I reported everything to the police and the General Medical Council immediately. The police investigation uncovered that Helen wasn't a pharmaceutical rep at all. She was part of a group that targeted medical practices, posing as legitimate company representatives to gain access to patient information and identify vulnerable individuals who could be exploited. The house in Bristol, where the appointments had taken place, was owned by someone with no medical qualifications whatsoever. The property had been deliberately set up to resemble a clinical environment, complete with examination tables, medical equipment, and official-looking documentation. Everything designed to maintain the illusion of legitimacy, whilst actual abuse was taking place. The police found recording equipment throughout the house. Everything that happened during those appointments had been filmed from multiple angles, apparently for distribution, rather than any medical purpose. They discovered files containing videos of dozens of women, not just my 3 patients, but many others who'd been referred by different doctors across Wales and the southwest of England. The recordings had been uploaded to a website on the dark web, marketed as genuine medical examinations conducted without the patient's knowledge or consent. The site charged for access to different categories of content, with prices varying based on the type of examination and the patient's appearance. My patients' videos were among hundreds available for viewing and download. What made it particularly disturbing was how the scheme exploited the trust inherent in medical relationships. The fake programs specifically targeted patients with chronic pain conditions because those individuals were often desperate for help and willing to try treatments they might otherwise question. They trusted their doctor's referrals implicitly, never imagining a general practitioner would unknowingly direct them into such a situation. The investigation revealed that Helen and her associates had been operating this scheme for over 2 years, targeting multiple GP practices across the region. They'd refined their approach over time, learning which types of doctors were most likely to make referrals without extensive verification. Busy practices with high patient loads were ideal targets because doctors didn't have time to thoroughly investigate every program or specialist they encountered. I had to contact every patient I'd ever discussed the program with, even those who hadn't been referred, to ensure they hadn't been approached independently by Helen's group. I had to explain to the families of those who had been referred what their loved ones had actually experienced during those appointments. The conversations were devastating, watching people realize that medical authority had been used to facilitate abuse. The 2 patients who'd attended my urgent appointments both reported significant trauma from the experience. They'd sought medical help for legitimate pain conditions and ended up being violated and filmed without their knowledge. The medications they'd been given had made it difficult to resist or fully comprehend what was happening, which added another layer of violation to the whole experience. Margaret, the patient who disappeared, was eventually located living in a hostel in Birmingham. She'd left Cardiff suddenly after realizing something was wrong with the program and feeling too ashamed to explain to anyone what had happened. She was the patient who'd attended the most appointments, around 8 or 9 over 4 months, and she carried the most trauma from the experience. She trusted me completely when I referred her, never questioning that the program might be anything other than what I'd described. The recordings of my patients were removed from that specific website, but the police confirmed they'd been downloaded numerous times before the site was shut down. Those videos existed somewhere in private collections, possibly redistributed through other platforms that law enforcement couldn't access or monitor. The violation was permanent, irreversible, continuing to exist in spaces the victims would never be able to control. Helen and 3 others involved in the scheme were eventually arrested and prosecuted. The sentences seemed inadequate given the scale of what they'd done, the number of women they'd exploited, the systematic way they'd corrupted medical trust to facilitate abuse. Helen received 5 years, serving probably half that before release. The others received similar or lighter sentences. The professional consequences for me were severe. I was formally reprimanded by the GMC for failing to adequately verify the program before making referrals. My defense that I'd been deliberately deceived by sophisticated criminals was noted, but didn't eliminate my responsibility to protect my patients from harm. Several of the affected patients filed complaints, which I couldn't defend against because ultimately I had failed them. My reputation in the medical community was damaged beyond repair. Other GPs knew about what happened, knew that my lack of due diligence had resulted in patients being abused. Pharmaceutical reps stopped visiting because I'd become too cautious, questioning everything to the point of being unable to make normal clinical decisions. Patients started transferring to other practices, unwilling to trust a doctor who'd made such a catastrophic error in judgment. I eventually left that practice and moved to a different part of the country, taking a position at a walk-in center where I see patients only once and have no ongoing responsibility for their care. It's the only type of medical work I can still manage psychologically. The idea of developing long-term patient relationships, of being someone people trust with their health over time, is too frightening now. I can't risk making another referral that might harm someone. I still think about those 3 women constantly, particularly Margaret, who trusted me most completely and suffered most extensively as a result. I think about the appointments I sent them to, believing I was helping them access specialized care when I was actually facilitating their abuse. I think about the videos that still exist somewhere online, permanent records of violations that happened because I didn't ask enough questions or verify information I should have checked. The worst part is knowing it's still happening. Helen's group was one operation, but the police explained these schemes are increasingly common. Criminals pose as medical professionals, pharmaceutical representatives, research coordinators, anything that gives them access to vulnerable patients through the medical system. They exploit doctors' desire to help, patients' desperation for relief, and the trust that makes healthcare possible. I wanted to warn other GPs about what happened, to share my story, so they'd be more careful about verifying referrals and programs. But doing so means publicly acknowledging my failure, potentially exposing my former patients to unwanted attention, and admitting that I'm the doctor who sent vulnerable women into danger. Medical journals weren't interested in publishing something so damaging to the profession's reputation. Conferences didn't want speakers discussing how easily medical trust could be exploited. So instead, I carry this knowledge silently, working in a walk-in center where I treat minor ailments and never have to make complex clinical decisions. I see patients with coughs and rashes and twisted ankles, conditions I can manage without referrals or trust or ongoing relationships. It's not the career I trained for or imagined having, but it's the only way I can continue practicing medicine without the constant fear of harming someone again. Sometimes I search for news about similar schemes, checking if anyone else has fallen for the same trick. I found a few stories about fake medical programs and fraudulent pharmaceutical companies, though none quite like what I experienced. I wonder how many other doctors have made similar mistakes but never discovered the truth, never found out where their referrals actually led. I think about Margaret particularly often, about the trust in her eyes when I explained the program to her, how grateful she was for the opportunity to try something new after years of unsuccessful treatments. She believed I was helping her, and I believed it too. We were both wrong, but my error had consequences she'll live with forever. The recording still exists somewhere in the hidden corners of the internet, viewed by people I'll never identify. Those women's pain and vulnerability, which they'd shared with me as their doctor in hopes of finding relief, was converted into something else entirely. Their trust was exploited, their bodies violated, their dignity destroyed, all because I accepted information from someone whose credentials I should have verified but didn't. That's what keeps me awake now. Not dramatic fear or immediate danger, but the quiet, persistent guilt of knowing I facilitated harm to people who trusted me. The knowledge that somewhere online, permanent records exist of violations I enabled. The understanding that no amount of career change or geographical distance can undo what happened or restore what those women lost. I made a mistake, a single mistake born of wanting to help, of being too busy to verify information properly, of trusting someone who presented herself professionally and seemed legitimate. One mistake that echoed outward in ways I couldn't predict, that harmed people I'd sworn to protect, that continues harming them still through videos I can't remove and consequences I can't reverse. That's the reality I live with now, not the horror of malicious intent, but the horror of good intentions weaponized by people who understood exactly how to exploit a doctor's desire to help their patients, and knowing that somewhere, in hidden corners of the internet I'll never access. My failure is still being commodified and viewed, still causing harm, still existing as permanent evidence of the worst mistake I'll ever make. This may seem like a strange way to start a story, but here goes. Up until very recently, I used to exercise religiously. I'd always use one of those fitness apps that logs your runs and walks, maps your routes, counts your steps, tells you how many calories you burned. It felt good to see the progress, to have concrete data about getting healthier. I used it for nearly a year before I discovered that every route I'd ever taken, every location I'd ever stopped at, every pattern in my daily movement had been compiled into a profile that was being sold to people who had very specific reasons for wanting to know exactly where I'd be and when. People who'd purchased that information multiple times, who'd used it in ways I'm still discovering, who know more about my life than most of my actual friends do. I'm a speech therapist working with children at several primary schools across Derby. It's the kind of job that involves a lot of moving around during the day, visiting different schools, working with kids individually or in small groups. I'm generally active anyway, enjoy keeping fit, try to walk whenever I can, rather than driving everywhere. Using a fitness app seemed like a natural way to track that activity and motivate myself to stay healthy. The app I downloaded was called Health Path. It had decent reviews, a clean interface, seemed straightforward enough. Free basic version, with optional premium features you could pay for, the standard business model for fitness apps. I started using it last January, logging my morning runs around the neighborhood, my walks between schools during the workday, my evening strolls when the weather was nice. The app was quite engaging. It would send encouraging notifications when you hit milestones, suggest routes based on what you'd done before, create statistics showing your progress over time. It had social features too, where you could add friends and see each other's activities, though I never really used that aspect. I just wanted the personal tracking, the satisfaction of seeing my activity logged and quantified. Over the months, I got into a comfortable routine with it. Morning run before work, usually the same 3 or 4 routes through my neighborhood, depending on how much time I had. Walks during the day between school visits. Routes that became predictable as I figured out the quickest paths. Evening walks most days after dinner. Circular routes around the local park or along the canal towpath. The app faithfully recorded all of it, building up a comprehensive picture of my movement patterns. I particularly liked the feature that showed your most frequented locations. It would identify places you visited regularly and give them labels: home, work, gym, that sort of thing. Mine showed my house, the various schools I worked at, a coffee shop I'd stop at most mornings between appointments, the park where I'd do my evening walks. It was oddly satisfying seeing my regular life mapped out like that. Proof that I had a routine and structure to my days. Around 6 months into using the app, I started noticing a car that seemed to appear in the same locations I did. A silver Audi that I'd see parked near my house in the mornings. Then later parked near one of the schools I worked at. Then sometimes near the coffee shop or the park. I thought it was coincidence at first. Someone who happened to have a similar routine to mine, living and working in the same areas. But the timing of the appearances was too consistent. The car would be parked on my street when I left for my morning run, usually a few houses down, and I'd see it pull away shortly after I started running. Then it would be at one of my school locations later that same day, parked with a clear view of the entrance. It started to feel less like coincidence and more like someone was deliberately being in the same place as I was, following a schedule that matched mine too closely to be random. I tried to see who was driving it, but the windows were tinted enough that I could never get a clear view. I never saw anyone get in or out. It was just there, consistently present in locations where I spent time, watching without ever doing anything overtly threatening or illegal. I reported it to the police after about 2 weeks of noticing this pattern. They took a statement, but explained that someone parking legally on public streets wasn't something they could act on unless there was evidence of actual harassment or threats. They took the registration number and said they'd look into it, but they were honest about not being able to do much without clear evidence of criminal intent. The car stopped appearing after I filed that police report, which should have been reassuring, but actually made me more uneasy. It suggested someone had known I'd contacted police, that they were aware of my concerns and had adjusted their behavior accordingly. That implied they were paying very close attention to me, close enough to know when I'd taken action against them. Then I started receiving anonymous messages through various platforms. They'd come through email, through social media accounts I barely used, even through a professional networking site I'd signed up for years ago and forgotten about. The messages were brief and cryptic, usually just mentioning a specific location and time. The coffee shop at 8:15 on Tuesday, the canal path at 6:30 on Friday, the park bench near the playground at 7 on Sunday evening. What made them disturbing was how accurate they were. These were exact descriptions of where I'd been and when, locations and times that weren't public knowledge, that I hadn't shared with anyone. Someone was tracking my movements with precision and letting me know they were doing it, sending these messages as proof that my routine was completely transparent to them. I became hypervigilant about my surroundings, constantly checking if anyone was following me, varying my routes to avoid predictability. But the messages continued, adapting to my new patterns, demonstrating that whoever was sending them could track me regardless of what precautions I took. If I took a different route to work, I'd receive a message mentioning that new route. If I stopped going to my usual coffee shop and tried a different one, a message would reference the new location. A colleague at work suggested that maybe someone had access to my phone's location data. That seemed impossible. I was careful about app permissions, didn't share my location publicly, had privacy settings enabled. But she convinced me to check what apps had location access, and that's when I discovered HealthPath was tracking my location continuously, not just when I was actively using it for exercise logging. The app's permissions showed it had access to my location at all times, even when it was running in the background. I'd granted that permission when I first installed it, clicking through the setup screens without reading carefully, assuming it needed location access for mapping runs, but not realizing it meant constant tracking regardless of whether I was exercising. I immediately revoked the location permission and looked more carefully at what data the app had collected. The history section showed every single location I'd visited over the past 6 months, with timestamps accurate to the minute. Every school I'd worked at, every shop I'd visited, every route I'd walked. It was a comprehensive surveillance record of my life, all stored in an app I'd voluntarily installed because I wanted to track my fitness. But the data wasn't just stored locally on my phone. The app's privacy policy, which I read properly for the first time, explained that location data was uploaded to their servers for service improvement and shared with third-party partners for various purposes, including advertising and analytics. The language was vague enough that it could mean almost anything, and I had no way of knowing who these third-party partners were or what they were doing with my location history. I deleted the app immediately and contacted HealthPath's customer support, asking them to delete all my data from their servers. They responded with an automated message saying, "Data deletion requests. would be processed within 30 days, which did nothing to address my immediate concerns about who currently had access to 6 months of detailed location tracking. The anonymous messages stopped after I deleted the app, which confirmed my suspicions that whoever was tracking me had been using data from HealthPath. But that confirmation made everything worse in a way, because it meant my location information had been accessible to someone with malicious intent, someone who'd used fitness tracking data to stalk me systematically over an extended period. A few weeks later, a police detective contacted me. They'd been investigating HealthPath as part of a broader inquiry into location data being sold illegally on the dark web. My name had come up because I'd filed that initial report about being followed, and they'd found evidence that my location data specifically had been sold multiple times through a marketplace that specialized in personal tracking information. The detective explained how it worked. HealthPath had been collecting detailed location data from thousands of users, far more information than necessary for fitness tracking. That data was being packaged into individual user profiles and sold to anyone willing to pay for access. The profiles included complete location histories, regular routines, frequently visited places, predictable patterns that could be used for various purposes including stalking, burglary planning, or targeted harassment. She showed me, with obvious discomfort, the listing that had included my data. It was on a dark web marketplace organized like a commercial database, with search functions allowing buyers to filter by location, age, gender, activity patterns, and other criteria. My profile was listed under active single females in the Derby area with predictable daily routines. The listing included sample data showing the kind of information buyers would receive, screenshots of my most visited locations, examples of my regular routes with timestamps, analysis of my typical schedule showing when I was reliably at home versus when I was away. It was marketed as comprehensive surveillance intelligence, useful for anyone who wanted to monitor someone's movements without their knowledge. The purchase history showed my profile had been bought by 5 different accounts. 5 separate people had paid money for detailed information about my daily movements, my routine, my predictable patterns. The marketplace didn't reveal buyer identities, but the detective explained they were working to trace transactions and identify who'd purchased access to my data and others like it. What made it worse was discovering that HealthPath had known about the data sales. The company wasn't directly selling to the marketplace. That was being done by someone who'd gained unauthorized access to their databases. But HealthPath had been aware of the security breach for months before taking action to stop it or warn users that their location data had been compromised. They'd prioritized avoiding bad publicity over protecting users from potential stalking and harassment. The investigation revealed that tens of thousands of HealthPath users had their location data stolen and sold. The marketplace had been operating for over a year before law enforcement discovered it, during which time countless individuals had been tracked without their knowledge by people who'd purchased their movement patterns and routines. The detective walked me through what they knew about the 5 accounts that had purchased my profile. 2 had been traced to individuals arrested for stalking offenses against other victims. 1 belonged to someone with a history of burglary, who'd apparently been using location data to identify when targets would be away from home. The other 2 remained unidentified, their purchases made through anonymous accounts that couldn't be traced to real identities. Knowing that at least 2 unidentified people still possessed detailed information about my movements, that they'd paid money for access to my location history and could still be monitoring me somehow, was terrifying in a way that's hard to articulate. The silver Audi had probably been one of the 5 buyers, using my real-time location data to show up wherever I was. But I'd never know which buyer it was, or whether the others were still out there, still interested in my routine, still watching for opportunities I couldn't anticipate. The legal consequences for Health Path were substantial, but felt inadequate. They received fines and were forced to implement better security measures. But that didn't undo the year of data collection they'd allowed to be stolen and sold. The company eventually shut down entirely, unable to survive the reputational damage and legal costs. But by then, the harm was irreversible. I had to change significant aspects of my life to feel even marginally safe. I moved house within 3 months of discovering the data breach, unable to stay somewhere whose location had been sold to strangers. I changed my work schedule and routes as much as possible, varying my patterns obsessively to avoid being predictable. I stopped using any fitness tracking apps or services, stopped sharing location data with any apps regardless of their purpose. But I know the historical data still exists somewhere. 6 months of detailed location tracking, showing everywhere I went and when, preserved in private collections of people who downloaded it before the marketplace was shut down. That information is outdated now, showing addresses I no longer visit and routines I've deliberately abandoned, but it still reveals patterns about my behavior and preferences that could be useful to someone interested in finding me. The psychological impact has been harder to manage than the practical security measures. I'm constantly aware of my surroundings now, checking for cars that seem to follow me, watching for people who appear in multiple locations, unable to relax in public spaces. The paranoia affects my work. I'm distracted during therapy sessions, anxious between appointments, hypervigilant in ways that make it difficult to maintain the calm, professional presence my job requires. I think about those 5 buyers constantly. Who were they? Why were they interested in my movement specifically? What did they plan to do with the information they purchased? 2 have been identified and arrested, but what about the other 3? Are they still monitoring me somehow, still interested in my location, still looking for opportunities to exploit the patterns they learned from data I never meant to share? The detective mentioned that location data from fitness apps had become increasingly valuable on dark web marketplaces. People use fitness tracking innocently, wanting to monitor their health and activity, never realizing they're creating comprehensive surveillance records that can be stolen and sold. The data shows not just where someone goes, but their regular patterns, their predictable routines, their vulnerable moments when they're alone or away from home. She also explained that the 5 purchases of my profile had occurred over several months, suggesting ongoing interest rather than one-time curiosity. Someone had bought my data, monitored me for a while, and the information had been valuable enough that others subsequently purchased it too. I was a product with repeat customers, my movements and routine deemed worth paying for multiple times by different people, whose intentions I'll never fully understand. I gave that app permission to track my location because I wanted to monitor my fitness. I clicked through setup screens without reading carefully, granted access without understanding the implications, used it faithfully for 6 months while it compiled comprehensive intelligence about every aspect of my daily life. That data was stolen and sold to people who used it to follow me, to learn my routine, to know where I'd be, and when, with accuracy, I couldn't have achieved myself. That's what I think about now when I see people using fitness tracking apps, logging their runs and walks, sharing their routes and achievements. Most of them probably have no idea what data they're generating or who might have access to it. They're focused on their health goals, their activity statistics, their personal progress, never imagining that the same information could be weaponized by someone who views their location history as valuable intelligence worth purchasing. The app promised to help me get healthier. Instead, it made me a target for stalkers and criminals who paid money for detailed information about my movements. It created a surveillance record more comprehensive than I could imagine, accessible to people I never met and couldn't protect myself from. And somewhere online, that record still exists. My 6 months of location data preserved in collections I'll never find, potentially being shared through networks I'll never access. I track my exercise differently now. Paper notebook, handwritten notes that never leave my house. No apps, no GPS, no digital records that could be stolen or sold. It's primitive and probably seems paranoid to people who use fitness tracking without incident. But I know what happened when I trusted an app with my location data. I know the marketplace where that data was sold, the buyers who purchased it, the year of surveillance that resulted from wanting to count my steps and map my runs. The data exists. The violation is permanent. And somewhere, someone probably still has my old location history. 6 months of my life mapped out in detail, showing everywhere I went and when I went there. That information is outdated now, but it's still mine, still private, still something I never consented to share with strangers who paid for access to my movements. And that knowledge will stay with me, a constant reminder that the tools we use for self-improvement can be turned against us in ways we never anticipate until it's far too late to protect ourselves. What would you do if you woke up one day and found photographs of yourself asleep? What if they were uploaded to a website you've never heard of and taken inside your own bedroom by someone you've never seen? That happened to me, and I wish I noticed something was wrong sooner than I did. I should explain that I'm not the sort of person who worries excessively about security. I live in a quiet residential street in Reading, the kind of area where people still leave their bins out overnight without them being knocked over, and where the biggest crime is usually teenagers writing on garden walls. My house is a small terraced place, built sometime in the 30s, with the original locks on most of the doors, because I'd never seen any reason to change them. The whole thing started when my neighbor Jenny mentioned she'd seen someone in my back garden around 3 in the morning. She'd been up with her newborn and happened to glance out the window whilst feeding him. She saw a figure moving along the side passage between our houses, staying close to my wall. At the time, she assumed it was me taking the bins out or checking on something, and thought nothing more of it until she mentioned it in passing a week later. I told her it definitely hadn't been me. I'm not someone who wanders around the garden in the middle of the night, and I'd been asleep at that hour. We both tried to rationalize it as maybe a cat or a trick of the shadows, but Jenny seemed certain she'd seen a person. She described them as average height, wearing dark clothing, moving deliberately, rather than stumbling around like someone drunk or lost. That conversation sat uncomfortably with me for the next few days. I found myself checking the locks more carefully before bed and looking out the back window more often than usual. Nothing seemed disturbed or out of place though. The gate was still closed, the bins were where I'd left them, and there were no signs of anyone having been in the garden at all. Then I started noticing small things that seemed off. A kitchen chair pulled slightly away from the table when I was certain I'd pushed it in the night before. The bathroom door left ajar when I always closed it fully. The living room curtain not quite meeting in the middle the way I usually arranged it. None of these things were significant on their own, and I convinced myself I was just being paranoid after Jenny's comment had put the idea in my head. What made me take it seriously was the smell. I came downstairs one morning and noticed a faint scent in the hallway that hadn't been there before. Not unpleasant, just unfamiliar. Something like fabric softener or a particular type of soap that I didn't use. It was subtle enough that I almost dismissed it, but it lingered just long enough to make me uncomfortable. I started to wonder if someone really had been in my house, though I couldn't work out how or why. All the doors and windows were locked from the inside each morning. Nothing was missing or damaged. There was no rational explanation for how someone could have entered without leaving any trace or taking anything valuable. My friend Claire, who's a paralegal, suggested I set up a camera. Not an elaborate security system, just one of those basic indoor cameras that connects to your phone and records when it detects movement. She'd used one to monitor her cat while she was at work and said they were cheap and simple to install. I wasn't entirely comfortable with the idea of filming my own house, but the alternative of continuing to wonder if someone was breaking in seemed worse. I bought a small camera and positioned it in the hallway, angled so it would capture anyone coming down the stairs or entering through the front door. The setup was straightforward enough that even I could manage it, just connecting it to my wireless internet and downloading an app to my phone. The camera would save recordings to a cloud service automatically, keeping them for a week before deleting them to make space for new footage. For the first 3 nights, nothing appeared on the recordings except me moving around the house in the evening before bed and then leaving for work in the morning. I started to feel foolish for even setting it up, convinced I'd been overreacting to Jenny's offhand comment and a few coincidences that meant nothing. On the 4th night, the camera recorded someone entering my house at 2:30 in the morning. I discovered the footage the following afternoon at work, checking the app during my lunch break more out of habit than any real expectation of seeing anything unusual. The recording showed my hallway in the greenish night vision mode, perfectly still and empty. Then, at 2:31, the front door opened smoothly and silently. A figure stepped inside, closed the door behind them with careful precision, and stood motionless in my hallway for nearly a minute. They were wearing dark clothes and what looked like a balaclava or ski mask covering their face. Average build, impossible to determine age or any identifying features from the footage. They carried a small bag over one shoulder and something in their right hand that I couldn't make out clearly in the grainy night vision recording. After that initial pause, they moved through the hallway and out of the camera's view, heading toward the kitchen. The recording continued, showing the empty hallway for another 47 minutes, and then the figure reappeared, walking calmly back toward the front door. They paused again before leaving, this time turning to look directly at where the camera was positioned. Even through the mask, I could sense them staring at it for several long seconds before they opened the door and left. I watched that recording probably 20 times sitting at my desk, trying to understand what I was seeing. Someone had been inside my house while I slept upstairs, moving through my rooms for nearly an hour, and then left without taking anything or making any noise that woke me. The casualness of their movements suggested this wasn't their first time doing this. They knew the layout, knew how to open the old front door without making it creak, knew exactly how much time they had. I should have gone straight to the police, but I was too shaken to think clearly. I left work early, claiming I felt ill, and drove home in a daze. When I got there, I went through every room trying to see if anything was missing or disturbed. Everything looked exactly as I'd left it that morning. Nothing taken, nothing moved, nothing that would explain why someone had spent almost an hour in my house in the middle of the night. That evening, I changed all the locks. It cost more than I could comfortably afford to get someone out on short notice, but I needed to know the house was secure before I could even think about sleeping there again. The locksmith who came was professional and efficient, replacing both the front and back door locks with modern deadbolts that couldn't be picked easily. He commented that the old locks had been pretty useless anyway, the kind that anyone with basic knowledge could open in under a minute. I positioned the camera in the living room that night, wanting to see if they tried to return now that the locks had changed. I barely slept, lying awake listening for any sound of someone trying to get in. Every creak of the house settling made my heart race. Around 4 a.m, I finally drifted off from sheer exhaustion. When I checked the footage the next day, there was nothing. No attempt to enter, no figure in the garden, nothing at all. I felt a mixture of relief and lingering unease. Perhaps changing the locks had been enough to deter them. Perhaps they'd realized I was aware of their presence and had moved on to easier targets. I tried to return to normal life, though I was now hyper-aware of every sound in the house and couldn't shake the feeling of violation that came with knowing a stranger had been moving through my rooms while I slept. I reported the footage to the police, who took a statement and said they'd increase patrols in the area, but were honest about the low likelihood of catching whoever it was without more evidence or a similar incident nearby. About a week later, I received a message through social media from an account I didn't recognize. The profile had no photos and had been created recently, with no friends or other activity. The message was simple and direct. It contained a link to a website and nothing else. No explanation, no text, just a URL that meant nothing to me. I knew I shouldn't click on links from unknown sources, but something about the timing made me curious. I copied the link and searched for it online, trying to see if it was a known phishing site or malware distribution point. Nothing came up in normal search results. The link appeared to be to a website on the dark web, one of those addresses made up of random letters and numbers that couldn't be accessed through regular browsers. I spent the rest of that evening reading about how to access these hidden websites, though I was increasingly certain I didn't want to know what was at that particular address. But the not knowing was almost worse than any concrete information could be. I kept thinking about that figure standing in my hallway, staring at the camera, and wondering if this link was connected to those intrusions. Eventually, I set up the necessary software and entered the address, half expecting it to be some kind of virus or trap. What loaded instead was a simple website with minimal design, just a dark background and a grid of thumbnail images. It took me a moment to recognize what I was looking at. They were photographs of the inside of my house, dozens of them, taken from various angles and at different times, all uploaded to this website that existed in the hidden corners of the internet, where regular search engines couldn't reach. The images showed my kitchen, my living room, my bedroom. Some were taken during the day when I was at work, showing my possessions in clear daylight. Others were taken at night, capturing my furniture and belongings in the dim glow of streetlights through the windows. Each image was date-stamped, showing they'd been taken over a period of several months, long before I'd even known anyone was entering my house. But what made my blood run cold were the images that showed me, asleep in my bed, unaware I was being photographed, sitting on the sofa watching television, captured through what must have been a gap in the curtains, making breakfast in the kitchen, completely oblivious to whoever was documenting my routine. Below the grid of images was a counter showing how many times the page had been viewed. The number was in the hundreds. Hundreds of people had accessed this website and looked at photographs of the inside of my house and of me going about my private life, completely unaware I was being watched and documented. There was a comment section beneath the images, though I could barely bring myself to read them. people discussing the photographs in detached analytical terms, as though they were reviewing property listings or holiday destinations. Some comments requested specific types of images or particular angles. Others debated technical details about the photography equipment used or the best times to capture certain shots. One comment thread discussed how the photographer had gained access, with several people sharing their own techniques for entering homes without leaving evidence. Another thread speculated about my daily routine, based on the timestamps of the images, constructing an alarmingly accurate picture of my life from these stolen moments. I reported the website to the police immediately, though they explained that sites on the dark web were notoriously difficult to take down or trace to their creators. They assigned someone from their cybercrime unit to investigate, but warned me that these cases rarely resulted in arrests unless the perpetrator made a significant mistake or unless they were already under investigation for other crimes. The detective I spoke to explained that this type of activity had become increasingly common, with people breaking into homes specifically to photograph them for sale or entertainment on these hidden websites. Some did it for money, selling access to the images. Others did it for the thrill or for the attention from others interested in this particular violation of privacy. The images themselves, while disturbing and invasive, didn't always constitute clear criminal activity unless they crossed certain lines the law recognized. I had the house swept by a security specialist who found a tiny camera hidden in my smoke detector. One that had been there for months, silently recording and transmitting images whenever it detected movement. The specialist found a second camera behind a picture frame in my bedroom, positioned to capture the sleeping area. Both were sophisticated enough to connect to wireless internet and upload their footage automatically, which explained how the photographer had so many images without needing to physically retrieve memory cards. The specialist explained that these cameras were readily available online, marketed for legitimate security purposes, but commonly used for exactly this kind of intrusion. They were small enough to hide in plain sight and could run for months on battery power. The person who'd installed them had probably done so during one of their early visits to my house, long before I'd had any reason to suspect someone was breaking in. I moved out of that house within a month. I couldn't stay there knowing those images were still circulating on that website and probably copied to dozens of other sites I'd never find. Couldn't sleep in a bedroom that had been photographed and studied by hundreds of strangers. Couldn't live with the knowledge that someone had spent months carefully documenting my private life for reasons I still don't fully understand. The website itself was eventually taken down, though the detective confirmed that the images had almost certainly been downloaded and shared elsewhere before it disappeared. Once something exists on the dark web, removing all traces becomes nearly impossible. Those photographs of my home and my life are out there somewhere, archived and accessible to anyone who knows where to look. What haunts me most is not knowing who did it or why they chose my house specifically. Was it random? Or had they been watching me before they started breaking in? Were they someone I knew, someone I'd passed in the street without recognition? The thought that I might have spoken to them, might have smiled at them while completely unaware of what they'd done, makes my skin crawl. I've taken every precaution I can think of in my new place. Modern locks, proper security system, regular checks for hidden cameras, curtains that actually block the view from outside. But I know that none of these measures can undo what's already been done or guarantee it won't happen again. I know that somewhere online, accessible to anyone with the knowledge to find it, there's a record of my most private moments, shared and discussed by strangers who see my violation as entertainment. Sometimes I wonder if the person who did this is reading this account, recognizing the details even though I've been careful not to identify myself too specifically. I wonder if they moved on to someone else after I moved out, if there's another house somewhere with cameras hidden in smoke detectors and another person going about their life unaware they're being watched. The worst part is knowing how long it went on before I noticed anything wrong. Months of someone entering my house regularly, setting up equipment, taking photographs, treating my home like their own private project. Months of me sleeping peacefully while a stranger stood in my bedroom photographing me. All of that happened in a quiet residential street in Reading, in a house I'd felt completely safe in, to someone who'd never given anyone reason to target them. That's what keeps me awake now, in a different house with better locks and security cameras of my own. Not fear of the person who did it, but the knowledge of how easy it was for them. How little effort it took to turn my home into something else entirely. Something I can never get back no matter how many times I move or how many precautions I take. The photographs exist, the violation exists, and somewhere on the hidden internet, it always will. It was one of the biggest mistakes of my life, agreeing to help someone I'd never met with what seemed like a simple favor. I'm still dealing with the consequences now, months later, and I don't think I'll ever feel entirely safe again. I should start by explaining that I'm a wedding photographer based in Leeds. It's not glamorous work, but it pays reasonably well, and I enjoy it most of the time. The job involves a lot of equipment, multiple cameras and lenses, lighting gear, backup drives for storing the thousands of photos I take at each event. I'd built up a decent reputation over the years, mostly through word of mouth and a portfolio website that showcased my better work. Last February, I received an inquiry through my website contact form. Someone named David explained that he was getting married in June and wanted to discuss booking me for the day. Nothing unusual about that. It's how most of my clients find me. He provided an email address and asked if I could send over my packages and pricing information. I replied with my standard response, outlining the different coverage options and costs. David wrote back quickly, asking several detailed questions about what equipment I used, how I backed up the photos, what my editing process involved. Again, not particularly unusual. Clients often want to know the technical details, especially if they're paying several £100s for the service. What was slightly odd was that David never mentioned his fiancée by name, never provided details about the venue, and seemed more interested in my workflow than the actual creative aspects of wedding photography. When I asked about the wedding location so I could factor in travel time, he said they hadn't finalized the venue yet, but it would be somewhere in Yorkshire. We exchanged probably a dozen emails over the next fortnight. David asked increasingly specific questions about my equipment storage, whether I use cloud backup, how I transferred files between devices, what security measures I had in place for client data. I found myself spending more time explaining my technical setup than I usually would, but he seemed like a cautious person who wanted to ensure his wedding photos would be handled professionally. Eventually, David made what seemed like a reasonable request. He explained that he'd had a bad experience with a previous photographer who'd lost an entire set of engagement photos due to a hard drive failure. Before committing to booking me, he wanted to send me a test file to upload to my system, just to verify that my backup process worked as I'd described. He'd send me a high-resolution image file. I'd process it through my normal workflow, and then confirm it had been backed up properly. It seemed like an unusual level of caution, but not completely unreasonable given his explanation. I agreed, and David sent me a download link to a file hosted on a service I wasn't familiar with. The file was large, around 2 gigabytes, which he explained was because it was an uncompressed RAW image from a professional camera. I downloaded the file and opened it in my editing software. It appeared to be a perfectly normal photograph of a landscape, well composed and properly exposed. Nothing suspicious or concerning about it. I ran it through my standard editing workflow, saved the processed version, and backed it up to my external drives and cloud storage as I would with any client file. I confirmed to David that everything had worked properly, and he seemed satisfied. He said he'd discuss the booking with his fiancée and get back to me about which package they wanted. I didn't hear from him again after that, which wasn't particularly unusual. Plenty of enquiries don't result in bookings. People change their minds or go with other photographers, or decide to cut costs by having a friend take photos instead. I forgot about David entirely until about 3 weeks later, when I started noticing strange activity on my computer. Files would be open when I was certain I'd closed them. My internet connection seemed slower than usual. The computer's fan ran constantly, suggesting something was using significant processing power even when I wasn't actively working. I assumed I'd picked up some kind of malware, probably from clicking on a dodgy link or visiting a compromised website. I ran several antivirus scans, but nothing came up. The strange behavior continued, and I eventually took the computer to a repair shop to have it properly checked. The technician who looked at it found something I hadn't expected. My computer was running a program that was accessing my files and sending data somewhere over the internet. Not all my files, just specific folders where I stored client photographs and personal documents. The program was well hidden, designed to look like a legitimate system process, and had been active for several weeks. More concerning was that the program appeared to be providing remote access to my computer. Someone, somewhere, had been able to see my screen, access my files, and potentially monitor everything I did on that machine. The technician couldn't determine exactly what had been accessed or copied, but the program had been running continuously since around the time I'd processed that test file from David. I felt sick realizing what had probably happened. That file hadn't been a test of my backup system. It had contained malicious code that installed itself when I opened it, giving David, or whoever he really was, complete access to my computer and everything stored on it. All my client files, years of wedding photographs, personal documents, financial records, passwords saved in my browser, everything. The technician cleaned the malware from my computer and recommended I change all my passwords immediately and monitor my bank accounts for unusual activity. He also suggested I contact my clients to warn them that their photographs might have been compromised, though I had no way of knowing what had actually been accessed. That conversation was excruciating, calling couples to explain that the private photographs from their weddings might have been stolen by a stranger who tricked me into installing malware on my computer. Some were understanding, others were furious. Several threatened legal action. One couple had specifically requested that certain photos never be shared online, and now I had to tell them those images might be circulating on websites I couldn't access or control. I reported everything to the police, providing all the emails from David and the technical analysis from the repair shop. They took a statement but explained that this type of crime was increasingly common and extremely difficult to prosecute. The email address David used was probably fake. The file hosting service was based overseas, and tracking down whoever was actually responsible would require resources the local police didn't have. A detective suggested I search for my clients' photos online to see if they'd been posted anywhere. I spent several evenings doing image searches, checking social media sites, looking for any sign that the stolen photographs had been shared publicly. I found nothing, which should have been reassuring, but somehow made it worse. If the photos weren't being posted publicly, what were they being used for? About a month after I discovered the malware, I received an anonymous message through my website contact form. No name, no email address, just a brief message containing a link and a single sentence, telling me I should see what had happened to my work. The link was to a dark web address, meaningless letters and numbers that couldn't be accessed through normal browsers. I knew I shouldn't follow that link. Nothing good could come from seeing whatever was waiting there. But I needed to know what had been done with those stolen photographs, needed to understand the full extent of what my mistake had enabled. I spent an evening reading about how to access these hidden websites, eventually setting up the necessary software despite my growing dread about what I might find. The process was simpler than I'd expected, though I felt like I was descending into something dark and irrevocable with each step. The website that loaded was designed like a professional gallery site, clean and well organized. But instead of stock photography or artistic work, it displayed wedding photographs. My wedding photographs, dozens of complete sets from different events, all carefully organized by date and labeled with the couple's names. Each gallery had a view counter showing how many times it had been accessed. The numbers were horrifying. Thousands of views for some galleries, hundreds for others. Beneath each set of photos was a price list. People could purchase individual images or entire collections, with the cost varying based on how recent the wedding was and how many photos were included. The comments section below each gallery made me feel physically ill. People discussing the photographs in ways that had nothing to do with photography or weddings, focusing on specific individuals in the images, requesting certain types of shots, sharing the photos on other websites I'd never heard of. My work, taken without permission and sold to strangers who viewed these private moments as entertainment or something worse. But what made everything infinitely worse was discovering that my clients' photos weren't the only ones on the site. There were galleries from dozens of other photographers, thousands of wedding photographs stolen from professionals who'd been tricked the same way I had. An entire marketplace built on exploiting photographers' trust and selling intimate moments that were never meant to be public. I documented everything I could, taking screenshots and recording the website address, then reported it to the police again. They passed the information to a cybercrime unit that specializes in dark web activity, but warned me that shutting down these sites was a complicated process that could take months or years, assuming it could be done at all. The detective I spoke to explained that the photos were valuable because they were genuine rather than staged, showing real people in private moments with their families and friends. Wedding photographs captured people when they were emotional and unguarded, making them particularly sought after by certain communities online. The fact that the subjects had no idea their images were being traded made them even more valuable. I contacted every client whose photos had appeared on that website. Some had already known something was wrong because they'd been contacted by strangers who'd seen their photos, people sending disturbing messages or trying to connect with them on social media. Others had no idea their private moments had been circulating online for months, viewed and discussed by thousands of strangers. The legal consequences were severe. Several clients pursued action against me, claiming I hadn't taken adequate security measures to protect their data. My professional insurance covered some of the costs, but not all of them. My reputation in the industry was destroyed. No one wants to hire a photographer who allowed their clients' photos to be stolen and sold on the dark web. I eventually had to close my business entirely. The website hosting my stolen work was taken down after several months, but the detective confirmed the photos had been copied and redistributed across multiple other sites before it disappeared. Those images are still out there somewhere, accessible to anyone who knows where to look. What haunts me most is thinking about all the other photographers who might be receiving similar inquiries right now, from people claiming to be cautious clients who just want to test backup systems. How many are downloading files they think are harmless test images, installing malware without realizing it, giving strangers access to years of client photographs. I tried to warn others in the industry, posting on photography websites and social media groups about what had happened. Some people took the warning seriously, but others dismissed my story as paranoia or suggested I'd simply been careless with security. No one wants to believe they could fall for the same trick, that a few reasonable sounding emails could lead to such a catastrophic breach of trust. I've changed careers now, working in retail management, where the worst damage I can do is accidentally over-ordering stock. I don't own a professional camera anymore. Don't take photos, except occasional snapshots on my phone. The sight of a wedding party makes me feel anxious and guilty, wondering if their photographer is taking proper security precautions, or if their private moments will end up traded on hidden websites. Sometimes I search for that site, checking if it's been permanently shut down or if it's resurfaced somewhere else. The original address no longer works, but I've found similar sites offering the same service, selling stolen wedding photographs to people who view others' happiness and intimacy as commodities to be purchased. I know David wasn't his real name, and I know I wasn't specifically targeted. I was just one photographer among hundreds who seemed like an easy mark, someone whose livelihood depended on sophisticated equipment and complex workflows that could be exploited. The person who sent that first email probably sent identical messages to dozens of photographers, knowing a percentage would fall for the same story. The test file I downloaded is still on my old hard drives, backed up in multiple locations exactly as I promised it would be. I've never deleted it, keeping it as a reminder of how easily trust can be weaponized and how a single mistake can echo outward in ways you can't predict or control. Those couples trusted me with their wedding photographs, and I failed them in a way that can never be made right. Their private moments exist somewhere in the hidden corners of the internet, viewed and discussed by strangers, and there's nothing I can do to take that back. No amount of apologies or legal settlements can undo what happened because of my mistake. That's what I think about when people ask why I left photography. Not the financial losses or the legal troubles or the destroyed reputation, but the knowledge that I enabled something terrible to happen to people who'd done nothing wrong, except trust the wrong photographer with their memories, and that somewhere online, those images still exist, still being traded and viewed, still causing harm I'll never fully understand. Imagine finding out that your home address has been circulating on the dark web for 6 months, attached to something you never agreed to, something you never even knew existed. That's what happened to me, and I'm still not entirely sure how to process it. I should probably start by explaining that I'm not someone who would normally have any reason to know what goes on in those hidden corners of the internet. I work in graphic design, mostly corporate branding and marketing materials. My technical knowledge extends to Adobe Creative Suite and basic troubleshooting when my laptop decides to act up. The dark web was something I'd heard about in news reports, usually linked to drug markets or stolen credit cards, but it wasn't something I'd ever had cause to think about seriously. What changed was a conversation I overheard at my sister's house last summer. Her husband works in cybersecurity, and he was telling someone about a case his firm had been consulted on. A woman in Manchester had discovered that her home was being used as a drop point for illegal goods without her knowledge. Parcels would arrive addressed to fake names, and before she could refuse them or return them to sender, they'd disappear from her doorstep. Someone had been using her address as part of a distribution chain. The story stuck with me because of how vulnerable it made the woman sound. She hadn't done anything wrong, hadn't signed up for anything suspicious, but somehow her address had been selected and used by people she'd never met for purposes she couldn't begin to understand. Her brother-in-law mentioned that these schemes were often coordinated through the dark web, where addresses could be bought and sold like any other commodity. I didn't think much more about it until a package arrived at my flat in Bristol 3 weeks later. Nothing immediately suspicious about it, just a standard padded envelope with my address printed on a label. The name on the package wasn't mine though. It was addressed to someone called M. Richardson, which wasn't even close to my actual name. I live alone in a converted warehouse building near the harbour, the sort of place that got gentrified about 10 years ago and now houses young professionals and small creative agencies. The postal situation has always been a bit chaotic because the building was divided into flats without much thought for how mail would be distributed. We have individual letterboxes in the entrance hall, but delivery drivers often just leave packages in the communal area if they can't work out which flat they're meant for. This package had been left outside my door specifically, which suggested the delivery driver had made more effort than usual to find the right address. I assumed it was a mistake, probably meant for a previous tenant or someone who'd given my address by accident when ordering something online. It happens more often than you'd think. I left the package in the communal hallway with a note explaining it had been delivered to the wrong person, thinking whoever it was meant for would collect it eventually. When I came home from work that evening, it was gone. Problem solved, or so I thought. The second package arrived 4 days later. Same handwriting on the label, same name, same padded envelope. This time, I opened the main door to find it propped against my specific flat door, not just left in the general area. Someone had made a deliberate effort to ensure it ended up at my flat rather than anywhere else in the building. I called the courier company listed on the label to explain the mistake. The person I spoke to was polite but ultimately unhelpful, explaining that the package had been delivered to the address on the label and that if I wasn't the intended recipient, I should refuse any future deliveries or return them to sender. She couldn't tell me who had sent it or what it contained, just that their record showed successful delivery to the correct address. The problem was that the address was correct. My flat number, my building, my postcode, everything matched. The only thing wrong was the name, and apparently that wasn't enough to constitute a delivery error in their system. I put the second package in the hallway with another note, and again it disappeared by the evening. Whoever M. Richardson was, they were collecting these packages promptly and efficiently. The third package arrived a week later, and by this point, I was starting to feel uneasy about the whole situation. 3 deliveries to a non-existent person at my address suggested something more deliberate than a simple administrative error. I decided to open it, partly out of curiosity, and partly because I wanted to know if I was somehow involved in something I should be concerned about. Inside was a mobile phone, not a new one in retail packaging, but a used device wrapped in bubble wrap. There was no documentation, no SIM card, nothing to indicate where it had come from or why it was being sent to my address. Just a phone that looked a few years old but still functional. I turned it on, expecting to find something that would explain the situation. The phone had been factory reset, with nothing stored on it except the default apps and settings. No contacts, no messages, no call history, Completely clean. I should have gone to the police then, but I didn't really know what I'd be reporting. Someone was receiving packages at my address under a fake name, but they weren't causing any damage or disruption beyond the mild inconvenience of me having to move parcels from my doorstep. And whoever was collecting them was doing so quickly enough that I'd never actually encountered them in person. I kept the phone, more out of uncertainty about what else to do with it than any real decision to hold onto it. I put it in a drawer and tried to forget about it, telling myself that maybe the deliveries would stop now that I'd intercepted one. They didn't stop. Over the next month, 7 more packages arrived. I didn't open any of them, but I could feel from the weight and shape that they contained similar items. Small electronics, probably more phones. Each one disappeared from the hallway within hours of delivery, collected by the mysterious M. Richardson, who somehow had access to my building. I started paying more attention to the other residents, wondering if one of them was behind the scheme. The building housed around 30 people, most of whom I recognized by sight, but didn't really know. Any of them could have been using my address as a convenient collection point, secure in the knowledge that I'd leave the packages accessible rather than refusing them outright. The paranoia crept in gradually. I found myself studying my neighbors in the hallway, trying to detect any sign of guilt or recognition when they saw me. I started varying my routine, coming home at different times to see if I could catch whoever was collecting the packages. I even considered installing a small camera pointed at my door, though I wasn't sure that would be legal without informing the building management. What really disturbed me was finding the listing. I was talking to a colleague at work about the situation, and she suggested I search for my address online to see if it appeared anywhere suspicious. I didn't expect to find anything, but she convinced me it was worth checking. I started with regular search engines, which turned up nothing unusual. Then she mentioned that the dark web might be worth investigating if I was comfortable doing that. She explained that accessing it wasn't illegal in itself, and that I didn't need any special technical knowledge, just a particular type of browser that let you access hidden websites. I spent an evening reading about how it all worked, feeling increasingly out of my depth. The whole concept of websites that don't appear in normal search results, that require specific software to access, seemed designed to make people like me feel like they were doing something vaguely criminal just by looking. But my colleague had been right about one thing. It wasn't actually difficult to access, just different. I'm not going to detail exactly how I went about it, because I don't want to encourage anyone else to do the same. But within an hour, I had access to a search engine that indexed hidden websites. I typed in my address, not really expecting to find anything. What came up made my stomach drop. My address was listed on a marketplace, categorized under a section for verified drop points. The listing included details about the building layout, the postal arrangements, and specific information about my flat being suitable for collections. It mentioned that the current occupant was female, lived alone, worked regular office hours, and had demonstrated reliable behavior by leaving misaddressed packages in the communal area for collection. The listing had been active for 6 months. 6 months of my address being advertised as a safe location for receiving packages that couldn't be delivered to the actual recipients. 6 months of strangers on the internet knowing details about my life and routine that I'd never shared with anyone. The price for using the address was listed in terms I didn't fully understand, but the comments from previous users made it clear that my flat had become a popular option. People praised the reliable access, the quick collection times, and the lack of interference from the resident. Someone had even given it a 5-star rating. I felt physically sick reading through the comments. These people were discussing me like I was a service they'd paid for, analyzing my behavior patterns and noting when I was most likely to be home. One comment mentioned that I usually left for work around 8 in the morning and returned around 6 in the evening, which was accurate enough to suggest they'd been watching the building. Another comment noted that I sometimes went away for weekends, making those times particularly convenient for larger deliveries that might need more time for collection. The level of observation was deeply unsettling. These weren't just people using my address opportunistically. They were actively monitoring my routine to optimize their operations. I tried to report the listing, but there was no obvious mechanism for doing so. The marketplace didn't have contact details or support functions like a normal website. It just existed, hosting listings for dozens of other addresses across the UK, all of them presumably occupied by people who had no idea they were being used this way. I took screenshots of everything, thinking I'd need evidence when I reported it to the police. Then I spent the next hour searching for any information about M. Richardson, the name that had been on all the packages. Nothing came up. It was clearly a fake name, probably one of many used by different people to collect their purchases from my address. The worst part was realizing that I couldn't just stop it. Even if I refused all future packages, even if I put up signs or changed my locks, the listing would still be there. My address would still be advertised as a drop point, and whoever had posted it would simply update the listing to reflect the changed circumstances. The information was already out there, circulating in spaces I couldn't access or control. I did eventually go to the police, though I'm not sure it achieved much. The officer I spoke to was sympathetic, but explained that this type of situation was increasingly common and difficult to prosecute. Unless I could identify who was collecting the packages or prove that they contained illegal items, there wasn't much the police could do beyond making a note of my complaint. They suggested I refuse all deliveries not in my name and document any suspicious activity around my flat. The packages continued arriving for another 3 weeks, though less frequently. I refused every single one, handing them back to delivery drivers and explaining they were incorrectly addressed. Some drivers argued, saying their systems showed successful deliveries to that address in the past, but I stood firm. Eventually, the deliveries stopped. I checked the dark web listing a month later and found that my address had been marked as compromised, with a warning to users that the resident was now aware and refusing packages. The listing was still active though, still available for anyone who thought they could find a way around the new difficulties. I moved out of that flat 2 months ago. I know that probably seems like an overreaction, and maybe it was, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched and used by people I'd never see or identify. Every delivery to my door made me anxious. Every stranger in the hallway looked suspicious. I couldn't live like that. The thing that haunts me most is not knowing how they got my address in the first place. How did someone decide that my flat would be suitable for their purposes? Had they been watching me before the listing went up? Or had they simply found my address through some data breach and extrapolated the rest from public information? I think about all the times I'd left those packages in the hallway, trying to be helpful to someone I assumed had made an innocent mistake. I think about how my attempt to be a good neighbor had been exploited and turned into part of someone's criminal enterprise. I wonder how many of those phones I'd indirectly helped deliver were used for purposes I don't want to imagine. Sometimes I check that marketplace listing, even though I don't live there anymore. My old address is still active, marked as compromised, but still available for anyone willing to take the risk. The new tenant probably has no idea what they've moved into, no idea that their home is listed on the dark web as a verified drop point for illegal deliveries. I thought about contacting them to warn them, But how do you explain something like that without sounding completely paranoid? How do you tell a stranger that their address is being traded on hidden websites by criminals who've been observing the building for months? Instead, I've done nothing, and that guilt sits with me every day. I've protected myself by moving away, but I've left someone else to deal with the same situation I couldn't handle. The packages are probably arriving again by now, addressed to new fake names, collected by the same invisible people who know the building's rhythms better than most of the residents do. The worst part is knowing that it could start again anywhere. My new address isn't listed yet, but that doesn't mean it won't be. Someone, somewhere might already be watching my new building, noting my routines, deciding whether this location would work for their purposes. I've become hyper-aware of every delivery, every stranger in my new hallway, every package that doesn't have my exact name on it. I know this level of vigilance isn't sustainable, that eventually I'll have to trust that not everything is part of some hidden scheme. But I also know what I saw on that website, and I know how many other addresses were listed there alongside mine. We like to think our homes are private, that we control who has access to our space and our information. But the truth is that in the digital age, your address is just another piece of data being traded and exploited by people you'll never meet. Your home isn't just where you live. It's potentially a node in someone else's distribution network, a useful location in a supply chain you never agreed to join. I still have that first phone I intercepted, the one I should have given to the police but never did. Sometimes I turn it on, half expecting it to contain some message or clue about who was using my address and why. It never does. It's just a blank phone, factory reset and anonymous, exactly like the dozens of others that passed through my hallway during those months. But I keep it anyway, a reminder that the world operates on levels I barely understand, that my attempt to be helpful and trusting was exploited by people who saw me as nothing more than a convenient address. A reminder that sometimes the most frightening things are the ones you never see coming, the violations that happen in plain sight while you're just trying to live your life. My address is still out there, somewhere in the hidden corners of the internet, marked and categorized and available for use. And there's nothing I can do about it except hope that whoever lives there now is more suspicious than I was, less willing to leave packages in the hallway for collection, more aware that sometimes a simple delivery error is actually something much darker. Silicon dreams have a way of blinding you to what's right in front of your eyes. The gleaming potential of innovation, the intoxicating rush of being part of something revolutionary. It creates a peculiar kind of tunnel vision that I now recognize as dangerous. My mother always said I was too trusting, too eager to see the best in people and situations. She wasn't wrong. That optimism nearly cost me everything when I joined Neurosync, the AI startup that promised to change how humans process information forever. I'd spent 4 years at Cambridge earning my computer science degree, followed by a soul-crushing 18 months coding banking software that paid well, but left me creatively starved. When the Neurosync recruiter approached me at a tech meetup in London, describing their vision of neural interface algorithms that could enhance human learning capacity, it felt like the universe was finally offering me a chance to do something meaningful. Their offices in Shoreditch occupied the top 3 floors of a converted warehouse, all exposed brick, polished concrete, and dramatic floor-to-ceiling windows that flooded the open workspace with natural light. The kind of environment that makes you feel important just by existing within it. The interview process was grueling. 6 rounds of technical assessments, personality profiling, and strange hypothetical scenarios testing ethical boundaries. Looking back, I should have recognized those ethics questions as red flags, particularly the ones about privacy, surveillance, and the greater good. But I was dazzled by the founder, Victor Chen, a former neuroscientist turned tech visionary whose TED Talks had millions of views. His intense focus when he interviewed me personally made me feel seen in a way I hadn't experienced before, as if he recognized something in me that even I didn't fully understand. I started as a back-end developer on their core algorithm team, working punishing hours fueled by free gourmet meals and the cultish camaraderie that develops when a small group believes they're changing the world together. The company culture had all the startup cliches: meditation rooms, Friday drinking sessions, inspirational quotes painted on walls. But beneath that familiar veneer was something else. Something I initially couldn't name, but felt as a subtle wrongness that I dismissed as imposter syndrome. The first concrete oddity I noticed was the server room on the restricted third floor. Most startups use cloud services rather than maintaining extensive on-site infrastructure. But NeuroSync had a substantial server farm that consumed enormous power and required dedicated cooling systems. When I asked about it, my team lead explained they needed physical servers for data security and proprietary hardware integration. It sounded plausible enough, though the biometric access protocol seemed excessive even for a security-conscious company. 3 months into my employment, I began noticing patterns in the network traffic that didn't align with our development activities. Massive data transfers occurred during odd hours, particularly between 2 and 4 a.m., creating noticeable system lag that affected our daytime work. When I mentioned this to my supervisor, his reaction was disproportionately severe. A flash of panic quickly masked by forced casualness as he explained it away as automated backup procedures. My curiosity might have ended there if not for Eliza, our network security specialist, who pulled me aside after a team meeting with genuine fear in her eyes. She'd noticed the same anomalies, but had traced them further, discovering encrypted streams being broadcast through obscure channels to destinations she couldn't identify. She'd raised concerns directly with Chen and was immediately reassigned to a different project with restricted system access. Before she left, transferred suddenly to the Singapore office, she slipped me an access key and a hastily scribbled note about server cabinet B7. For 2 weeks, I did nothing with that key. My position at NeuroSync had become the cornerstone of my identity. I'd cut contact with friends who couldn't understand my dedication to work, moved to a flat within walking distance of the office, even begun dating another developer whose life was similarly consumed by the company. The thought of jeopardizing all that felt impossible, even as the strange network patterns continued and 3 more employees were abruptly relocated after asking the wrong questions. It was a system crash at 3:17 a.m. that finally compelled me to act. I'd been working late, alone in the office, when every monitor simultaneously went blank before rebooting. In that brief window of system vulnerability, I caught a glimpse of an unfamiliar interface momentarily displayed on my screen. A dark background with a red timer and what appeared to be a bidding panel. It vanished so quickly I might have imagined it, except for the split-second image that remained burned in my mind. A live video feed of what looked disturbingly like a person strapped to a chair in a sterile white room. That night, I used Eliza's key to access the server room, while the cleaning crew provided cover for my presence in the building. Cabinet B7 was segregated from the others, connected to independent power supplies and cooling systems. The servers themselves were standard hardware, but attached to them was custom equipment I didn't recognize. Components with no manufacturer logos, sophisticated transmission devices, and most alarmingly, a standalone storage system containing what appeared to be thousands of hours of video files with alphanumeric labels instead of conventional file names. I downloaded several files onto an encrypted drive, heart pounding so violently I feared it might trigger the motion sensors. Back at my flat, behind locked doors, and with my network connection disabled, I accessed the first file. What I saw destroyed every illusion I'd maintained about NeuroSync's noble mission. The footage showed exactly what I'd glimpsed during the system crash: a person restrained in a clinical setting. But this was no medical procedure or consensual research. The room was designed like a sterile stage set, with perfect lighting capturing every detail as masked figures systematically tortured the struggling subject. Overlaid on the video was the interface I'd glimpsed, a bidding system where unseen viewers could pay in cryptocurrency to determine what happened next, with a chat sidebar discussing the performance in grotesquely technical terms. I forced myself to watch 3 more videos, each featuring different victims in the same room, each following a similar pattern of escalating violence directed by remote bidders. In the background of one, a distinctively shaped light fixture was visible, identical to the designer installations in NeuroSync's executive conference room. These horrors weren't happening in some distant location. They were occurring inside our building, possibly on the sealed executive floor above the main workspace. The sickening realization crystallized all at once. The true product of NeuroSync wasn't neural interface technology. That was merely the public-facing operation that provided cover and funding for their actual business. A sophisticated dark web platform streaming interactive torture and murder to paying clients worldwide. The enormous server capacity, the odd hours network activity, the excessive security measures, all of it supported this nightmare hidden beneath the glossy veneer of innovation. I spent the night paralyzed by indecision, oscillating between calling the police immediately and recognizing the depth of evidence I would need to overcome the company's resources and connections. By morning, I'd formulated a plan to gather more concrete proof, to document everything systematically before taking it to authorities. I showered, dressed, and headed to the office as usual, the encrypted drive securely hidden in my apartment. The moment I badged into the building, I knew something was wrong. Security guards I'd never seen before stood by the lifts. My team lead intercepted me before I reached my desk, explaining that Chen wanted to see me immediately about a network security concern they'd detected overnight. As we rode the lift to the executive floor, an area I'd never accessed before, cold dread settled in my stomach. They knew. Chen's office was minimalist and cold, all glass and steel with views across London's skyline. He sat calmly behind a desk that probably cost more than my annual salary, flanked by 2 men whose stance and watchful eyes suggested backgrounds in something other than software development. With perfect composure, Chen explained that they detected my unauthorized server access, my file download, my violation of the confidentiality agreements I'd signed. He spoke of disappointment rather than anger, of necessary consequences for betrayal of trust. What followed was a proposal so casual in its monstrousness that I briefly wondered if I was hallucinating. Chen explained that NeuroSync's public business was merely a developmental phase. The real innovation lay in what he called experiential content, pushing the boundaries of human experience through unfiltered reality broadcast to select audiences. The neural interface technology wasn't separate from this. it was its ultimate evolution, creating direct sensory connections between paying clients and unwilling subjects. My technical skills made me valuable enough to offer a choice: join their inner operation with substantially increased compensation, or become content for it. As he outlined these options, a screen on his wall displayed a live feed of my flat, of the encrypted drive's hiding place, of my parents' home in Manchester. The message was clear. They controlled every aspect of my reality. I'd like to say I took the moral high ground, that I refused outright and accepted the consequences. The truth is more complicated and shameful. I hesitated. For 17 excruciating seconds, I actually considered the offer, mentally calculating survival probabilities, wondering if I could gather evidence from the inside, telling myself noble lies about infiltration and justice. Chen watched this internal struggle with clinical interest, as if my ethical crisis was itself a form of entertainment. What saved me wasn't courage, but circumstance. A notification on Chen's computer diverted his attention momentarily. Some issue with their broadcast server requiring immediate resolution. He instructed one of his associates to escort me to a holding room until he could continue our conversation. As we moved through a minimalist corridor, a building-wide power fluctuation caused the lights to dim briefly. My escort instinctively checked his earpiece communication, creating a momentary distraction. I ran through a fire exit, down emergency stairs, triggering alarms that actually worked in my favor by creating confusion. I emerged into Shoreditch's late morning bustle and didn't stop running until I reached Liverpool Street Station, losing myself in the commuter crowd. I abandoned my phone, my laptop, every device that could be traced, and used a stranger's mobile to call the one person I trusted absolutely, my former cybersecurity professor who had government connections. The investigation that followed moved with agonizing slowness, hampered by NeuroSync's political influence and technological countermeasures. By the time authorities gathered enough evidence for action, the primary servers had been wiped clean, key executives had disappeared overseas, and Chen himself had vanished completely. They found the broadcasting studio hidden behind biometric locks on the executive floor, forensic evidence confirming what had happened there. But the victims remained unidentified, their digital ghosts haunting encrypted channels beyond conventional reach. 3 years later, I live under a different name in a different country, working IT for a small manufacturing firm that still uses physical paperwork for sensitive information. I've testified in closed hearings, signed countless governmental secrecy agreements, and spent hundreds of hours in therapy trying to reconstruct a sense of normalcy. Sometimes I almost succeed. But late at night, when sleep evades me, I remember Chen's expression as he outlined my options, not malicious or sadistic, but genuinely curious, as if my moral anguish was simply another form of data to collect. And I wonder how many other brilliant startups with charismatic founders and revolutionary promises are hiding similar horrors behind their sleek interfaces and inspirational mission statements, offering technological salvation with one hand while recording our most private moments with the other, transforming human suffering into content for those wealthy and depraved enough to consume it. The most terrifying realization isn't that monsters exist. It's that they wear wireless earbuds, quote philosophers on Instagram, and raise billions in venture capital, and that we willingly invite them into every aspect of our lives, mesmerized by the promise of a better, more connected future, while they quietly claim terminal access to our humanity. 6 months ago, I considered myself pretty tech-savvy. I've built my own computers since I was 15, worked in IT for a few years before switching to graphic design, and thought I knew the difference between the regular web and the darker corners of the internet. Turns out I had no idea how quickly you can stumble into something terrible when you're not paying attention. I'm 32, recently divorced, and was going through that classic post-breakup phase where loneliness hits hardest late at night. My ex and I had been together since university, nearly 10 years, before she decided we'd grown in different directions and moved out last autumn. After the split, I threw myself into freelance design work during the day, but the evenings stretched endlessly in my too-quiet flat in Bristol. I'd never really dated as an adult, having met my ex in a philosophy seminar when I was 21, and the whole online dating scene felt overwhelming. One Friday night in February, after a couple of beers and a particularly depressing attempt at cooking for one, I found myself browsing dating sites. Not the mainstream apps everyone uses, but increasingly obscure ones I discovered through Reddit threads and tech forums. I told myself I was just researching the user experience as a designer, but really, I was lonely and curious about how people connected online now. Around 1 a.m., after falling down a rabbit hole of increasingly dubious dating platforms, I clicked a link that promised unfiltered video connections with no corporate censorship. The site looked professionally designed but had an edgy aesthetic, dark background, red accents, minimalist interface. It required no sign-up, just an agreement to terms of service I admittedly didn't read, and access to my webcam, which I allowed without much thought. In my slightly buzzed state, the lack of registration seemed convenient rather than suspicious. The site's landing page displayed thumbnails of what appeared to be webcam feeds, mostly women in dimly lit bedrooms, some wearing lingerie, others in casual clothes. It resembled any number of cam sites that exist in that grey area between dating and adult content. I remember thinking it was probably one of those pay-to-chat services and was about to close the tab when a notification popped up. User Diamond Girl 92 has invited you to a private room. The thumbnail showed a woman with dark hair, face partially obscured by shadows, but smiling in what looked like a bedroom. Something about the spontaneous invitation appealed to my ego. The idea that someone had chosen to connect with me specifically. I clicked accept without hesitation. The video feed that opened was grainy and underlit, showing a woman sitting on what appeared to be a bed with dark sheets. The room behind her was sparsely decorated, just some plain walls and what looked like a closed door. She waved at the camera and typed something in a chat box that appeared beside the video. "Hi there, thanks for joining. Can you hear me?" I typed back that I could, and she explained her microphone was broken, so she'd communicate by text, while I could use my microphone if I wanted. This seemed reasonable enough. Plenty of legitimate users have technical issues. She asked basic getting-to-know-you questions. My name, I gave a fake one. Where I was from, I just said UK. What I did for work. I answered vaguely, still maintaining that cautious online anonymity, but feeling increasingly comfortable as the conversation progressed. After about 15 minutes of this seemingly innocent chat, her messages took a flirtatious turn. She suggested we could have some fun and asked if I'd like to see more of her. Again, this seemed like the typical progression on sites like this, usually leading to requests for payment or registration. I was curious how the scam would play out, so I went along with it, typing that I was interested. What happened next was the first real warning sign, though I didn't recognize it as such at the time. Instead of the expected request for payment, she asked me to verify I wasn't a cop or scammer by clicking a verification link. The link opened what appeared to be a standard verification page asking for my IP to be checked against a database of known law enforcement IPs. This should have immediately set off alarm bells. No legitimate site would need such verification, but my judgment was impaired by alcohol and the late hour. I clicked the link without thinking, and a loading bar appeared, supposedly scanning my connection. After a moment, a green checkmark appeared, with verification successful, and I was returned to the chat. Looking back, I realized this was almost certainly installing some kind of tracking software or malware on my system, though I didn't know it then. The woman seemed pleased with the verification and began to undress slowly. The video quality remained poor, which she apologized for via text, explaining she had bandwidth issues. As she removed her top, I noticed something odd, what looked like faint marks or bruises on her shoulders and arms. I typed asking if she was okay, and she quickly responded that she had sensitive skin and bruised easily. Something felt off about the interaction, but I couldn't quite place what. The video occasionally stuttered or froze, and sometimes her movements didn't quite sync with her responses in the chat. I began to wonder if I was watching pre-recorded footage being manipulated by whoever was typing to me. About 30 minutes into the date, the tone shifted dramatically. The woman looked over her shoulder suddenly, as if hearing something off camera. Her expression changed from flirtatious to what appeared to be genuine fear. The chat box pinged with a new message. Special request show about to begin. Premium viewers are bidding. Current high bid, 0.35 Bitcoin. I was confused, wondering if this was part of some roleplay scenario. The camera angle shifted abruptly, widening to show more of the room. What I had assumed was a bedroom now looked more institutional. The bed, more like an examination table. The walls bare concrete rather than painted. A door opened in the background, and a figure in dark clothing entered the frame. With sickening clarity, I realized what I had stumbled into. This wasn't a dating site or even a standard cam site. It was what's known in dark web terminology as a red room, where viewers pay to watch actual harm being inflicted on non-consenting individuals. The verification I had completed wasn't checking if I was law enforcement. It was validating my connection to a dark web stream, likely through a series of proxies I hadn't noticed. I frantically tried to close the browser, but it wouldn't respond. New messages appeared in rapid succession in the chat box. Usernames I didn't recognize, placing bids alongside horrific requests. The woman on screen was now clearly terrified, no longer maintaining any pretense of a consensual performance. When I tried to force quit the browser, a new window popped up with text that chilled me to the bone. Your IP has been logged. Your webcam is active. Disconnection will be interpreted as hostile intent. Payment of 2.0 Bitcoin required for secure disconnection. I realized with horror that my own webcam light was on, had been this entire time, and whoever was running this stream could see me, had been watching me watch them. The verification process had likely given them access to my system, possibly recording everything. In a panic, I physically unplugged my laptop from the wall, not even bothering with a proper shutdown. I sat in my dark living room, heart pounding, wondering if what I'd seen was really happening, if someone was really being hurt while people watched and paid for the privilege, if I had just witnessed the beginning of something unspeakable. After a few minutes of absolute terror, I plugged the laptop back in and booted up in safe mode, running every security and antivirus program I had. They detected multiple intrusions, keyloggers, remote access tools, webcam hijacking software. I wiped the hard drive completely and reinstalled the operating system, then spent the rest of the night researching what had happened, using an old tablet connected to my neighbor's Wi-Fi rather than my own network. What I discovered was truly terrifying. The site I had accessed was likely a front end for a dark web operation, designed to appear as a normal dating site on the surface web, but actually serving as a gateway to illegal live streams. The verification process had routed my connection through Tor nodes without my knowledge, connecting me to a hidden service while simultaneously compromising my system security. I spent the next week in a state of constant anxiety, jumping at every notification on my phone, every knock at the door. I changed all my passwords, got a new IP address, even considered moving flats. I debated going to the police but feared implicating myself in something I'd accidentally accessed. What if they didn't believe I had stumbled into it unknowingly? What if the malware had downloaded illegal content to my now wiped hard drive? 3 weeks after the incident, I received an email to an account connected to my real name, an account I hadn't used during the interaction on the site. The message contained only a still image from my webcam showing my face as I watched the stream, my expression changing from interest to horror as I realized what was happening. Below the image was a Bitcoin wallet address and the words, "For your privacy." I never paid, never responded. Instead, I created new email accounts, changed my phone number, deleted all social media, and started using advanced security measures like VPNs and Tails OS for all my browsing. I even grew a beard and changed my hairstyle, irrationally afraid that my image might be circulating in places I couldn't access or control. It's been 6 months now. Sometimes I convince myself it wasn't real, that it was an elaborate scam designed to extort money through fear rather than an actual crime being committed. But late at night, when I can't sleep, I remember the woman's expression changing from performed seduction to genuine terror, and I know what I saw was real. The most disturbing part isn't the extortion attempt or even the violation of my privacy. It's the knowledge that these hidden corners of the internet exist where people pay to watch actual suffering, and how terrifyingly easy it was for me, a relatively knowledgeable internet user, to stumble into one without even realizing where I was. The line between the everyday internet and its darkest depths is thinner than most people realize, and sometimes all it takes is a single careless click to cross it. I still use dating apps now, carefully vetted mainstream ones only. But every time I see a webcam icon or a verification request, my heart races, and I remember that night. And sometimes, when my webcam light illuminates unexpectedly during a system update or video call, I can't help but cover it immediately, wondering who might be watching from the other side.